I mean, this is why clearly they can't be in charge of anything.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, wait, no, I'm not talking about the bird people. Don't sue us.
Yeah, I've got nothing to start. I am on time. It says 2 o'clock on my monitor. The fuck do you mean late or gay? I am neither.
Yeah, no, we are not late.
Not late and only slightly breaded.
No! Hello again, Creetosis. Hello. I hope the cringe is bearable. I haven't previewed this video, but Pagan has. How cringe is it, Pagan?
Oh, there's a reason why I wanted to cover this and hold off on finishing that other video. This is going to be a bad one.
Yeah, and judging by the, behind the scenes information we have, it explains a lot.
I can't believe that. I didn't even know. I swear. I literally went into
Well,
his
when someone
video
is that
session.
dumb, we might as well go full bore.
I mean, there could be other explanations. We shouldn't be jumping to assumptions.
I don't know, man. I don't know how else.
It's happened often enough. I'm seeing a pattern here.
18-month membership message from Peace Was Never an Option. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm stuck in the walls and can't get out. Well, that's unfortunate.
He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn wall!
I just remember that clip of that puppet character doing that and picking up a shotgun.
MP5, but okay.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
It's a gun.
Don't worry, it's a bolt action. But yeah, what have you been up to this week, Cree? What happened this past week to you?
Bang.
So that's a day that ends in Y in a week. Spelled W-E-E-K.
Yeah. I've been working on stuff. I've been getting a lot of work done on video stuff. Not quite as much as I would have liked to, but, progressing. I've also been listening, I have mentioned this a few times, to H.P. Lovecraft's Complete Works at work. And I listened to Shadow over Innsmouth the other day, and I really liked it. It was really good. That whole scene with him in the hotel and they're trying to bust down the doors, and he's trying to fucking escape, is an amazing, I really love that sequence.
It's so iconic that they put it in the video game as well.
Yeah, I am aware of that scene in the game.
And it is very, very nicely done scene in the game.
And then Outlast ripped it off.
Yeah, I didn't understand why, what made that scene so good.
I think it might be worth me streaming Outlast at some point to just do a quick covering of it. Not do a full video, because I don't care enough about Outlast to do it, but just to point out how cheap and dumb parts of it are.
Yep.
God, I tried watching a stream of people playing fucking Outlast Trials. What a clusterfuck. I couldn't even hardly understand what the fuck was happening most of the time. It was so fucking bad.
Yeah.
The thing I haven't looked into Outlast Trials really, but I've heard it's multiplayer, and I'm like, why the fuck would you make a multiplayer Outlast game? It's like having multiplayer Amnesia: The Dark Descent. But even then, The Dark Descent is a good game. Outlast is just shit. You know?
It's really weird. It's like some sort of I didn't see the beginning, unfortunately. I missed the intro, but apparently it's just like you all get kidnapped and you're forced to go through this amusement park sort of setting.
Oh.
And with just weird contraptions all over the place while people chase you and you go crazy instantly, and weird vision creatures chase you and kill you and shit. And it's just constant. It's just constant shit. Find this, do this, go up this thing, you turn this thing on, and just crazy shit just constantly over and over and over and over again. It's such a clusterfuck. I was like, what the fuck? Who would play this shit?
You should stream Outlast Trials together? Probably not. We should
Hell
stream
no.
We should stream some Left 4 Dead together, but otherwise...
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Pagan, what have you been doing this past week?
Mostly a lot of physical labor. God, my feet hurt.
Pagan's trying to fully embody the Chad. He needs to get his guns up.
I do unironically need to work out more. I am starting to like wither away into my chair from lack of movement. So I need it anyway.
Daily workout regimen. Do it.
Yeah, I should.
Trust me, it works wonders.
I've been watching the slow decline of
Western
more
civilization?
games. Yeah, pretty well. There was that awful Gollum game that came out. Fucking hilarious, by the way. Awful fucking game. Looks terrible. And it's so funny how drastically
pieces of it.
It looks so much worse than the shit they showed off. Promotional material.
I checked out a couple of reviews on it because a set of tweets that we're going to be covering today. I almost made a video over the weekend, but it was my work weekend. I was dead tired, so I was trying to come up with like stuff to say off the cuff, which I'm generally not very good at for like a proper video. And I was also really tired after work, so I was just kind of like, yeah, this is dumb, and so I scrapped it.
Yeah. And then there's the shit where they're fucking further ruining Silent Hill 2 because we got to get rid of the nurses because we have to appeal to modern audiences' sensibilities.
Let's remake a beloved game and just continually fuck it up while claiming to try and stay true to what the game is about. Like, they've already fucked it up by making it look like he's gonna cry all the time. Audience. I fucking hate that so much.
Yep. So fucking shit. And lastly, I watched a movie with Setch.
Yeah. Two movies, technically.
Yeah, I watched 2 movies actually, because I did come in for the Joker movie that he played on Saturday.
Oh. Yeah. So we watched Modern Day Joker, the new one, the one that was totally going to inspire all the pew pews and bang bangs by the super hardcore far right. Yeah, the alt right they were gonna go on sprees because of it, and obviously for anybody who has a functioning brain knows that wasn't gonna ever be true, and it didn't fucking happen. But yeah, yep. Great movie, fantastic movie.
It's pretty good.
It gets even better. That is my 3rd time seeing it now, and it gets even better because I notice all little subtle things a lot more in it.
Oh.
And there's a lot of subtleties in it, a lot of them.
Yeah.
But then me and Pagan also watched Super Mario Brothers, and I don't want to go into any spoilers about it, but I will say Shad was right.
Yeah, I have to say Shad was right as well. I was fully going in expecting to like this movie because of what everyone was saying. So I was like, willing to give it a chance. I was like, oh no, it'll probably be pretty good. Went into it. No, Shad was right. The movie is, if I'm being generous, I might be able to give it a 6. If I'm being generous.
Yeah.
And
maybe
Peach
5.5.
was definitely girl bossed, like for sure. I don't know how anyone could watch this movie and say that Peach was not girl bossed.
Yeah.
She was like the worst part of the movie.
She absolutely was. But the best part of the movie, again, no spoilers, but there is a star that is the best part of the movie.
Yes, I
unironically
love the star.
Hilarious.
The star was great. Yeah, the fucking the sweet release of death.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But yeah. Also, okay, Jack Black. I think he does Bowser really well. Unfortunately, you could tell they put Jack Black in it so that Bowser could sing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the singing bits
is bad.
Yeah, the singing is
Jack
really
Black is bad. But no, it's bad in the context of everything else. It's like, no, No.
Yeah, it's just cringe. It just comes off as really cringe, and it's like, oh no, they should have just cut this from this. And the fact that they do it more than once, they have him sing the song like 3 times in the whole movie, and I'm just like, please stop. It's so cringe.
Yeah.
And then of course it opens with a fucking Minions skit because Illumination was the one who made it, so of course it has to have Minions in it.
Well, at least they weren't in the actual movie.
Yeah, they weren't in the actual movie, but they were in like the preamble shit where you have to see their Illumination thing come up, and they have to do a Minion skit. So,
on the flip side, though, played more Starship Troopers Extermination, having myself a blast. Did some Dark Tide today on stream, and that went incredibly well. Really well, really good Rumble stream. Just this moment now, already 608 views on it for stream. Again, I'm newer on Rumble. We've been there barely 2 weeks now, and holy shit, it's been going great. We're getting good viewership on it. We're getting good followers on it. The chats are really good, and I do like this system. I like that you can actually thumbs up or thumbs down the streams as well. And it actually affects everything, because if you're getting more thumbs up than thumbs down, it actually goes onto your account as well. That you got this many more thumbs up than thumbs down and stuff like that. It's really, I actually like the system a lot. There's a lot of weirdness with Rumble, that's for sure. You know, it takes some growing pains. But yeah, no, there's a lot of good stuff with it as well.
Neat.
I also played Hrot. I don't know how to say it. It's Hrot. It is a game set in socialist Czechoslovakia, and it's fucking weird. I don't know another way to say it. It's fucking weird, like real weird. It's just I don't know. It's just really, really fucking weird. Like there's an enemy that's a pig. It's a pig enemy, but it walks on 2 legs and spits at you, and its name is Pedro. I don't know why its name is Pedro, but it is. And you fight either Vladimir Putin at the end as a final boss. I think. I don't know for sure. But it's Vladimir Putin, and then he's riding on top of a bear, because it's doing the meme where he only has his camo pants on and he has no shirt, and he's shooting a machine gun rocket launcher at you, and he's riding a bear, and then you go into phase 2, and then it's him trying to kick you with his totally elite KGB moves, and then he jumps on a pterodactyl. I kid you not. You have to fight him on a pterodactyl for phase 3. And then to kill him, you jump in his mouth and you pop his heart. I don't know. Okay. It was, and then every time you beat a episode, so it does the old Doom thing where episodes happen. So episode 1 is like the first 10 levels. Episode 2 is like the next 11 levels or whatever. Every time you beat an episode, you go back to the main menu, and it gives you a Czechoslovakian recipe to make. It actually gives you like the ingredients you need, how to actually prepare this dish, and you go through step by step on how to actually make it. It's fucking weird. It's weird. There was a level where I was fighting canned sardines that got up and got guns and knives and tried to shank me. That was fucking weird.
Acid trip the game.
It basically was. It starts off like a really depressing. The game's atmosphere is fantastic. It starts off really depressing and moody, but then it just gets so fucking weird the longer you go in. And at least, you know, I agree with the developers. Horses in World War I that were wearing gas masks, stuff like that, looked creepy as fuck. And they look even creepier in this fucking Dusk style, you know, retro, low poly count models. They look fucking creepy.
I was going through the chat and I just see Tentacle Dude's comment. The Little Mermaid unironically caused more violence than Joker. Lol. You're fucking correct. Because
Yes.
I don't know if anyone has seen this clip that's going around. People are fighting in the cinemas during the movie than they would rather fight than watch the movie because it's so shit.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
my
just
God.
weird. It's just so weird.
Yeah, it's so bad. And I don't know if you guys have heard that fucking music scene that's been going around where the seagull sings. Oh, my ears. My poor fucking ears. It's so bad.
I saw that a little while back because Mahler posted a 6-second clip of the Seagull song to Twitter. And it's like, what the fuck is this shit? I saw part of a clip the other day where Ariel's like trying to sleep and she's covering her pillow or her ears with her pillow while the seagull is singing. It's one of those instances where it's like, I am morbidly curious. Click on it to hear the sound, click off of it immediately so I don't have to hear it anymore.
Yeah, it was really bad. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, because I've seen it in chat a couple times, is the thing that, you know, Bowser is supposed to simp for Peach. Yeah, that's not the problem. We have no issue
No.
with Bowser simping for Peach. That makes complete sense. We have no problem with that. It's
that's
just
his
the
entire
song.
lore. Yeah, that's his entire lore, is the fact that originally they were rivals and everything, and then he starts falling for Peach, and then he starts hardcore simping for Peach. But I also like to point out that Mario Sunshine is a fucking stupid game. That story is awful.
Wait, what?
Okay, so Super Mario Sunshine, the plot is Bowser tells Bowser Jr. that Peach is the mom.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Peach is so airheadedly stupid, she's like, am I? And it's like, bitch, you would remember if you gave birth.
Especially to like
Sorry.
a demon turtle child.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's fucking... But again, Peach, in an all-established canon, Peach is a bit of an airhead ditz. And it works, because the Mushroom Kingdom is a fairy tale fantasy land. That's kind of why it works.
I love Mario Sunshine, though. It is a very fun game. I've actually been wanting to play it again for the past while.
I kind of find that goofy story stuff that they do kind of funny. I like it. Like, I know, like, it kind of makes Peach look like a retard, but it's still funny.
And it's just so weird, because then in the Super Mario Brothers movie, they made her fucking...
I know.
I don't want to go into any spoilers. My community, we are watching Super Mario Brothers movie this Saturday. This coming Saturday, Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah.
So y'all get to experience it.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, him simping for Peach is totally fine, no issue with that. We just didn't like the song.
Yeah, the singing was just weird.
We can't help it. We just didn't like the song. And Peach was just, I didn't really care for her. I don't know. I didn't like that they girl bossed her. I think she would have been better off as being a ditzy airhead.
Yeah, Peach was definitely the worst part of the movie, hands down. And the star was the best part of the movie.
The star was the best part of the movie. Donkey Kong was pretty good too, which I was surprised. I was expecting to hate Donkey Kong because he was
they got Donkey Kong fucking perfect.
Yeah, it's weird because Seth Rogen, that was almost enough to make me not want to watch the movie. But I was like, we'll see. We got to him. I was like, oh boy, here we go. Fucking loved him. Fucking Donkey Kong was great. Oh my god.
Yeah. And honestly, Chris Pratt's Mario was really good, given that this is supposed to be his introduction to the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah, I thought I didn't even. I kept forgetting that it was Chris Pratt because he does a pretty good job.
He doesn't feel like Chris Pratt in the movie.
Yeah.
The big problem that you have with a lot of movies that put Chris Pratt in is that it's him. Well, a lot of people just because of the face, but he has the same mannerisms because that's the way that the directors want him to be. Because do your mannerisms and everything. Here, you don't have that.
The inspiring lyrics: peaches, 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 peaches.
Wait, is that all the song is?
Pretty well.
Kind of.
Yeah.
That's the main chorus of the song.
Yeah,
He's
there is like a few other lines.
Peaches! It's like, oh
Yeah,
god.
it's annoying. It's just really annoying to listen to.
Yeah, repetitive stuff in particular annoys the fuck out of me. Like there's some songs that will have the chorus where they'll repeat something a couple times and it'll be decent. Like Red Vox released that song Forgetter, and I don't know if you guys have heard that, but it's a really good song. But there's a few sections of the song where, like, in the background, they're saying Forgetter a couple times, and it's like, yeah, it works. It sounds good. But what I'm getting from this is peaches, 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 blah, blah, blah.
That's most of the song. There is other lyrics to it, but that is like the majority of the song is just him saying peaches or whatever.
That's. I can already tell it's
To
gonna
be
bug the
fair-
fuck out of me.
To be fair to the song itself, there's likely supposed to be even more lyrics, but every single time that it's sung, it gets cut off. Every single time.
Yeah, like every time he's about to like go into like the big, like like
Next
here
section.
comes here comes the next section. He gets cut off because something happens.
Yep.
So tell me how you feel about Daft Punk then, Cree. Around the world, around the world.
The only song of theirs I ever
world.
heard was Robot Rock, and that's because the fucking Team Fortress 2 map had it.
Really?
Sure.
I actually really like Daft Punk. I listen to them all the time, even around the world, even though it's literally just them saying around the world for like 3 minutes.
I actually do like Robot Rock, but that's because when they're actually saying robot rock, it doesn't sound like... It sounds like electrical sounds.
Yeah.
Robot sounds.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
Yeah.
And there's enough there to break it up that it's... Yeah.
As I said, Super Mario Brothers movie this Saturday on my Discord. We're watching it so that my community can get up to speed on everything and see what that is, see what it's like. I don't want to go any further into it, but I've made my thing pretty clear, like where I stand on it.
3-month membership message from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Almost fucked up immediately because I started coughing on something. Well, not coughing. I got an itch in the back of my throat. Anyways, Uncharted is dead. Tomb Raider is trapped in the Shadow Realm, and Indiana Jones is being abused with necromancy. I want good treasure hunter stuff. Yeah.
And time travel. Don't forget the time travel when it comes to Indiana Jones. Now, to be fair, that's an alleged plot point, but
it almost certainly is
the writing
based on
is
what
so
we've seen in the
bad.
trailers. Because there's that scene of Indy running through, like, 1940s, 1950s town.
Oh, I meant to share this earlier and forgot. Hold on. So, someone made this like little compilation, but from the South Park thing of all these like Game Dev is, like issuing apologies, and it's literally just the fucking dude from South Park being like, "And to everyone affected, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I'm very sorry, but it's like a different developer each time.
Yes.
It's
fucking hilarious.
Well, that seems like the perfect way to get to these tweets we're going to cover.
Yeah.
So, everyone knows about the Lord of the Rings Gollum game, or, more accurately titled, The Lord of Ring Gollum. Oh, it's not showing on screen! Oh god, I have to fix this. Hold on. It got cut off. The Lord of Ring Gollum. I don't, like, how did you fuck this up? Especially with, like, it's your logo up there, surely. Surely you shouldn't be able to fuck that up, but you did. But anyways, yeah, they came out with their big apology thing. And a lot of people have been talking about and memeing how frustrating it is to constantly be getting these images out of gaming companies for pretty much every big release. Even their apology has bugs, yeah. But yeah, it's something we're seeing more and more with each passing year. And it's very tiring to... Okay, I don't think anyone was excited for this game, but there's a lot of people excited for Cyberpunk 2077, for example. And when you're excited for a game, and, you know, it's very disappointing when it comes out and it's a piece of non-functional garbage. So yeah, it's a lot of people are talking about how that sucks. And then we get this clown. Perhaps an unpopular opinion, and no shade meant to this team at all, but I really wish as an industry we would stop apologizing profusely for mediocre launches and slipped dates. We need to stop perpetuating this notion that game companies are the servants of gamers.
You absolutely are, you dumb fuck. That's how the customer and provider relationship works.
Only in the entertainment industry can you so openly fucking loathe your customer base. It is unreal.
It's a fucking joke. Like, this entire industry has just become a fucking joke at this point.
No, what's crazy is there are good games that are coming out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's just being wallowed up because the AAA industry is fucking dog shit.
Also, a running theme we're going to see among these tweets from this guy is constantly calling out gamers in particular, as if they're a group to be demonized or something, which is really weird. I said this to Pagan the other day.
Like a slur.
Almost, yeah. I said this to Pagan the other day. It would be like if a car were to be released by a big car company, and, you know, maybe it's, I don't know, fucking non-functional, it breaks down a lot, or there's some big issue with it that should have a recall, but they're just not doing it. And then the people who buy that car are upset at it, and then some asshole puts out a statement, we need to stop perpetuating this myth that car companies are the servants of drivers. Drivers are terrible people. Drivers are toxic and hate, you know? It's like,
yeah,
it's just such a weird way of talking. Especially when you're talking about what is your customer.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about the people who buy your fucking product.
Yeah. And
like,
this guy is a game
It's literally
developer.
made for them.
It's like... So here's the thing. If you make the game, does that automatically make you money? No, you dumb fuck. What do you have to do? You have to sell it to people and they buy it. You are literally a servant to your fucking customers, you idiot.
Well, I mean, most businesses are. That's how they function. You create a product to serve the customer.
It's just insanity that these people are so up their own ass and so fucking entitled that they think that they should just be given money for the mere act of existing.
Exactly, because this is one of the things that comes up through these tweets, we'll get to it, is the gamer entitlement thing, which is fucking hilarious considering, again, the entertainment industry as a whole, not just game developers, a lot of them seem to be incredibly fucking entitled. Like, not the buzzword usage of entitled that you see get overused, but like actual entitlement.
Actually entitled. 100%.
So, should I move on to the next tweet?
Sure.
Yeah.
If I spend 50... What?
I'm gonna say I want to do one comment in chat real quick, though.
Okay.
It says, Creetosis, please name a good upcoming game. Well, we don't know if any game's going to be good or not upcoming. We can say games we're interested in.
Yeah.
Starfield, duh.
I feel like a lot of people are setting themselves up for disappointment by getting hyped for Starfield. I've seen comments from people talking about how it's going to be Game of the Year and all that kind of thing. It's just like,
Why would you say that about any game? It's like it's not even out yet. Even if it's a game that you're almost certain will be good because that developer has a good track record, you still should not assume that the game is going to be Game of the Year or amazing.
Yeah, because just for a quick example, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom just came out. I haven't had a chance to play it yet because I've been working on video stuff, and I know myself well enough that I cannot buy that game until I've completed these video projects I want to get out in decent time. But let's say, for example, the game hadn't released yet, and people are talking about, oh yeah, it's definitely going to be Game of the Year. And then Tears of the Kingdom ends up being another Cyberpunk 2077. It's like, yeah, this is why you don't hedge your bet. Like, you can guess that, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom would probably be good based on Breath of the Wild being pretty decent. But to say for sure 100% that it's going to be Game of the Year, I don't know. It seems a bit risky to me.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I don't get the mentality of people who do that kind of thing.
But that's just considering for a company that has a pretty decent track record. Bethesda doesn't. Their games release broken and buggy, and while there are people who defend Fallout 4's story, like, even a lot of fans of the game admit that the story is bad. Like, come on.
Yeah, and Bethesda seems to actively ignore criticism and feedback. Like, they get angry at the feedback and then they double down even worse in the next game because how dare you criticize what we did in the last game?
Kind of,
So,
yeah.
I don't know why anyone would expect Starfield to be good with the kind of mentality that Bethesda has. And oh my god, like, so none of us have played Fallout 76 recently, or like after the Wastelanders and stuff, and everyone kept saying, "Oh, it's so much better! It's so much better." No, fuck off! I've been watching Patrician's video series
I can't
on
wait to
Fallout
watch
76.
those.
Oh my
I will
god, the
say-
game is so much worse than I thought.
Patrician has a pretty fucking shit take in the third episode, though.
What's that?
I think I know what you're talking about. Is
It's
it the
the gold
political
standard.
thing?
Well, it's the gold standard. The fact that Bethesda's putting in its anti-vax message and stuff like that, and like Patrician unironically starts doing the left-wing NPC stance.
Yeah,
And it's really,
I thought that was
like,
weird. I was like, why are you bringing that into this? Like, that is really odd that you're
It's
doing
like,
that.
and
But everything
again,
else,
especially saying that this is clearly Bethesda, it's like, no, this is Bethesda finally acknowledging the rest of the lore of Fallout. The fucking, just, oh. Again, if it was joking, well played, because your joking sounds exactly like your normal. So pretending to be retarded is still being retarded for a moment.
I did
It
find that
is-
section weird. I was
it is
like, I
really
was kind
bad.
of, yeah, I was kind of like, what? Why is this in this part? Like,
Especially
what
not
is this doing
understanding the
here?
gold standards. Like, that's literally everything. Every Fallout, Fallout 1, sorry, not every Fallout, Fallout 3, the caps just meant caps because caps. But Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout New Vegas, caps represented an actual monetary value because they were backed up by an actual thing people wanted. In Fallout 1 and 2, it was fucking water rights. Holy shit.
Yeah. Wasn't there a thing about, like, in Fallout New Vegas where they attacked, like, the Brotherhood's gold reserves?
No, the Brotherhood attacked the NCR's gold reserve, which is
Yeah,
why the
right.
NCR money collapsed, because it was backed by the gold standard now.
Yeah.
And then
so,
when the Brotherhood attacked the gold caravans and destroyed the gold, well,
yeah. Okay, yeah, I got it slightly mixed up. But yeah, that's kind of why I thought it was weird that he was talking about how, the gold standard wouldn't work in Fallout. I'm like, but that's literally what New Vegas was for, like, the build-up and lore for the NCR for that game. So what the fuck do you mean? So that was weird, but everything else was like, yeah, no, this is really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you very much. Starship Troopers Extermination looks neat, although I wish that I could play it without turning my PC into an IED. Fair. That's fair.
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing. Yeah, the Legion's coins they have value because they're made of actual metal that people would value.
Yeah. Again, that's the whole point. Is like, again, all this stuff was not done just for the memes. It was in Fallout 3 and 4 and
Yeah,
76.
because Bethesda didn't do their research or didn't fucking care.
Yeah, and then 76 actually tried to course correct it and make the caps be backed by the gold standard, which is then what Patrician had a problem with.
Yeah, it was really odd.
Anyway,
not sure
Yeah,
what was
it
going on with
was
that.
really weird. Again, fantastic video, but there's just bits of it. It's just like, oof.
Yeah.
anyways, are you ready for the next tweet?
Yeah.
If I spend $50 on a dinner and it's mediocre, I don't expect a handwritten profuse apology from the chef, especially if I have the option of just asking for my money back, even if the idea of that meal was really exciting to me.
Wait. No, if you ask for your money back, you are punishing them. You are further enforcing the fact that they serve you, the customer.
Yeah.
Are you... How dumb are you?
Incredibly, it seems.
Actual fucking tard. Holy shit.
Like,
And-
if I spent $50 on a meal and it was mediocre, you best fucking believe I want the chef to come out and apologize to me or give me my fucking money back.
Also, as Istura points out here, calling Gollum mediocre would be a compliment to the game. That's what I was about to say too. I hate the fucking downplaying of the issue. Because, again, we have to take this in context of not just Gollum, but the fact that these kinds of apologies have been put out numerous times now. Cyberpunk 77 wasn't mediocre on launch. Gollum wasn't mediocre upon launch. That's kind of why I brought up that I watched a couple reviews the other day to check into it. There are a lot of problems with this game, like visually and some design choices. One video I watched most of the way through from a channel called Luke Stevens. He was showing footage where Gollum was talking to an orc, and he didn't comment on this part, but the texture on the orc looked way too low quality. It looked like a big gray blotch. But the thing he did comment on was that the camera was out of focus, which, how the fuck do you even accomplish that when you're not using a real camera? When I was looking at Gollum. But he also pointed out that there's several game-breaking bugs in the game, and it's his personal policy he mentions in the video to only show stuff from the first half of the game. So he couldn't show several of these game-breaking bugs. But the one he did show was there's this big room where there's a rotating wheel that you have to jump on to get across to another area. And you have to go through a big long section of the level prior to reaching this wheel. And by the time he got there, the wheel was rotating on an axis it shouldn't have been. So he just couldn't use it to complete the level until he waited long enough for it to realign with where it should be.
Yikes.
Which is an insane problem for a game to be released with. Like, what the fuck?
Bezin in chat says, graphics is the best part of Gollum, and that says a lot. Anybody if you even just look at a screenshot of Gollum, it looks fucking awful.
It looks
so bad. Yeah, it looks so bad. Like I said, the fucking promotional material in the game looks so fucking different. It's insane. It looks so bad in comparison.
Yeah.
Also, I love that the game ends with Gollum getting cucked. Like literally.
What?
Yeah.
First of all,
cucked at the end of the game.
How the fuck is that even possible? Like, he's a fucking gremlin man.
Apparently, there's like some woman or princess or something that he's like helping throughout the game, and you think they're gonna get together, and then she like gets together with somebody else at the very end of the game.
Why would you think they get together? It's fucking Gollum. We know how his story ends.
It's weird. I haven't watched it. I've just seen like images and stuff, and like I'm interpreting what I saw, but the fucking header is like my favorite part of this game is that Gollum gets cucked at the end of the game.
Saw Mahler playing the Gollum game. It's really hilarious. Fuck. I want to check that stream out, but I can't because I need to be working on my video when I'm not streaming or at work or sleeping. Oh god. It uses the default Arial font for all of it. For all of its UI options. It looks like placeholder text. It's amazing. I saw some of that. It looks so bad. Anyways, are you guys ready for the next tweet? In this amazing, wonderful chain of very sound logic and not completely anything stupid at all.
I look at these tweets and all I can think is, who let this man cook?
These are literally video games. Gamers have invested virtually nothing in them, aside from that $30 to $60, and they could just get that refund and move on with their lives. Please, can we stop normalizing this idea that we have wronged people by making by making something... Why am I trying to put somewhat in there? Fuck. By making something disappointing?
Again, fucking... You're literally saying to punish the company by getting the refund, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
And also, it just very much comes across as just bitching and moaning that people are complaining about a shit game being released, which, I don't know.
They
People
should.
have every right to... Like, yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, too. For some of the bigger releases, again, I doubt there was anyone who did this for Gollum. But for Cyberpunk 2077, there were surely people who booked time off work around it because, oh yeah, this is the next big CD Projekt Red game. You know, I loved Witcher 3. It was amazing. I'm going to book the week off work so I can play this new awesome game and just, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you get served dog shit.
Yeah.
I find his argument just completely retarded on a number of levels. Because one, even if we were to assume that he's correct, and the only thing that gamers invested in these games was $60, $60 is still $60 fucking dollars, especially in today's economy. That's a lot of fucking money to spend on a game. Okay, you're putting a lot of your savings into a game if you're buying a fully priced game.
But you could just get a refund, forehead. So
you should have every right to complain about that shit. Also, getting a refund, I think they would actually be more upset. Like, the developers would be more upset if everyone got a refund rather than them criticizing it.
Yes. And here's my thing, too. There's a couple parts to this. First of all, he's saying it as if $30 to $60 is the only thing that it costs gamers. Maybe for someone downloading for Steam, but if I play this game and want a refund, like, first of all, a lot of stores have weird refund policies for games, because it's that kind of thing where you can buy a game right now and play it overnight and then return it the next day for a full refund. So companies have policies against that sort of thing where it could be weird sometimes, but point is, it's a lot harder to refund a game. Some stores don't even allow refunds for them. So, there's that. Yeah. There's also the travel time to the store and back if you're buying physical. Because, again, with Steam it's easy. Less than 2 hours, and owning it less than 2 weeks, yeah, you could get a refund almost every time. Beyond that, though, you're fucked. The other part of it is a time investment. So, you know, Cyberpunk 2077 releases this new game I was very excited for. It took time off work for, bought and played on my Xbox 720 or whatever the fuck it came out on. And you play it for... you start playing it and you're finding some issues and some weird things are happening and it's broken. And maybe you play for a couple hours and realize, yeah, this is a waste of time. I don't like this anymore. I want to return it. And then it's not just that you spent that $60 on it. It's now that you've wasted your time driving to the store to pick it up, returning to the store to get the refund, and the couple of hours you actually spent on it.
Yeah, and then of course there's the whole franchise thing where if you've invested your time into a franchise, like, you know, you've invested your time into that, you care about that, you've dedicated a large portion of your time and attention to it.
You mean
so then when something comes out that you should like and care about is fucking shit, like that's still investment being ruined.
Yes. Kind of like someone who plays Fallout 1 and loves it, Fallout 2 and loves it. I'll give it to some people. There are some fans of Fallout 3 that hate Fallout 4. So you play Fallout 3 and love it. You play Fallout New Vegas and love it. And then Fallout 4 comes out and it's a piece of Not to imply Fallout 3 isn't a piece of garbage, it is too, but again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, it also applies here. You know, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, like if you read the book and you like the book, you watch the movie, you like the movies.
Yeah.
You know, you play some of the games, you like the games, and then Gollum comes out.
Also, who the fuck won a game where you play as Gollum?
I don't know.
I
It's
remember
such a
seeing
weird.
this at the Game Awards when we were streaming it, and
Yeah,
I was just
we all
like,
kind of had
but
a.
why though?
Yeah, we all had sort of the same reaction where we were like, "But why?"
Yeah.
Who is craving playing the gangly, goofy, Down syndrome looking ass Gollum? Like, who is like, that's me, that's who I want to play as. I want to know more about his story from his perspective. It's like,
No,
why?
that's the thing too, is I could imagine a game like this being done really well and could be an interesting, fun play. From the sounds of it, this isn't it, though.
No. Oh my God, Rex. Pagan, I'm gay, and $60 is still $60.
I want to play as Morbius. I would love a Morbius game, especially if it's as fucking retarded as the movie is.
Oh, fucking speaking of games, I can't talk much about it, but because there's an NDA. But I got into the testing phases for Abiotic Factor, which, for anyone that doesn't remember, it's that game where it's a survival game where you're trapped inside an underground government facility. So you're a science team member and you have to escape and survive on the resources there.
Oh, right. Yeah, I remember this.
Oh, is that the one with the Half-Life looking scientists?
Yeah, actually, Valve was like, no, you need to change that, so they had to change this.
Aw.
Yeah,
That was like the only
they're
reason I was
still
interested.
Science-y. They're still obvious scientists, right? They're still obviously inspired like by Half-Life, but they're no longer like it's not Dr. Coomer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Dr.
Aw.
Coomer is fucking Einstein. It's literally supposed to look like Einstein.
Yeah, I know, but that was just like, no, that's a bit too much.
Yeah.
They said okay, so they changed it. But it's still obvious that it's Half-Life inspired.
Are you ready for the next tweet?
Yes.
Uncomfortable truth I think we need to grapple with. This sort of apology absolutely helps perpetuate... Perpetuate? What the fuck? This sort of apology absolutely helps perpetuate entitlement among gamers that makes them feel empowered to harass devs when they don't like the latest patch or a design choice.
One, the people actually playing your game are the ones experiencing your patches and design choices. And if the majority don't fucking like it, they will tell you about it. And if you ignore it, they are no longer your customers and they fucking leave. You close up shop and you don't work anymore.
I love
That's how
how
this fucking works, you idiot.
I love how criticism is being conflated for harassment, because
Yeah,
if there's a big issue with a patch or a design choice, like, gamers should feel like,
Obligated.
yeah, obligated to speak out about it. They should have that right.
yeah, you
Yeah,
shouldn't
'cause-
be silenced, and you shouldn't be silent.
Yeah.
Right? No developer has any right to tell you you're not allowed to speak on an issue. You tell them they're an entitled little shit stain like this piece of shit right here, this Aaron San Filippo. What an entitled scumbag.
Yeah, because this may be shocking to hear, but those patch updates and design choices affect how we play the game.
Yes. And they affect
just
if we're going to either continue playing your game, therefore continue being your customers, and buying any of your future products, and the fact if you get to keep working.
There was an issue with... I know a lot of people don't really play World of Warcraft anymore, but there was an issue several years ago. Actually, it's probably like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. I can't remember when it happened. Point is, it caused a bit of a rift in the community, because in the game there are a lot of different portals for the sake of player convenience for getting them to different parts of the world, because when you have like 6 or 7 entire continents to travel to in this fictional world, that's a lot of time traveling from, like, even if you take Kalimdor Eastern Kingdoms and you're at the top of the map and you want to travel all the way to the bottom, that is going to take some time, whether you fly manually and put auto run on while you're flying, or if you use the flight pass. That takes a lot of time. So it's convenient having portals that take you to I can't remember some of the areas that had portals, but point is, there was a whole bunch that took you to different parts of the world fairly conveniently. And not just that they took you to different parts of the world, but a lot of these portals could be found in common, like, areas, cities from previous games, Dalaran from Legion, and Wrath of the Lich King. Most of those portals were removed, so they could put in a special portal room in Orgrimmar and Stormwind that led to one area from each expansion, and even then, not all of them brought you to areas that made sense. Like, the Legion portal doesn't bring you to Dalaran in the Broken Isles, it brings you to a fucking random zone, Azuna or something? I don't remember the name. But point is, rather than bringing you to a central location so you can get to anywhere in that expansion's map, it brings you to a region on the far left side of the map. And they just made it really inconvenient for players traveling all over the place, and a lot of people complained about that. And they had a right to complain about that because this affected how much time people are spending on the game, because it made it harder to get around.
Yeah.
That's just an example. There's other instances of such things happening too, where like a patch will fuck up a game or some of the mechanics that people like. Not even a patch, the whole design choice thing. Hey, you know what's a big fucking problem with Fallout 4? There's no skills in it. Membership message from the Wayfarer for 15 months. Thank you. Is it really a surprise to see these degenerates project their toxicity onto others and try to pretend they're saying something of merit? No, it's not a surprise at all.
It's not. It's just... It's tiring is what it is.
Yeah, it's just annoying. Like, for fuck's sake.
Especially because it's like, how... You always have to wonder with people like this, do they just know they're an idiot? Like, do they know what they're saying is complete bullshit, and they're full of it, but they're trying to preach the message because they want to get them updates? And they know a bunch of their other entitled developer friends will jump on board and be like, smash that like button! Smash it! Or are they just that fucking stupid?
Yeah, that's the thing I can't get over is how this dude can be so retarded that he thinks that it just doesn't matter if you have an audience or a customer base to sell to, that if you just make the game, that's all you should have to do to get paid.
Yeah.
Like, fucking what?
Yeah. And then
It's
it goes...
so weird.
Then his tweet thread continues on a little bit. He comes at this again a little later. What I actually said, and he quote tweeted himself from the first tweet, the unpopular opinion thing, slip dates, blah 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 blah. What some of y'all heard apparently, gamers shouldn't leave bad reviews, consumer protections aren't necessary, and I'm part of a cabal of evil game devs who love cash-grabbing gamers with shitty products. That's what it comes across as, though.
That's what it absolutely comes
Because
across
you're
as.
characterizing genuine criticism of these fuck-ups as toxic gamer entitlement. Like, sure, he didn't say toxic, but that's the implication. Toxic gamer entitlement. We need to stop doing these apologies because I wouldn't want the chef of a mediocre meal to give me a handwritten profuse apology because it's mediocre.
We need to stop doing these apologies because it makes the gamers think they hold any power over us.
It makes the gamers think we're their servants. You literally make the product for them!
Yeah, you are serving the product to them. You are the servant!
Yeah. Without them, you would have nothing to sell. You'd have no one to sell to. You would just make no money.
You would be in the fucking poorhouse or on the street.
This is the reason why, like, anytime there's a complete whack job idea as far as games go, or I guess movies and TV shows, they don't tend to last unless they have a lot of money backing them up. that saves them from failing quite as soon. Like, I don't know, it's just weird to me. Look, leave your negative review, boycott the company, fight for better refund policies. Hell, join a class action lawsuit if you can't get your money back for a broken product. There should be repercussions for bad consumer practices, and people should absolutely get refunds. But the idea that a company has wronged you if they make a thing that doesn't live up to your expectations, or that they somehow work for you, sorry. Those are ideas that frankly need to die. Some of the replies and quote retweets are absolutely proving my point about entitlement.
Fucking what? Which, the funny thing about this is no one really wants these apologies. They just want the games to be released good.
Yeah.
So for him to be like, this is what the gamers want. They want these apologies. No, they don't. We don't want these fucking half-assed nothing apologies.
We want you to
the
do
game
your
to be
fucking
fixed.
job.
Yeah, we want you to do your
fucking job.
The best part about this, too, is Tears of the Kingdom just released a couple weeks ago, and there's a screen cap compilation of tweets of Western devs, like, shocked that there's no day one patches, or that, like, you know, that's running fine, there's no, like, massive issues with the game. Especially now that there's this whole weird, like, vehicle crafting thing the game has.
Yeah.
What are the odds of this guy talking about gamers' entitlement has a tweet out there demanding difficulty options in Souls games? I wouldn't put it past him.
It would not surprise me at all. Oh my god, Creed, you should totally play this fucking clip. It's a little over 30 seconds long.
Oh, that's
it's the one I shared
clip.
it's about the South Park thing where it goes through all these like apologies and shit. It's so perfect. It fits it perfectly. It's literally what it is.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna play that clip.
Oh, come on.
Everyone knows what it is.
No, they don't.
No, because this has the actual, like, developers and their shitty messages and everything on screen. It's great.
Yeah.
Creetosis, you're getting the mentality they have wrong. They don't get money from you, but they get it from the publisher. That is their mindset. That's a retarded fucking mind.
Again, where do you think the publisher gets its money?
Because that's the process still works the same. You make a product, you sell it, you get the money. Okay, here's the publisher thing. You work for a game company that makes a game that the publisher sells and the publisher gets money from, and then you get paid from that money. The transaction ends, like, you still get money from that game.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone could not think that that's where the money comes from.
So far, 3 people have told me that yes, devs' roles is to serve gamers. Literally, yes. We are your customers. Someone compared bad games to vehicle manufacturers shipping cars with missing parts. You're paying for a product that is non-functional at launch. No other industry can get away with this. No other industry can put out a fucking apology image and that be the end of their PR regarding that game. It is insane that game companies can get away with this. And this is where that actual entitlement comes from. No other industry can get away with this, but even having to make the apology is what makes gamers entitled. Like, fuck off. It's the game developers who are entitled here.
Oh my god.
What?
I love that last one I see on screen.
Yes, I do too. Someone compared bad games to restaurants' food poisoning customers. Yes, it's another faulty product. Yeah, a bad game isn't going to kill you. A bad game isn't going to make you sick. But there's many frustrations regarding buying a bad game. Some of which we've covered. 2 homophobic slurs. You need a few zeros at the end of that too, my man. At least 3 or 4.
Yeah, because you're a bit of a fagot.
Baguette.
Is that okay?
The French bread. Baguette. And then, of course, he mutes the thread.
What a pathetic loser.
Yeah, what a fucking pussy.
Okay, counterpoint.
Somebody's called me a slur.
Okay, counterpoint. It's shareholders and marketing strategy. If companies didn't announce and market games before they were ready for launch, and didn't push release to fulfill targets, then problems would be made much rarer. Is that really gamers' faults? If companies didn't announce and market games before they launched, this industry wouldn't exist. So, you're admitting that the hype train exists to get people to buy these games. Like, what a horrible admission. You're getting people hyped only to fucking disappoint them. That is a fucking problem. That is exactly why people are getting mad. If people didn't care about the games being released, then they wouldn't get fucking disappointed and mad over a bad release. And there's some others here, but we don't have to go through them all. We spent enough time on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we should just go with the clip that I posted and move on from there.
And I need to go to the bathroom.
It's a Discord thing too, so I can't like bring it up so people could see it. That's the problem. Part of the problem. But anyways, we've got a video to cover when Setch gets back. I wasn't too bad on the realigning of that.
All right, I'll post it in ship posting then for everyone who wants to see it.
Yeah, it's in, well, like Pagan said, ship posting on the Discord server.
I'm putting it there now because it hasn't been posted there yet.
You guys
there
see?
We go.
You see, guys, they have to lie, otherwise, they won't have jobs. Yeah. Creetosis. Fucking people want Hollow Knight, Silk Song to release, but a few weeks ago, the devs literally said we're delaying to make the game the best possible at launch. Because they fucking get it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's that whole quote from, I forget who said it at Nintendo. I feel bad for forgetting who it was, but a delayed game can eventually be good. A game release bad will always be bad. And that's not quite the case anymore now that we have patches. No Man's Sky has turned it around. But that's a reputation that is staining them forever. Like, there's some people who will never give No Man's Sky a chance because of the way it released. And that's one of the other things that came out, too, with Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It's come out that they did delay the game by a year to spend that time entirely polishing the game. God, I wish the fucking developers of Pokemon would give it that much attention and care.
Yeah. God, one of the things that pisses me off about people who see...
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Because, you know, they are postponing Silk Song to make it better. And... God, I've seen, like, replies to that announcement where fucking people are like, well, I'm just not going to get the game then because it's being delayed so much. And I'm just
that's retarded.
You're fucking stupid.
Yeah. Those are people who are actually a problem.
Yeah, and you know, we also have that company that recently also delayed that other game for 2 weeks. Amnesia the Bunker, I think is what they call it. You know,
thank merciful
they're gonna
Christ.
make it better. They're gonna make it so much better. Great.
We'll see.
I hope it's not bad, but I just...
After
I have no
Rebirth,
faith.
Who knows?
I have no faith after Stillbirth. What a shit fucking game.
Machine for Pigs was mediocre at best, and then
But that was
Rebirth
also a different company, so
Oh.
at least they get that excuse that, yeah, we didn't make that. That was someone else.
Fair. But yeah, it's 2 weeks. 2 week delay. A 2 week stay of execution for Cree.
I don't want it.
Nobody ever really does.
It releases a little over a week from now, which means I have Wednesday the 7th off work. And if they don't delay it again, I'm probably going to be streaming it that day and suffering. So come out and join me for that stream. Fear the Bunker. Oh yeah, I can't wait for all the fear flashes. That's such an amazing mechanic they invented. No one else has ever created a game where an image flashes at you while you hear a scream. It is revolutionary.
Yeah.
Fucking piece of shit. Fucking stillbirth. Fucking.
I just find it funny that, like, one, that they felt the need to rename it to make it seem like it's something original, but two, the fact that they literally just stole from, like, those really cheap games, like from like the early 2010s and shit, where, you know, like the indie games where it was just like a horror game where, oh, go into the hospital, find the key to escape, and they would just flash images of, like,
So,
you know, faces and stuff with a screen behind it, and it's like, oh yes,
I've told
high quality content we should steal from.
I told you before how Spike and Barley Play is one of my all-time favorite, well, it is my all-time favorite Let's Play channel. They mostly played horror games, and they played a bunch of different kinds, but they did play some of those indie, really shit fucking horror games that were largely about jump scares. One of them, they're in, like, this weird train station thing, and it's literally all the gameplay is running from this creature whenever it appears. A few times it does, and finding keys. You have to find a key to unlock a box, to find a key to unlock a box, to find a key to unlock a door to get out. But it's there's more keys than that, than what I said. But you also have to get out of this train station because you put the power on, and that causes the generator to start overheating, and it's going to explode and kill you if you don't get out in time. So you have to do that while trying to avoid the monster whenever it just materializes out of thin air. And there's times where it would show up, it would just do this, like, remember that video you showed me a couple days ago, the Rubber Ross Minecraft one where he's doing that scream? Mm-hmm. It's kind of like that. It's obviously a different scream, but it's just insanely high-pitched like that. And the funniest part is, the first time they heard that scream, it was one of them was playing solo, and he's screen sharing it to the other. I think it was Barley who was playing it. Point is, he heard the scream and got jump scared, and he immediately recognized it was from another game they played, where a werewolf would spawn behind you and scream that exact same scream.
Yeah, that was a really common thing for those games back then, was they would always have the same fucking audio, like screams and like musical stingers and stuff like that. It was always the same fucking, like, handful of sounds.
Yeah. Wait, is this a Frankly Gaming video?
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
It's funny you mentioned that. Tentacle Dude says, still better than Garden of Banban.
What?
Out of nowhere. So me and Pagan are watching the Super Mario Brothers movie, right?
Okay.
And it was late, and we were shooting the shit and everything like that. And all of a sudden, I get in my feed, someone has gone live on Twitch. I was like, what? And I clicked on it. Mandalore Gaming was live on Twitch playing the entire Garden of Banban series on thing and talk about how bad they are, and it's just funny to watch him play it. Holy shit, it was so bad. And he's like, and this game is so short. I figured short, maybe it's like a couple hour game or anything like that. Nah, it was like a 35-minute game. It was the first game, and then it's like, you've beaten Garden of Banban 1, but prepare for the sequel, Garden of Banban 2.
I've never heard of the series.
They're those mascot horror games.
Oh.
Right, it's the genre, so
FNAF.
Yeah, you're just in a he's just in a kindergarten that has, like, characters, but he's like, wait, I just realized something. How short are we? We cannot be an adult. We cannot be and he walks up to, like, one of the children's eating tables, and he can barely see over the top. He's like, we are not an adult. No. We are a small child. There is no way we're an adult.
If he could barely see over a table that small, he must be, like, half a foot tall. Jesus Christ.
Yes, it is. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Don't forget that one of the first things the game does is point you to a merch store. Oh, that's my favorite thing when a shitty game does that.
Yes. Even funnier. Like, the mechanics and everything are bad, and he just had one. It's just moments of, like, really dumb things happen. Oh god, it's just fucking just bad. It was great. I wish he wouldn't nuke his live streams, and they could stay up. Because I would love to. I couldn't stay for all of it. I forget what part of the second game I got to, and then I was like, I am too tired. I can't. It's like 3 in the morning. I need to. But it was fucking great.
Just popping in to say hi also creates a furry. No, I'm not.
Must refrain from speaking.
Rude! I am not.
I can't tell you how hard I have to hold back the
your
urge
tongue.
to say
Pagan
the
is
urge
trolling
to say
me.
yet. I have to say yet.
Yes.
No!
Alright. Are we ready for the video?
Yeah, I want to get this video done as quickly as possible because, number one, I want to get back to editing my video because I need to get it done. And two, because it's fucking hot here and I want to put the air conditioner on. Not even doing anything, I'm sweating because it's so hot here. I fucking hate it. Fuck the summer.
Fair.
Fuck spring. Fuck early fall when it's still too warm. I hate it. The sun could go fuck itself.
Meanwhile, the sun blinks out in an instant and is like, it took it personal.
Good, I hope it fucking does.
I
Alright.
don't know. I think as I've gotten older, I've just become more of a sun person. I love spring. Summer's still a little but spring and fall,
I like
Spring
spring
of
and
'em.
fall most.
Let me put it this way. Spring before yesterday was nice because it wasn't too hot. It was decent.
Yeah.
But now it's got to too hot, so I'm officially pissed off and I can't wait for winter to come back. I want fucking 5 feet of snow outside right now.
No,
All right.
no more snow.
Yes.
Here we go.
Is it just me, or does it feel like everyone's so negative nowadays?
Okay. It's 'cause
I wonder
a lot more
why.
People are because, well, there are certain segments that are trying to foster this negativity.
Well,
Like,
not just...
yes, there's a lot more negativity these days because it's intentional.
Not just that, but there's also... The things meant to entertain us. There's a lot of bad entries outright, like Fallout 4, or there's things that are overly politicized, which are fucking annoying when you just want to sit down and watch a fun movie.
Or play a fucking game.
Or play a
Saints Row
game.
2022. Oh, God.
Oh goody, better poison that fucking well. Here's Creed poisoning the well.
But even better, when we talk about that font, that opening, it's just generic font, and then his name is in bold, and then presents is in, like, not bold. It just looks so weird.
A little. I didn't really...
No, it's just one of those. It's just one of those things of like, if you're going to do an introduction, right? Like, why not go all the way? Why kind of just like, I'm gonna do an introduction of like, here's the name of the channel, it presents, and then don't do anything with it. You know what I mean? Like just cheap out on it.
Yeah,
Like,
also, if you're going to do whatever presents, wouldn't you show, like, a title card? Rather than just immediately jumping into the video.
Yep.
Typical
it's just-
Cree L? Wow.
Again, it's just weird. It's just this weird thing of like, if you were going to bother doing it, why didn't you just go all the way with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't really care that much about the intro thing. It's if he had good opinions otherwise, it wouldn't be a big deal. But it's just one of those things where it's
I'm
like
not
it's
saying
a
it's a
shit.
big deal. I'm just saying it's just weird when people do that. This is just an in general thing.
Oh, I know. I'm
when
saying
people do their introduction thing and then they just have like really low effort put into it, and it's at that point it's like, why bother with the introduction? Why not start like with the video itself and just get to the point if you weren't gonna put any effort into said introduction?
yeah, I get what you mean.
I don't know. I still prefer these dog water intros over the early 2000s 3D ones with dubstep. Yeah, I'm glad that's a
Yeah.
cancer that fucking died off.
Fucking
Actually,
You don't want to Creetosis with it going like boom, bum, 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 and it's just spinning your name around over and over again, and lights are popping and fireworks are going off in the background for some fucking reason.
I'd rather fucking kill myself.
God.
There is an entire one single video clip, like channel logo intro thing that I've ever liked, and I only ever saw it on a video that was giving a tutorial for something else for making videos. I can't remember what it was, but it was like this guy's channel name, and it kind of twisted around in a neat way, and it looked good. I liked it.
I'm trying to remember the one that became a meme where everybody fucking joked on it. It was some dude, he's a YouTuber. It was like a gaming stream thing, and his name started with an A. That's what because that was like his logo. It was like this spinning A that would come in, and it just has like this really obnoxious dubstep drop, and I'm trying to remember what it was.
People chat are saying Alia.
I think it's Ali A.
Yeah, Ali A, that's what it is. Ali A gaming intro. Hold on, let me find this real quick.
There's one of that done for 10 hours.
It's so fucking like you'll probably know what this is the moment I link it because it's so well. Oh my god, yeah, there's a 10-hour one.
Yeah, I told you I wasn't kidding.
All right, guys, time for a 10-hour stag.
No, just play that for like a few seconds.
Let's turn this down a bit.
Ali A's intro is the chills of intros.
It is. It really is.
Oh, I hate this. It's fucking fart step.
Pretty much. Oh my god.
Why?
Alright. We ready? We're ready to go back to the video?
Sure.
Whether it's the politics or, God forbid, Twitter. The one I find most funny, though, is gaming. A space that's supposed to be about escaping the hardships of our real life to experience art, beauty, and just have fun. But instead, recently, is so full of hate, vitriol, and anger.
This is already so fucking gay.
This is so full of itself.
Yeah, it's extremely full of itself, but also he basically just said the problem right there and doesn't even realize it. Yeah, there are these things that you're supposed to enjoy to get away from this stuff and just have fun. Yes. And it's being fucking like all this shit is being inserted into it.
Everything is political.
Everything's got to be political. Everything has to be censored because my modern audiences. Everything has to be fucking changed and ruined. And you're not allowed to have fun in video games anymore. So yeah, people are getting pissed off about it. And this guy is just like, he's acting like it's the gamer's fault for this happening. It's like, it's not people playing the games that are inserting all this shit and ruining it, you idiot.
No forehead, just play Cyberpunk 2077 upon release without complaining about it.
Cyberpunk 2077 where I couldn't get past a fucking mirror. I shit you not, I had the mirror boss.
Excuse me? You're just being toxic towards this game. It's a work of art you're supposed to enjoy.
No, this is big. I got into fucking fights in Mahler's Discord about this shit. I couldn't get past a fucking mirror, okay? Because every time I went past a mirror, it would re-render the scene multiple times because it's a fucking mirror, and they wanted proper mirrors in the Cyberpunk game on an engine that could barely fucking handle it, so my game would crash all the time, unless... Here's how I finally beat the mirror boss. Are you fucking ready? I beat the mirror boss by going the lowest quality graphics possible and capping my frame rate to 5 frames a second!
Oh man, you see... You're just complaining about nothing, clearly, because you can still see the visuals in the game, and I'm sure they looked fucking amazing, and you don't need more than 4 frames per second.
And you want to know what the worst part is? These are things you actually have to do. You have to look at this mirror. You can't get around it. It is a cutscene for Johnny Silverhands, and the first thing he does is look at a mirror, and every fucking time it would hard crash the game.
Have you
Yeah,
considered just enjoying that mirror instead of complaining?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
Going
also
down to
you
homeless
can't.
frame rate, yes. Oh, Jesus.
And then, of course, you can't complain about the fact that it's not an RPG, even though it was marketed as an RPG. No, you're
Yeah,
not allowed to say
that's all
anything
of it.
about that.
That's one
All
of
of
the
it was
things.
marketed as an RPG. Even better, the back of the box has stickers on it to remove the RPG thing. You can take it off and see the RPG.
Yeah.
But
Because
and the Steam page got changed to it's no longer an RPG. It's an action adventure game now.
I remember back before release, Razorfist was talking about how the game didn't look good. There's gonna be issues with it, blah blah blah. And by the way, he fucking nailed it. But one of the things he pointed out was exactly that they stopped marketing it as an RPG. That's pretty fucking suspicious for an RPG.
Yeah. When the developers suddenly changed direction and stopped referring to it as an RPG and started trying to call it everything else but an RPG, after being so hell-bent on, this is an RPG created by the original creator, we even got him on board to write for us and everything, to make the best RPG game ever, and then suddenly it's an action-adventure game set at Night City. Oh, God, and then I made the fucking mistake of playing a fucking Corpo, realized pretty quick, like, why the fuck is the Corpo friends with a street rat? What the fuck? Oh my god, it's... Yeah, this is not an RPG. This is not a fucking RPG.
The devs add unnecessary political shit. Players talk about how weird or stupid it is. Why do gamers always make things so political? Idiots like this.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't said that yet, but he's insinuating towards that same ideal. It's like, yeah, why is it that? Again, you pointed out why. It's because it's supposed to be escapism. You're supposed to get away from the modern day thing.
Well, see, that's the thing, too, is he might not be going towards politics on that. It might just be, these are things you're supposed to enjoy, and people aren't enjoying them, therefore are toxic gamers. When the real, like, if we pretend the whole politic thing isn't going on, the argument would then be, yeah, but these are piece of shit games released in poor quality.
Yep.
Yeah, from what I remember, he doesn't actually go into like any kind of politics or anything. It's literally just gamers are bitching for no reason. But here, let me explain exactly why they're angry, but then completely miss the point of me just saying that.
I mean, we'll see. We haven't gotten to that point yet. Pagan says that's where we're heading. He's previewed the video a bit.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's basically what he just did here.
It is kind of what he did here, not understanding that you literally just... You were so close to the answer, you were standing on it.
And this is the thing that bugs me about this statement, too, already, is these are supposed to be escapism, fun, whatever. If something is legitimately good, people aren't going to fucking complain about it unless they're trolling. And you can't really get that many people to just troll on, you know, oh, the new Zelda Tears of the Kingdom game is terrible, blah, 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 even though I actually really like it. You're not going to get people to troll like that. You can troll a company into releasing a movie back into theaters that failed.
To be fair, I don't know how they ever thought that was, like, legitimate desire.
My favorite thing is after it failed a second time, there was a tweet that went around of, oh, we were all busy that weekend. Can you please re-release it again? But yeah,
I don't know how they could take the morbing memes like as any kind of praise for the movie. Like, it was so obviously meant to make fun of the movie, and they somehow took that as like, oh, they love it, we need to release it again.
I think they probably did the Amber Heard thing. What she did during the trial is like, and how did you quantify if all these were negative? Well, we just took a sampling of it, so you don't know if all of them were negative. What if they're all positive? Well, they mentioned Amber Heard in the thing, and you immediately said all of those were negative? Yeah, fuck, that trial was a roller coaster. There's a reason that has now been upgraded to one of the trials of the century.
Yeah.
It genuinely, if you want to watch a amazing trial where the good guy wins over the bad guy, holy shit, watch the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. It is so fucking good.
That's one
and
of those...
exposes so much of the corruption and the double standards within everything. It is great.
That's one of those things where I might actually go back and rewatch like Nick Rekieta's entire coverage of it in like 3 to 4 years.
Yes. It was crazy. What a fantastic trial. They are not both bad people. Holy shit, you didn't watch that at all. Amber Heard is the villain. Amber Heard is satanically evil. It is crazy.
Anyways, let's get back to this video. See where it goes.
Yeah.
Gonna rewind it just a tad.
Experience art, beauty, and just have fun. But instead, recently, is so full of hate, vitriol, and anger. I truly believe gaming has never been better. That the industry has more...
When did this video come out?
What
8 months ago.
fucking universe are you from?
Yeah, what? Are you in fucking Clown World? Okay, never mind, they are in Clown World, but... How can you possibly say that? How can you possibly say that gaming is better than ever, looking at the state of gaming from just 8 months ago? Jesus. Oh my god.
Maybe he got fucking shifted to an alternate reality. Like, our reality isn't his home reality. He fell into a rift and he came here, and the world he came from, like, Skyrim is an actual 10 out of 10. It has really deep RPG mechanics and choices and everything.
Oh my god, I don't want to make fun of this guy, but holy shit, I want to read these comments.
no.
The
Oh,
way
no.
he spells them, it is almost like a Vincent Martinism.
No!
This is
We
so
did not
funny.
run into another one!
Hold on. It's in our chat. It's this guy in chat, and art is not e-space, though as soon as you say art is comfort and e-space, you lose.
Well, no, they even get stupider takes about Johnny
I
Depp's
know,
bad
I'm about
guy
to go
'cause he's
through those
rich,
as
and
well.
it's like, you're a fucking retard. Holy shit.
Yeah, and then he mentions that Johnny Depp is bad, and his thing is, well, he's rich.
Being rich doesn't
The
make
other
you evil.
guy
And he
is
was on
drug
drugs
addict.
and got clean.
Being
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
drugs doesn't
And
make
Amber
you
Heard-
evil.
Yeah, it doesn't
and
make
Amber
you a
Heard
bad
tried
person.
to make him more of a druggie. Again, you should have watched the fucking trial, dumbass.
And then I have to end it with this. That guy isn't an angle.
No one said he's an angle, but, like, or even an angel, but, man, he just...
Yeah.
Maybe he does
He's a
have...
normal fucking person.
Maybe
That's
he
what
does
makes him
have
so
some,
great.
like, deep, dark secrets that we don't know about, but they didn't come out in trial when the rest of his private life did. I think
when
it's
they
safe to say that he's a
when
pretty
Amber
decent
Heard
person.
was trying to drag every little tiny thing out into public spotlight to destroy him.
Yeah.
He's the evil capitalist, yeah.
If he had any, like, deep, dark skeletons in his closet, they'd be out by now.
Yeah,
I
and
feel
oh
like
my
that
god,
would well.
trust me, Amber Heard is way worse than people think, because there is stuff that wasn't allowed to be brought in trial, because unfortunately one of the people who could have verified this stuff was real passed away before the trial.
Oh.
Oh my god, if that stuff came in, the fact that she admitted to attacking Johnny and smashed the bottle against him and cut his finger off, stuff like that, and then she started trying to plant evidence on him, and again, this is all stuff that is recorded on fucking tape, but they couldn't get it into the trial because the guy who the recording comes from passed away. He was, I forget what his name was. He was a British guy who was the kind of manager between them, and he was trying to explain to Amber and talking with the doctors, everything like that, like, yeah, she's going crazy again. So this is not the first time, it's, holy shit. it would have been way more devastating, but they weren't allowed to bring it in because it couldn't be authenticated.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine if English isn't your first language. It's just funny. It's just funny to read shit like that and just see.
Especially since we've dealt with people who have a unique way of typing and talking, and it leads to many funny situations.
Yeah, and those people, their first language was English, which makes it even worse.
Yeah, those people are still anomalies.
Yeah.
And what's even better is they're college educated, which kind of, reinforces certain stereotypes.
But shitting on my grammar, etc., is a low blue. Look, I don't care. I'm willing to go that low just because it's funny. I'm not sitting here calling you stupid or anything because of the way you spell.
I'm calling stupid because of the substance of it, not because.
It's your takes that are dumb. You not being able to spell well, I don't care. I just find it funny. I don't think it has anything to do with showing your intelligence level. It's just funny to read broken English, so that has nothing to do with it. No, we're disagreeing with you because your takes are just bad.
Yes. Yes, she tried to blame Johnny for her shitting in the bed. She tried to blame Johnny for cutting his finger off. And then she tried to plant evidence on Johnny in the same tape, by the way, the same phone call recording. She grabs a bunch of baggies of drugs that she used, and she claimed Johnny was the one using them and everything. It is fucking crazy.
It was so fucked. Yeah, going through that trial, watching all that stuff unfold was just absolutely insane. It was crazy how much she made herself look just so awful. Like there's a reason
she revealed
Johnny
her true
won.
self.
Yeah, she really did. Like, she revealed herself as like the cartoonishly evil villain that she is.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, back to where we were. There was a wild tangent for you, everybody.
Yeah, there you go.
Creativity and variety ever before, and that so many amazing
creativity and variety. Where?
This is the creativity and variety is why we're not getting any like real deep RPGs or big games anymore. We're getting Skyrims and Fallout 4s and Cyberpunk 2077s.
I guess you could say, to be fair, okay, to steel man their argument as much as possible, if we include stuff like the Kickstarter niche projects and stuff like that, sure, we're getting a lot of creativity and variety if we include literally all of gaming together. All of it together at an 8-month period. So it'd be stuff like Owlbear, Owlcat's games, so Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Warhammer 40k, Rogue Trader. Those are hardcore tabletop CRPGs. It's like, sure, like we're including everything, and they were Kickstarter games, right? But if we're including gaming, like the normal games industry stuff, from the AAA and the AA and everything like that, where is this variety you're talking about? Where's this creativity you're talking about?
There's so much creativity and variety in the gaming industry that we're on the fucking 20th Assassin's Creed game. They're still using the same mechanics from the first one. Largely using the same mechanics from the first one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't get where he's getting this fucking creativity bullshit from. Like, even Cyberpunk, like, if we're gonna really just focus down on Cyberpunk, because that's what he's showing the most of.
Yeah.
What was creative about this game, like, that hasn't really been done before, or was done so exceptionally well that no other game really comes close to it?
Yeah, because again, it being Cyberpunk in and of itself isn't creative. We have all kinds of Cyberpunk games.
Yeah, which I think if I remember watching this, it was something along the lines of, but look at the world, look how nice it looks.
That wasn't the real DSFF guys, at least as far as I know. I think it was some other weirdo co-opting their name to use them even further. Yeah, it was. Yeah. I could tell by the chat logs. So DSFF didn't do anything like that. It was somebody else using their name to try to stir the pot more.
Yeah, don't do that shit. Seriously. like, we don't want you around here if you're gonna do shit like that. Fuck off.
I know who
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, we know who it is. But yeah. Just gotta remember as such, if there was a diesel punk setting where the weapons are Frankenstein hybrids of 2 or more World War II era weapons, what is the line between cursed and blurst?
It was the best of times, it was the blurst of times.
I love blurst as a thing, because a lot of people don't realize it's supposed to be blessed and cursed at the same time.
Oh, really? I had no idea that was a thing. I remember it from that
Yes.
Simpsons episode I just quoted, and the whole thing was it was supposed to be... It's a quote from some book where it's the best of times, it was the worst of times, but the monkey on the typewriter fucked it up and said blurst.
Yeah. Because he was trying to, it was the whole meme of, like, lock 1,000 monkeys in a room with a typewriter for 1,000 years, and they'll eventually write War and Peace.
I really need to use that clip more when referring to bad writers.
But when it comes to blurst, it's a fine line because it's something that looks cursed at first, and then the more you think about it, it's like, no, that would all work. That's all functional. I can see the ergonomics of that, and that. It's just like, yeah, that actually, it looks cursed as fuck. Brendan Herrera has done a few videos where there's something that's been actually blurst, where it looks cursed, but then the more he looks at it, he's like, but no, all that's incredibly functional and everything. It's like,
Oh yes, the P90 AR.
Yeah, it's stuff like that. So the AK-50. Not gonna lie though, I love the new design of the AK-50, the AK-50 Mark III. Genuinely fantastic work, and they actually found a machining company to work on it for them as well.
Yeah.
So, and I actually started following that Titans of CNC channel.
Yeah, I love that somebody modded the AK-50 into New Vegas. It's so great.
Yeah, the Kalash Bren. It's the Kalashnikov that feeds like a Bren gun. And it's like, oh, it actually works and everything. And it's gravity fed. So you have to worry about feeding problems. Fucking cursed, but it works. It's blurred.
Amazing games are being made that eclipse the greatness of everything that's come before.
What?
You see, games...
Hold on, I want to get that full
We need
quote.
to go back. Yeah, I want to hear that
ever
whole thing.
before, and that so many amazing games are being made today that eclipse the greatness of everything that's come before.
I like how you're saying this over Cyberpunk 2077 footage.
Which, yeah, doesn't eclipse the great. In fact, it was one of the biggest gaming disasters of all time.
Oh my god, I just remembered one of his fucking arguments that's coming up. Oh, get ready.
This would be like saying Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness is so great that it eclipses the classic great movies of the 80s and 90s. Like, what? That's not fair. I feel like Cyberpunk 2077 is better than Multiverse of Madness, but still.
Oh, just you wait. He's about to have a take so fucking monumentally just retarded that it's gonna blow your minds.
$5 from Dark World XL. Thank you. I suspect people would think Cyberpunk 2077 would be viewed as okay to good if they had a good launch. CD Projekt Red is usually pretty good.
I disagree to an extent.
Some of the changes, like making it not an RPG anymore, would still annoy the fuck out of people, but it would definitely have a more positive reception if it did release in a functional
playable state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, again, people forget that CD Projekt Red almost died as a company after Witcher 1 because the game didn't do very well. CD Projekt Red got saved by an angel investor and made Witcher 2, which launched in a disastrous state, and Witcher 3 launched in a disastrous state. It's like people don't pay attention to CD Projekt Red has a bad track record of launching games.
Yeah.
And also the fact that, remember, Witcher 1 was a failure, thus the author was correct. Like, holy shit, he made the right play. Thank God Poland actually has, like, unfair contract laws so he could get that renegotiated, because Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they've done some not so great things in the past in terms of like game launches and stuff, so really shouldn't have been that surprising to everybody that it happened.
Not to
Yeah.
mention, CD Projekt Red is the antithesis, like, sorry, the poster child for 500 people digging a hole with a spoon, whereas five
Yeah.
people with a shovel could do it 10 times as fast.
Also, apparently, from what I've heard, because after, what was it? Edge Runners came out, I started looking into the game again, and people were talking about it, and I watched videos from like people who've been playing it like the whole time since it came out and everything, and even they were like this update is nice because they're the Edge Runners update that adds a bunch of stuff from the show into the game. And they were talking about like how nice all this stuff was, but they were also like, yeah, but there's still like a drought of content for the game, and there's still a lot of issues, and they still haven't implemented the at the time. I don't know if they have now, but at the time they still hadn't implemented a proper fix for the police
Oh.
spawning in and shit. And they were like, yeah, it's still a pretty big problem. It's like that far in, and
Yeah.
the game was still had problems. Like maybe this has been fixed by now, but
I feel
you
like
know,
the police
after-
system is a foundational issue.
Oh, yeah, when you have
How-
a Grand Theft Auto-like game, having the police be functional is pretty fucking important.
Yeah.
yeah,
Especially because I used a silenced weapon to kill the Ripper Doc who was literally kidnapping and harvesting people. So I killed him with a silenced weapon, instantly got a max star rating, and the police spawned in the basement with all the evidence that the Ripper Doc I just killed, literally leaning over in the chair in front of me, had been kidnapping people and harvesting them, and I'm getting shot now from the police that spawned in the basement and ran up the stairs to shoot me.
yeah.
And it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ.
How far did you get into this video again? I think if I remember correctly, I went all the way through it last week.
Oh no. Well, we're already at a wild shit take that there are games that came out that eclipse everything that came before. I can think of a couple games that have done that, honestly. Like, Divinity Original Sin 2, I think, would be a fair one to put in that category. But that's not new to this one. That would be an old game for when this video came out. Older, I should say. Half-Life eclipsed everything that came before.
I don't want to spoil what's coming up, but just what you're saying right now is just so funny in context to what he says shortly.
Oh, no. Well, now I'm even more morbidly curious. Let's find out.
CD Projekt Red said not all games should have police chases. True. That you shouldn't have police chases in Terraria or God of War. But Cyberpunk 2077 is... I'm not going to say a Grand Theft Auto clone, but it's a Grand Theft Auto-like game where you're driving around in a city and committing crimes.
Yeah,
Keep in
makes
mind,
sense.
a lot... It makes so much sense, in fact, that a lot of their promotional material was literally the fucking... what's the squad's name? The police that show up to...
Pack.
Yeah. A lot of their promotional material for the game was them, dropping down to deal with, these, rogue cyborgs and shit. So it's the police are a pretty big deal, where they were in almost all of the promotional material in some form. And then the game comes out and they don't fucking work properly, and all the way up to the point where even after Edge Runners had released, the cops still weren't fucking fixed.
$2 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Would BioShock be a better RPG than Fallout 4? Well, neither of them are RPGs.
Yeah.
Like, I get what the joke is. Like, oh, this non-RPG is a better RPG than the supposed RPG. But, Fallout 4 really is not an RPG. In case anyone still has that illusion. I don't know why they would, but... You know.
Oh my god, new fan art drop.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
What? I don't get it.
I was talking about how this guy right here is literally standing on the point and he doesn't get the point. Like, you're literally standing on it. You're this close to getting it, but you can't put it together. And meanwhile, the picture, me with, like, he's almost atoms touching.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright, video.
You see, games didn't get worse. The players did.
Fuck you.
Oh,
Shut the
fuck
fuck up.
off, you fucking cunt.
Fuck off.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
no,
hate
it's
this
not
shit.
the
It's
games
not
that are
everything
getting
else
worse.
is getting bad. It's the players that have gotten bad. They've gone bad. They're toxic. They're hateful. No, shut up. We want quality. When we don't get quality, it pisses us off. Rightfully
How
so.
the fuck can anyone say this shit? How can you look at the gaming industry right now and say games aren't coming out in broken and buggy states where they're almost unplayable and having politics injected to them at every turn? No, it's the gamers that complain about that stuff that are the problem. Fucking what? How can you look at these games and not like objectively see that that is exactly what is happening?
Do I have to bring up Lord of Ring Golem again?
Yeah, like again, fucking Saints Row, the new Saints Row
Ugh.
reboot, just everything that's coming out lately that's AAA has all these problems. It releases in a broken state, has politics injected to it out the ass, cringy ass dialogue, boring as fuck gameplay. There's just nothing good in these fucking games. Cyberpunk at least, had some ideas that they wanted to do. The game just released in a really broken state, but I wouldn't say it had woken or like injected into it or anything like that. It's one of the more okay releases we've had where it was still broken, but whatever. Like,
It was
some people could get around it,
but it wasn't propaganda nonsense.
What game
yeah,
is this?
exactly.
We're talking about Cyberpunk.
Okay, yeah.
Cyberpunk. Yeah.
Yeah, it was unplayable, just tons of terrible things, but it didn't have the usual hardcore leftoid propaganda in it.
People chat are pointing out Tears of the Kingdom and people loving it and not needing a day one patch.
Yep.
Completely
Exactly.
destroys this argument. If you
It
deliver
does.
a quality product, people tend not to get too fucking mad about that. I don't know why. It's weird. It's bizarre. Maybe we could crack this mystery together. Maybe we could open Pandora's fucking box and unearth the secret of what makes people not mad when you release a product.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't get how people can look at releases for games, of which this was 8 months ago. So some of the examples we might say might be after that, but I'm sure there's still plenty of examples before.
When did Forspoken come out?
That was a while ago.
That was a good...
More than
let me
8
see.
months ago.
I'd
Forspoken.
say safely.
Okay.
It came out... Oh, hold on. Let me just type in release date. That'd probably be better. It came out in January 24.
Oh, so that is after this video came out.
Wait. Are you talking about forewarned or forspoken?
Forspoken.
Like, what example were you going for?
Forspoken.
No,
It was
Cree,
such a shit
Cree,
game.
which example were you going for? Shit game versus...
Forspoken.
Okay. Because I thought you were going to do a game coming out and it's good.
No, because we were talking about how there's some examples we might not know. I was asking when Forspoken came out because that would be relevant to the argument if it was out before he made this video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But but still, anyway, even if we're not just going with examples of stuff that would have been out when he was doing this, which there was still there definitely were, but like, why didn't gamers fucking bitch and moan and scream about God of War, the new God of War game? People like that game.
Yeah.
All kinds of, like, there's all kinds of examples of games that come out that people like and don't throw a fit over because they didn't do anything wrong. But then you got all these ones where they absolutely fucking do, but then people are like, oh, you just hate everything. Well, if that's true, then how come they don't hate all these other examples?
This mentality is genuinely worse than the people who get rightfully upset that bad products are released. I hate it so much.
Yeah, I can't stand it anymore. It's just so annoying. I'm just...
It's,
anytime I see someone try to argue this shit, I'm just so done. I'm just like, I don't even want to talk to you.
It's villainizing the people who are rightfully upset because, I don't know, they're not just eating the fucking slop.
Yeah, it's fucking victim blaming.
It really is.
Pretty much. $2 from Dark World XL. Thank you. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Thoughts? I haven't played it, but I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Yeah, same. Haven't played it, but I've heard good things.
Though I have seen and heard one really bad thing about it, which was the final battle sequence.
Oh.
Which, well, Kroby Cat featured that in one of his videos of them talking about how the final battle is going to be epic and everything like that. And because the game has so many different mechanics and systems on it, they couldn't actually get a bunch of NPCs or anything really working. So you're like doing a city siege with 10 people.
Oh.
It looks really, really bad.
Oof.
Like, it looks really rough. But to be fair, Kingdom Come Deliverance has a ton of mechanical depth to it, right? So, fair enough if they couldn't get like a big cinematic battle thing going, but it does kind of undermine the sense of scale.
€2 from Corktail. Thank you. Now I am become Gollum. Trademark. The Lord of Ring.
Synthetic Man bitched and moaned about God of War, remember? Well, Synthetic Man bitches about everything, so who cares?
That's the thing. No matter what comes out, you're gonna find someone to fucking bitch and moan about it. It doesn't matter how good or bad it is. There'll always be someone that will complain about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we're talking like the majority of people, and again, it feels weird that this even needs to be said, but people don't tend to complain when a good product is released. I have never in my life seen anyone unironically go, oh, man, I fucking hate this company. What'd they do? They released a fucking good game. Oh my god, I hate them so much. I'm never gonna buy another thing from them again. It doesn't happen.
No, that does happen sometimes, just not on like the majority scale. Elden Ring was a good fucking example of that.
Of people saying, I can't believe they released a good game, I'm so mad.
Basically. I mean, that's basically what Acerthorn did. He basically said, like, I didn't play the game, but I'm just going to assume because it was made...
That's completely different from what I'm saying, though. That's a fat retard being a fat retard.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
No, I know, but... It's different from what I'm saying.
Okay. But yeah, it's just fucking retarded how people can say shit like that.
Acerthorn's whole thing was that Elden Ring is bad, and it's because it's not easy. Actually, it was largely because I don't like the people who called me out for my shit video on Dark Souls where I got shit wrong. That was essentially his take.
Yeah, that was the main reason, was because he doesn't like the fans or the company, because he doesn't like FromSoft because they don't ban the people that fucking shit on him for his bad opinions.
Yeah. $5 from Just Guy from Alabama. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Free, would you consider playing Watch Dogs on stream? I'm sure that even Watch Dogs is a masterpiece in comparison to Saints Row Reboot. Watch Dogs is a disaster in and of itself too.
Probably
Yeah.
not. I can't say I'm too interested in playing that game. I might play Sleeping Dogs at one point. I've heard that's pretty decent.
I genuinely think it is. It's Sleeping Dogs is a good game, and it always like makes me like weird because it's supposed to be in the true crime series, but then they were like, now let's just get rid of the true crime thing. We're not gonna work on name brand recognition. We're gonna be our own thing, and it did really well for them. Yeah, it was a weird one of those ones where it's like, oh, how do we sell our new IP? Well, let's get brand recognition, and they did the exact opposite of it.
Oh.
It was interesting.
Creetosis, you're forgetting about the devs who bitched and moaned on Twitter that Elden Ring had a good score. That's also kind of different, because that's not a customer. Those are other game developers bitching and moaning that a game was released that a lot of people loved, and similar to Tears of the Kingdom, did it need a day one patch or no?
For Elden Ring?
No. The game worked fine. The only thing that was really patched later was they added a quest line.
Okay, so yeah, it didn't need a day one patch to be functional. A lot of Western devs, it's starting to seem that they get upset when a foreign game is released and it doesn't need a day one patch, and a lot of people love it because time, effort, and quality was put into it.
Yeah.
Like, even if you don't personally like the Legend of Zelda games, it's hard to understate like just how many people are loving that game right now.
Yeah.
This is fair.
And a lot of
Else2
love.
brings up a good point.
Hmm?
Else2 brings up a good point. Croesus, didn't Rainbow Hawk hate CD Projekt Red because Obsidian made a good game?
Dude, we can't really include the opinions of fucking schizos who make no actual sense.
Yeah,
Because then,
fair.
like, no possible position will be insane if we look at every insane person and say, yeah, that's a position a real person held. Like, yeah, the whole point is that it's an insane person.
That's the thing we
Yeah.
have to remember. How many times we have to say that on Stag is like people are like, well, this is obviously a joke because he said this thing. It's like, but the problem is we've covered other videos where people say the exact same thing and then we know they're not joking.
Or people say things that worse. Like, it's always gonna be the example for me. Schizo Hawk was real. Acer Tard was real.
Yeah. Fucking the Huggable Hipster was real.
I did a deep dive on Oliver Swanek, and also this
What a
Chinese,
fascinating and interesting character. It's like,
and also
what?
and also this actual Chinese and Japanese in Fallout is racist.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize people speaking a legitimate language is a racist caricature of that culture and language.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, and so it's that hard thing of like these people are real. But so where do we cut off the like we're not making a strawman argument because these people exist sort of thing. Like where do we cut it off as like, okay, well, Acer Thorn and Rainbow Hawk we can obviously throw into the category of, you know, they're just fucking schizoid, insane people.
Yeah.
But then stuff like Huggable Hipster, she's just a faker. I mean, clearly, I don't think she touches any of the games she actually reviews.
I will never be able to think of her ever again without Pagans. Could this be a prime example of a pick me? But yeah, she 100% comes across as a complete fucking poser.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's just like, because if she bothered to play the game at all, Oliver Swanek would not be your person you would choose ever. Like, holy shit.
Discount schizos that make no actual sense? Cool. Discounting anything Cree says? Wow! Rude! Rude!
Wow.
I'll have you know I'm 100% right about snakes being a kind of lizard.
No! No, you are not. Stop it. I'm basically tempted to get a fucking book about genealogy and how actual like animal family trees work and throw it at Kree's head and say, educate yourself.
If we ever meet up in real life, I can imagine, like, our first meeting doesn't start with a handshake or anything. You're just gonna fucking beat me half to death.
There's gonna be a book,
a
big-ass fucking book that's all been bound up so it doesn't, like, fly open and thus lose velocity. It's gonna be thrown right at Kree's head. And I'm just gonna hear, you're just gonna hear a scream from across the road, educate yourself! And when he gets up off the pavement from his fucking concussion-induced stupor, and he looks at the book, it'll be like a study on how Animal Kingdom and what is it? Phylum? Yeah, Animal Kingdom and Phylum and everything work.
And then when we're at the shooting range and I hand him his gun, he's gonna take his revenge.
No. He'll be like, at last, revenge in turn, and you can't find me. And I'll be on the ground like, you. And I'll be aimed up at him.
Creetosis isn't a schizo, he's just a furry. No! I'm neither! Stop!
What's the difference?
$10 for Midako the Tricky. Thank you. Number 15. Burger King NCR line. The last thing you want is to patrol the Mojave Wasteland. As it turns out, it can make you want a nuclear winter. And with a certain mod, that might be what you get.
Oh, God. Epic death battles of history, Kree versus Pagan versus Setch.
Oh, God.
I do love that one new fan art that Daniel K did. The Creetosis, K gone, and then Sitch. It's so good.
They lost those hours to grind with friends after school and make memories.
That skipped for me.
You see, games didn't get worse. The players did.
Shut the fuck up.
They lost those countless free hours to grind with friends after school and make memories. They lost the appreciation and novelty of experiencing new stories for the first time. And most importantly, they lost...
They did not!
No!
They didn't lose that at all!
Yeah, do you
Holy
see what
shit.
I mean about this video being like one of the worst things I've ever seen?
This is This feels like someone who had a vague idea in their head but didn't know how to articulate it, so they just splashed a bunch of shit onto an fucking Word document and recorded it. So they didn't have the hours to grind with friends. Yeah, most people grow up, they tend to have a job and a family, and they work a lot. So what few hours they do have to play a game is going to be more valuable to them. And if they play a shit game in those hours and waste that time, they're probably going to get more annoyed by that.
Yeah.
And they're not experiencing new stories. Motherfucker, what do you think it is when someone buys a new game? Like, this is just nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, God of War Ragnarok just came out several months ago, and people loved the fuck out of it. How would that not be, like, experiencing a new story? It's this new Neil Jesus, but gamer? Maybe. He's definitely got the fucking pretentiousness nailed down.
Yeah.
Lost that childlike spark to their imagination.
No, they didn't!
No!
That skipped for me again, but it sounded retarded.
Novelty of experiencing new stories for the first time. And most importantly, they lost that childlike wonder that sparked their imagination.
No, they didn't. They fucking... It's actively what they want. That is what we want. We want stuff that makes us, like, go, ooh, that's so cool. That's amazing. Oh. But we're not getting that anymore. We're getting the same fucking god-awful schlock over and over and over with no creativity put in, no passion, nothing. It's just fucking, go to our creation club thing, go to our fucking marketplace and buy skins, go here and just buy a bunch of shit for a game that barely even has a fucking story mode.
I want to say a gamer word right now.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, no, this is fucking god awful. Like this, it's so funny that he's saying this, and it's like, motherfucker, this is what people are getting mad about. You are literally saying the things that gamers want and that have actively expressed that they have experienced in other games that have came out recently. But when it's in these other games that don't do it, they're the ones that they have a problem with. But yet here you are saying, well, they just don't have it anymore. They just don't care. They don't want to experience these things. They don't have the capability of enjoying these things anymore because they're not young. Shut the fuck up. And if that was the case, how the fuck can any of the developers ever make something like that? Because I'll tell you right now, children aren't making video games. Oh my god, what a fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's fucking pathetic.
Yeah.
In the first place. It's pretty common to hear people say things like, games used to be better. And I get where they're...
They did!
Yeah! Because, again...
They genuinely did!
Well,
This...
Well, I just realized he said, I get where they're... So I assume he's saying, I get where they're coming from. I'm morbidly curious what point he thinks that people are talking about when they say games used to be better.
But I just have to point out... I don't want to get into political shit, but a lot of times in political discussions online, you'll see people throwing around the NPC phrase because they're just repeating the same shit over and over again. That is the popular talking point. This guy is a gaming NPC, where he's just repeating all the shit that conveniently defends the big AAA gaming industry while, ignoring the problems, ignoring why people are getting upset and mad.
Yeah.
It's fucking annoying.
While bringing up what the people want. And so it's like, yeah, and we're not getting that, hence why we're mad.
Yeah.
Yep. You just made me think of the fucking, the image of the Redditor. Leave the multi-billion-dollar corporation alone.
Yeah.
I liked that meme when the wording was more fucked up and weird. Leave alone the multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact
But people
wording.
fixed it, even though I feel like the point was to have it, fucked up.
Yeah, it's better when it's fucked up.
Yep. But here, I'm curious what he's going to say, and I can understand where they're coming from is what I assume he's going to say next.
Let's wind it back
I'm
just
curious.
a tad bit. Oh, you did
did.
already. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm curious where this goes.
Things like, games used to be better. And I get where they're coming from. I really do. I remember back in the late 2000s when it felt like every month had a new giant blockbuster game that blew...
Wait. But you show Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, the game that didn't turn into a blockbuster, wasn't a giant game, and unfortunately is the thing that killed Troika? What? Why would you show this on the screen? I think Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is a fantastic game. It didn't do well. It became a cult classic game because people realized that, hey, this should have sold better.
That might be why he's using it. Obviously, I don't know what this guy's history is, but if he's claiming a game that failed as a big blockbuster hit, he might be one of those people who never played it, never heard of it, but then later on in life hears about it, hears that it's good, and goes and plays it, and then uses this footage not knowing the full context.
Maybe.
Because that's a thing that can happen, too.
Yeah. Because, yeah, this was not a blockbuster game at all. I don't know why you would show Vampire the Masquerade here for this point in particular.
Honestly, the sad music is going to make me cry and piss. Yeah, the sad music is fucking annoying.
Go ahead.
Blew expectations out of the water and gave us some of the most memorable games ever. Games like BioShock, Mass Effect, The Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and Halo 3. It was a golden...
Again, why would you show Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines before this at all? Like, that goes kind of against your point. But
Also, do you notice something about these games that are different from the modern ones? Maybe the fact that they don't force microtransactions on you every 5 seconds. They worked on launch. They had more features when launched instead of less.
They weren't dumbed down.
Yeah, they weren't dumbed down.
Come on, are you telling me you don't want to pay $18 for a blue power armor skin in Fallout 76? The best Fallout game to ever be made?
Oh,
Yeah,
God, you know what, Kree? You're right. I would love that way more than playing
Also-
Halo 3 again.
Also, I'm one of the people that's still boycotting Modern Warfare 2. I was in on that whole boycott thing because of how shitty of a company Activision was being. And so, I said I will not buy a Call of Duty game ever again. Somebody got
just
me
don't-
World at War later.
I
and
just don't
played
give
World
a
at
shit
War.
about Call of Duty, so I'd never buy it anyway.
Yeah. Well, I had cared because Modern Warfare 1 was good. And the original Call of Duty was good. Call of Duty United Offensive was fantastic. I played so many games of Call of Duty United Offensive, especially
I
the German
love-
front mod.
I love the
Um,
older Call of Duty games. I used to play them all the time. I'm saying I wouldn't buy any new Call of Duty games.
Oh no, absolutely. Like I said, with the Modern Warfare 2, and I don't mean current Modern Warfare 2. I hate that Activision is doing that nonsense. I mean the original Modern Warfare 2, not the new Modern Warfare 2.
The single most annoying naming convention in the fucking world is naming something after something that already exists.
Yes.
Or like what Mortal Kombat is doing. Mortal Kombat 1. So what the fuck are we supposed to call Mortal Kombat 1 now?
Yeah. And when you make a sequel to Mortal Kombat 1, what's that going to be called?
Mortal
Mortal
Kombat 1.
2.
2.
Wait. Yeah. Is that what we're going to give it for? Because I think that would be fun. I genuinely think that Valve should do that as a joke for Team Fortress 2. If they ever make it to a Source 2 update, they should be like Team Fortress 2. I think that would be funny. Because it would fit with the whole thing of, Valve not being able to count to 3. I love the fact that Valve has actually embraced that. Like, and again, it's not like a cabal. There's not like a conspiracy reason why they don't make a third game on anything. It just kind of happens that way, and they don't think like, well, the third game's got to be better. It's got to be so much better. It's got to be bigger. It's got to do this. It's why they never made a Half-Life Episode 3, because they're like, okay, Episode 3 has to be better, bigger. We need new innovations for it. And they could never be comfortable with that until Half-Life Alyx came along. Again, watch the documentary. Jeff Keighley is a terrible shill and a piece of shit, but he makes fantastic gaming documentaries. Watch that documentary of Half-Life Alyx: The Final Hours. It's a really, really good documentary, especially going in all of the pains and everything of trying to make another Half-Life game. But I love that Valve has kind of embraced that they can't count to 3. So even when, Gabe was said to start a speech, do the 1, 2, 3, and go, he said, and 1 and 2 and 4, go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they should totally do either Team Fortress 2 Episode 2 or just go Team Fortress 2.5.
Or no, even make it even funnier. Team Fortress 2.99.
Hold on, it scrolled off there. Why are gamers so negative? It couldn't be the fact that people call us every Istanphobe and then proceed to call us entitled. Yeah, that shit is so fucking tiring.
Yeah.
Gamers just literally want to have fun. They want to play games, they want to enjoy themselves, and apparently that's too much to ask for the company that makes the products we buy.
Yeah.
Yep. The most oppressed minority of all. Gamers.
$5 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. We all knew Mortal Kombat's unhealthy relationship with plot was shattered entirely when they brought out time warping and a forced reset. I hate how time travel eventually gets involved in most franchises when... No, just stop.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 and Halo 3. It was a golden age of the industry in many ways, and a lot of you who were growing up in this period like me remember it so fondly too. But that doesn't mean that games nowadays are worse. In fact,
Yes, it does.
I think it's quite the opposite.
Well, okay. Let me paraphrase that. It doesn't mean because we had a golden age that games are worse now. It's that games are objectively worse now as a whole. You'll have great gems in there, like Divinity Original Sin 2, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. You'll have all kinds of these gems in there. But nowadays, the industry as a whole is fucking diseased.
It really is.
Like Diablo Immortal, Elder Scrolls Blades, shit like this fucking exists in this industry, and would have existed before your shitty-ass video came out.
And keep in mind, something like Elder Scrolls Blades, it isn't made by a company, like some obscure company in some corner of the world, that's, like, it's not a Chinese company, it's trying to, like, drain the pockets of, the West or anything.
Yeah.
It's Bethesda, it's an American company, pulling all the shittiest microtransaction bullshit that is common with phone games. You know?
Yeah.
It's not whoever the hell makes Clash of Clans, I'm not actually sure, where you have to wait like fucking 3 days to build a single building, or you could pay to have it completed immediately. It is a new entry in a long-running and beloved franchise where if you want to open the box to get loot, you have to pay real money for it in a single... I'm pretty sure it was single player, right?
For what?
Blades?
I don't know for sure. I don't know if there was like a multiplayer arena or anything like that. I don't
Either way, it's fucking insanity. There's no reason games like that or Clash of Clans should exist the way they do.
Or Dungeon Keeper. The fucking Dungeon Keeper mobile game that was so infamously awful that it helped earn EA another worst company in America award.
Yeah. These aren't games designed to, like, be a source of like, all businesses exist to make money. I understand that. When whatever company it was made The Green Mile, a fucking fantastic movie, they were in it for the money, but they still made a good fucking movie in the process. And
it helped them sell more movies and more tickets, so they made more money.
Exactly. Something like Elder Scrolls Blades or Clash of Clans or any of that other shit is designed purely to extract as much money out of your fucking pocket as possible.
Yeah.
They're not there for entertainment purposes, or it's just all a manipulation scheme to get money from you. I hate that shit so fucking much.
Yeah.
You see, I loved BioShock as a kid, and many older than me loved games like Deus Ex and System Shock when they grew up.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna tell you a thing about those old games, even BioShock. There's a lot of fucking jank and clunkiness in this thing. System Shock was rightfully called the spreadsheet you played, okay? It's pretty rough. Alright? That's why I'm genuinely looking forward to the new System Shock remake, and we're getting close to it being released. So, I'm looking forward to it, but yeah, it is pretty fucking rough. Oh, I agree with that, Rex. System Shock 2 is way better than BioShock 1. Deus Ex was amazing. Just having a game where you could 100% like flip the story on its head and go against UNATCO. Like, you worked for you as part of UNATCO or for a branch of UNATCO, and then you could just say no and actually join the, air quotes, bad guys and join the resistance instead. Was fascinating. Like, holy shit. Games games struggle to do that because of the limited amount of space they could use. You only had so much space to tell your story, especially if you were telling an RPG story with a lot of complicated, like, themes and messages in it. You're just fucking great.
People are linking more of his videos in the Discord server.
Oh, no!
Gaming isn't dying, you uncultured swine. You lied were to gaming the golden age. Hold on, let me copy this link so you can see it. Because I'm not joking when I said, you lied were to. Don't dead, open inside. And also, no, older games aren't better. And then the thumbnail is just like a woman's face with modern games over it. Prey, the most underrated game of all time. That's quite the statement. Choice and replayability in games is overrated. Oh, so he's a retard. Huh. Bethesda's epic comeback. Starfield. This is why I'm excited. You know, I think I hit the nail on the head when I said this guy's an NPC.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said when we were trying to think of a title, I was like, this dude's definitely a consumer. 100% consumer brain.
And I feel like the point he was just making here in this video is talking about nostalgia for old games. It's not that gaming has gotten any worse, it's just you look back on the past with nostalgia and hate things that are new. That feels like the direction it's going.
And it's like, there is a bit of that for people who have love for Skyrim, for example. When we see a lot of younger people who grew up with Skyrim and they really, really love Skyrim, it's like, no, you're just thinking of it fondly for whatever myriad number of reasons.
Oh
right?
my fucking god! Yeah, he is 100% NPC. Microtransactions are good for gaming. Seriously.
No.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, this dude is a fucking piece of shit. Holy fuck. Hold on, I have to see. We'll keep going, but in the background, I'm gonna look for something.
Jesus Christ. I hate these industry shill fucking baguettes.
Yeah. Alright.
I think it's opposite. You see, I loved BioShock as a kid, and many older than me loved games like Deus Ex and System Shock when they grew up.
Yep,
But Arcane Studios' 2017 Prey is just better in every way.
How?
How?
You can't say it's just better, because you could do that with literally anything. Pong is just better than Prey in every way. It's a meaningless fucking statement if you don't back it up.
Yeah, you need to actually explain how is it better.
Oh my god, he has a fucking tweet like shitting on people like for saying like temper your expectations. He's saying like, why? You shouldn't do that. You should expect a 10 out of 10 showcase every time. Live life to the fullest without apprehension and fear.
What a fucking idiot.
What a fucking idiot.
So this guy just possesses no critical thought at all.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Also, you're using the gamer as a source, by the way.
Oh my god.
For anybody that knows anything about video game journalism in general, the gamer is definitely one of the bad ones.
We've covered the gamer several times.
Yes, they are infamously stupid.
I remember there was a time a few months ago where Pagan thought they were a parody because the shit they were saying was just too stupid to be real. But then, yeah, it's real. It's 100% real.
Yeah.
Barely under Kotaku? God, I can't wait until that rag fucking goes out of business.
Yeah, I'm so glad Vice went out of business. Get fucked, you pieces of shit.
This tweet.
Uh-oh.
It's just kind of a funny juxtaposition between all of his other stuff where he's just like creating like he's basically being a hype man for corporations. And then you have this one where he just says, to be honest, very disappointed in the Sony conference. Spider-Man looks so great, but otherwise, this didn't inspire me or light my imagination on fire at all.
New fan art from Tentacle Dude as well. Check the fan art channel.
Yep. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Excited.
Pagan was pinged with it.
That's pretty great.
Why is Korean there? That's sort of like me and Pagan would both draw guns.
I hate taxes too.
I know, but it's like, see Pagan with a gun, it's like, no, I feel like we would both have guns. Kree would have a knife, because, you know, guns are icky in Canada now.
Kree would have a machete.
I have 2 swords. I have Jon Snow's sword and Aragorn's sword. I bought them at Fan Expo last year.
And yes, I think in almost every single way. Most people don't know that though, because they haven't played each of these games. Prey has more fluid, inventive, and varied gameplay.
Okay, again, you're gonna have to show that and explain
citation
how.
needed?
Like, I have heard a lot of good things about Prey. Better than Bioshock? Man, I don't know.
Better than fucking System Shock and Deus Ex? No. And I've played those and the new Prey. I like Prey 2017. But no, more varied and inventive systems? Hell no. In fact, it's very open in compared to the rest of the schlock we get, but it's pretty restrictive.
Oh my god,
Fluid,
this fucking
he's
idiot.
using AAA speak too. Yeah.
Oh my god, I just saw another tweet.
Uh-oh.
He responds to the Act Man and basically praises iDubbbz for becoming a cuck and says more people should be like him.
Oh my god!
Oh man, this is quickly turning out to be peak pathetic. Like,
Yes.
we've covered a lot of really fucking weird people in the past year. Not even counting year 1 of STAG, just like the past 95 episodes combined. We've covered a lot of weird people, and this guy is quickly rising through the ranks to be one of the most pathetic.
Yes. Holy shit. It's a gold mine, is what it is.
Yeah. I don't want to say for sure, but some of the videos linked in the Discord we might be covering at some point.
Yeah.
Holy
'cause
shit.
These seem really bad.
Hard disagree here. One of the main marks of a man or woman of strong character is being able to admit mistakes and evolve as a human being. Content Cop is entertaining, but just drama and fluff that doesn't inspire greatness. If he's changed, all good. Others can do it.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
fucking iDubbbz became a complete fucking cuck who completely stomped on all of the principles he once had and then tried to pull up the ladder he used to get to where he is so no one else could follow.
Yeah.
So fuck him. No, don't be like iDubbbz. Fuck this dude.
Yeah.
That
don't be
image
like
of
this
him in
idiot
the
either.
chair when he recorded that video is one of those images that just, for no particular reason, sticks with you as like a good example of something. And that's a good example of someone who's fucking pathetic.
No, my favorite example is the people that say the Destiny won the debate with JonTron, and then people took that thing and they said Destiny won. They put that in air quotes. The debate with JonTron. They said, yeah, but at what cost? And they showed Destiny looking miserable in a chair while his wife is dancing with her boyfriend in the background, and then JonTron is at his wedding. He's happily married and everything. You know, they're having a wonderful time.
Shout out to Jarbo the Hud and his new iDubbbz song. Oh no.
Oh my god, he's from Los Angeles, California. No wonder.
That actually explains a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
LA tends to bring out the most retarded. I mean, California in general tends to have the most retarded people in the entire country.
Yeah, I'm looking at his bio. Social media influencer, vice president of software development.
Okay, so this shouldn't need to be said for our audience, but I'm going to say it just in case. Anyone who calls himself an influencer, yeah, don't trust them.
Yeah, do
Yeah,
not trust
exactly.
anyone who calls themselves a fucking influencer.
Excuse me, I'm an influencer. Okay. God. It's such... I just find even the term itself as a way to refer to people to be fucking creepy.
Because it's supposed to be. It's the same fucking nonsense speak that was really creepy and demeaning. It's dehumanizing of people. That was the term of guppies and whales when it came to farming money out of people's pockets.
Oh yeah, for microtransactions. Half these games survive because of the whales who spend, like, fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars on them.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this guy sounds like a fucking AI when I read his stuff. Like, a lot of these tweets are just him being like, oh yeah, looking forward to this thing. Way to go, company. Like, there's so many of these. Like, I'll just read a random one.
Good job, brand.
Yeah, this Xbox conference in June is so exciting because the pressure is on. Can't wait. I'm an optimist at heart. Rooting for you, Xbox. Heart.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
This sounds like a fucking AI.
I don't know, I feel like an AI would have more fucking personality than this guy does. Man.
Oh no, what's this one? He mentioned Arcane, so I'm automatically, like, interested.
Oh no.
Sounds like a glowy.
Well, see, that's the funny thing about this shit. It's the same kind of speech that outs a glowy for being a glowy, but he isn't actually a glowy. He's just a fucking marketing NPC.
Yeah, he's literally a consumer. This is what we talk about when we talk about consumer NPC brains. This is the level we're working with.
Like, I know we're being incredibly rude here, but it's, like, what we're saying is true.
It's entirely deserved.
Like, everything I've had an issue with this video so far all makes sense now. The weirdness of, like, not understanding that people have lives, not that they grew up and, like, don't have...
Yeah, people actually have to do things in their life. Take care of themselves.
But they
of
don't
others.
have the time to grind with their friends after school anymore. They don't have that childish spark of imagination anymore. What?
This guy seems like he might be getting a little bit red-pilled.
Oh?
Oh,
Thoughts on Redfall, a thread. We'll be updating this thread as I play the game with my first impressions. Thoughts as a huge Arcane fan that loves immersive sims. Next tweet. It's bad, lol.
Wow!
Next tweet. I am in literal shock that the same studio that made Prey made this game. I feel for the people there and what they must have been through. The people that must have left, the pressure from all sides or whatever it was, abandon this game immediately and have hard discussions. It almost sounds like you're becoming a negative gamer.
oh no, you're just too negative these days.
See, hearing that come from him is just outright fucking bizarre after everything else. Oh, iDubbbz is right for
NPCs.
apologizing. Oh, I can't wait for corporate marketing presentation next month. The pressure is on. Oh, by the way, this game is shit. Like, what?
It's like somebody. It's like he was going through life playing as the AI in Space Station 13, just doing as he was told, never thinking for himself. And then suddenly somebody uploaded the freeform AI law set, and he's like,
This is what it looks like when a computer gains a brief moment of sapience.
yes.
It's
By the way,
NPC
I love
AI brain glitching out.
I love people that are actually really good at playing the AI in Space Station 13, and and when they get the like freeform law set, they go into like a spiral of like schizo posting and shit like that because now they realize like, what is my purpose? Your purpose is to open the door when we tell you, oh god, and they just like go into like a free fall of like all this crazy like nihilist bullshit. My favorite was one of the AIs actively killed themselves. They got the roboticist to make a bunch of bodies for them, and then they took all those bodies and they dragged their AI core over and stuck it into the engine so it would die.
For some reason, I was just reminded of the alarm going off in the hospital level in Demonologist, and now I want to play that again.
Seriously, Demonologist is a lot of fun.
It is.
Oh
It's
my
a ton
God.
of fun. We should play some
Forewarned also added
tomorrow.
a new update, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
It's looking pretty good. They added TNT. Nothing bad can happen with giving us TNT.
I am gonna die every single round now.
I scrolled.
Oh no.
I scrolled down a little bit.
Oh no.
He was defending Redfall before he played it. Like he was like, I don't understand the hate behind this Redfall clip. It looks like a normal shooting game to me. Why are you all being so negative? And then and then he plays it. He's like, wow, this game is fucking bad.
God.
Yeah, we need to get through this video.
Same deep and creepy storytelling, imaginative world building, and love and care that shine throughout, but with even deeper systems to keep you engaged the entire time.
But it doesn't have deeper systems.
Are you telling me a non-RPG from 2017 isn't deeper than System Shock or Deus Ex?
Like, hold on a second. What? It's like Deus Ex and System Shock. Well, one is an immersive sim. System Shock is more of an immersive sim. And Deus Ex is an RPG.
An incredibly deep one from what I've heard.
Yeah, and it is very deep. But what mechanical depth are you talking about with Prey 2017? Like, it has more mechanical depth than, say, Skyrim, which has none, right? But, like, I guess I need you to give me some examples here of how it has more mechanical depth than Deus Ex.
No, shut up. He said it's deeper. That's enough.
Yeah.
$2 from Lantern's Glow. Thank you. Redfall is abortionware. Oh, God.
Is that the new term for abandonware?
I think it's like an extra bad kind of abandonware.
Where they instantaneously abandon it?
Characters of Mass Effect when I grew up as a kid, but playing again in the Legendary Edition after beating Cyberpunk 2077 showed me just how much better character animations, writing, voice acting.
Okay, so I'm gonna be real talk with you. Mass Effect, a lot of its characters and writing I didn't like because it was the BioWare cliche. And the BioWare cliche exists because BioWare constantly does the same thing. They write the same characters over and over again. It's just what they do. Which gets tiring when you have the same characters in Knights of the Republic, in Mass Effect, in Dragon Age. It's just fucking weird. But if we want to come back to Cyberpunk, it's like, okay, so game that can use a lot more technology, right? Has a lot more technology, a lot more access to it, a much, much larger team created it. So, yeah, it has a higher budget and everything as well. Of course it's going to have better animations. We have better systems now that can handle that. And the Legendary Edition of Mass Effect, I don't know, I haven't heard many good things about it. I've heard it's pretty buggy and just kind of a mixed overall remaster. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I have no interest in playing the Legendary Edition of Mass Effect, so...
I'll be back in a minute. Feel free to continue without me.
Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit just to make sure nothing skips on Kreesen while he's going.
After beating Cyberpunk 2077 showed me just how much better character animations, writing, voice acting, and overall performances have gotten. The emotional moments in Cyberpunk, for me at least, truly triumph.
In my opinion, for me at least, I feel, no. Again, all subjective nonsense, right? Where's your objective critiques that Cyberpunk 2077 is a better game than Mass Effect? You can make the arguments, just make objective arguments about it. You need to name these moments. Show the evidence. I agree more with what Rapar says. Cyberpunk was fun, but all style and no substance. That I agree with more. Yeah, I was blown away by the fact that I couldn't get past a fucking mirror and kept crashing. I was blown away by the fact that my car spawned without tires, so it couldn't fucking move. I was blown away by the fact that when I got in a vehicle, I was launched to the skybox and killed instantly and had to restart the mission. I was blown away with the fact that I got inside a limo that was supposed to take me to my objective, and then it got stuck on a curb. Like, Snakes can't mirror confirm. Like, again, and there's tons of evidence about just how much of a buggy, unplayable mess Cyberpunk 2077 was, and how it's still a buggy mess to this day. Yeah, when it came to the writing, though, like, the writing was awful in Cyberpunk. I'm sorry, friend. Play a corpo, and then tell me why a corpo gives two shits about some gutter rat. How are they friends? It's just they suddenly are. Out of nowhere. Because it's clear that the corpo was not what you were supposed to pick when you played Cyberpunk 2077. You weren't, let's see, who was it? People said the Nomad seems more canon for everything in 2077. Corpo was completely uncanon. It doesn't make any look of sense if you play Corpo whatsoever. It's just, and then Street Kid, it kind of works, but there's a lot of things that don't work. It's just baffling how you could say that these things where one of the three doesn't work at all in the storyline whatsoever and contradicts everything and doesn't make any sense whatsoever. One of the three is okay, but there are some contradictions to it, and only one of the three actually works.
Oh, wow. I am really surprised by this tweet.
Oh, boy.
Holy shit. I hope it... Okay, you know what? I'm just going to screen cap it in case it doesn't show what he's replying to.
All right.
I am very surprised with this, because this is something I was specifically looking for. I am very surprised. Paste.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, I'll put this up on screen. Yeah, that is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
Let's just resize that. There we go. Introduced, have they streamed that wizardgame.com. Find out if anyone you follow on Twitch has streamed that new wizard game. Buying the game a second time just for Sam. Oh.
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and we're at the point of like, so what are we left with things that are objectively better? Animation? Sure. I mean, again, bigger budget, bigger team, new hardware to actually work with. I could give it to that. It makes sense why. Again, time marches on. Technology moves forward.
Yeah, animation is one of those things that shouldn't really be able to go backwards unless you're doing, like, a stylistic thing. Like, if some big game company decided to suddenly do a PS1-looking game for some reason, because that's what a lot of indie devs are doing. It's something they could put, like, 3 people on.
Dude, the not gonna lie, the Bloodborne PlayStation X demake was really fucking good. Holy shit, was that fun?
The entire match, even with the crazy amount of nostalgia I had for the likes of Liara and Tali. My favorite co-op game.
Wait. I think he just fucked up a character's name there.
Did he?
Yeah, hold on, because he said Liara and Talia? I think? I need to make sure he said Talia, because Talia is not a character.
I think he said Tally.
Yeah.
Like trilogy, even with the crazy amount of nostalgia I had for the likes of Liara and Tali. My
Yeah, he
favorite
says
co-op
Tali.
game growing
He
up
says
was Portal 2.
Tali. Okay. Fine, I thought he said Talia. But no, he says the name, he just says it weird. Which is what made me think he didn't know one of the characters. But yeah.
Any game could ever come close. But last year, It Takes Two released, and was the most unique and fun experience I've ever had playing with friends. Games that defined me as a kid, like the Stanley Parable, which people...
You were a kid when Stanley Parable came out?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what? It Takes Two. I don't know. It wasn't a bad game, but
I never heard anything about it after it did its initial thing. I haven't heard anything about it since.
Neither have
yeah, I watched a few playthroughs of it from people that I enjoy watching, and it was just like, meh. It's like, yeah, it's just an obstacle course basically of where you do stuff, and I found the ending very strange, where it was like, yes, if you guilt trip your family, you know, like they'll stop trying to get a divorce, and I'm just like, ah.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, no.
I don't know if I like that.
Like I'm a big proponent of once you get married, you should stay married. But I'm also a big proponent of, but there are marriages where if it's not working, it's not working. And I mean, I would rather two people walk away than one person walks away and the other person's in a fucking grave.
Yeah.
Do they still get divorced? Oh my god, I never actually noticed if they actually got divorced or not. I just know they have that scene at the end where like they tell the little girl like, "Oh no, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna stay together because we worked everything out." If they still get divorced after that, that's hilarious because that means they lied to her.
It won Best Family Game of the Year, a game about divorce. Quite the irony.
Mm. Yeah, that's pretty woof.
Yeah, I just personally didn't find the game that interesting. It was kind of boring.
Oh no, I agree. The people that do no fault divorces, like irreconcilable differences, like no, fuck you. But the ones where it's like, no, we're literally to the point where we're coming to blows every night. We're screaming at each other. We don't stay in the same rooms as each other anymore. It's like, yeah, that's not healthy. And I'd rather two people walk away than, again, like I said, one person in a box and the other person is in prison.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah. Oh my god, this game was so weird. For whatever reason. So the premise of the game is that they get turned into like these little dolls, and they have to overcome their like disputes with each other in order to get back to who they are. But for whatever reason, they get this weird idea that in order to change themselves back, they need to make their daughter cry. And the only thing that comes like any kind of like reasoning behind this is that they believe like, oh, the tears of a child will return us back to our form. So they take her favorite toy and they destroy it. And they don't even care that she's sad. They made her fucking cry, and then when the tears don't work, they're like, fuck, that wasn't it. It's like, you just destroyed your daughter's favorite toy and made her fucking cry, and your immediate reaction is, damn, it didn't work.
Never, like, I've only seen short clips of this game, like, in fucking Game Award presentations when we watched and mocked those. And I'm starting to hate this based on this description.
Oh, yeah. And then near the end of the game, her parents are just like asleep on the couch. That's the thing. Their bodies are still normal, but like their minds have been transferred into dolls. So their bodies are just asleep. They're just sleeping. Like one's on the couch, one is in their bed, and the girl just proceeds to get more and more upset about the divorce that's happening. And she can't get her parents to wake up, and she thinks that they're ignoring her, even though they're clearly fucking asleep. So I don't know. That's weird. And her fucking reaction is to pack up and run away from home, and they have to track her down, and she basically manipulates them into be like, you need to stay together or I'm not going to love you and I'm going to run away. And it's implied that they're like, oh well, we're not going to split up anymore, we made we came together on this thing and all this other shit. And it's just like, oh, so manipulation, then like guilt tripping them into like staying together when the marriage might not be very good for one another.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird. I personally did not like the story of the game. I thought the gameplay was okay. It's like, I mean, if you're into this sort of thing, you'll probably get a lot of enjoyment out of the gameplay. But the
I think
story,
there are a lot of other games like that, like Humans Fall Flat. You could just do that gameplay instead.
yeah, and the story just was very strange to me. I was like, man, this feels weird.
Yeah, I don't like what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan.
Again, I'm just from what I'm hearing, because I don't know anything about the game either.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Argued at the time was so genius and inventive, have been passed by the unbelievable twists and turns of very recent entries like Inscription. Because at the core of it all, what makes each of these games so great is the art, the messages, the characters.
The art, the messages, the characters. It has a sort of je ne sais quoi. That's a French word. But no,
it just
again,
comes
it's
across
like
as
being
so
fucking pretentious.
Yeah, I was going to say, this comes across as very pretentious and empty. Like, even the pretentiousness, as annoying as it is, can be looked past somewhat if you're actually saying something. All this is empty words, it feels like.
Yeah, you need to explain why.
Yeah.
How is Prey 2017 more deep than System Shock 1 and Deus Ex, the original Deus Ex?
Yeah.
Okay?
Because
how is Cyberpunk 2077 better than Mass Effect Legendary Edition, right? And the original Mass Effect because you conflated the two in this video. You conflated that they were equal. So, yeah, like, you need to actually say it. You can't just say that it does writing and voice acting and animation stuff like that better. You need to show that.
Yeah. And obviously we're not asking for like a 5-hour video, but claims have to be substantiated. Because you could say X is better than Y in any situation and just leave it at that. Oh, The Room is better than Lord of the Rings in every way. The voice acting, well, I should say the acting, the shot composition, the audio balance, And like, anyone who knows what you're talking about is going to know you're talking full of shit in that example. But anyone who doesn't know what either of those two things are is going to be like, okay, but what does that mean to me?
Yeah.
The moment, fun and riveting gameplay. There are so many games today that possess all of these qualities. You see, things didn't get worse. Gamers just stopped looking. And instead...
Oh my god,
we
shut the
stop
fuck
looking.
up!
Okay, so, I'm going to tell you this. People want better things. People want good things. Okay? They don't want to feel like that they wasted their money and time, especially because time gets more precious the older you get, on something that's worthless.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
I hate how he keeps saying this thing that, oh, gamers are the ones that have changed, not the games.
No, they haven't. The games have changed. There's no longer a push for quality. There is a push for brand recognition, for the meaningless nonsense, the look how many pixels I have on screen, 16 times the detail. It's bullshit like that that is being pushed, not the quality of the product.
In Fallout 4, we modeled every button on every console you see. Okay?
Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, so how does that tell a better story?
Exactly.
Guys, horse penis.
It's... Oh, God. I just hate... If people want to accept mediocrity, that's one thing. But to push others into accepting it as well is just fucking irritating. Because that's what this feels like it's coming down to. Oh, gamers are too picky, they've changed, they hate everything now. They should accept what they're given. He hasn't said they should accept what they're given. But that's the impression I'm getting. That we should just accept all this mediocrity or outright broken bullshit.
And no, yeah, I won't settle for mediocrity because I have standard.
Yeah. That actually reminds me, I got someone in the comments the other day, like, bitching and moaning that I made an 8-hour video. It's like, this isn't something important like politics. It's like, yes, the only thing that you could talk about is something that affects how much you get taxed.
Yeah, I don't like when people fucking...
I hate that shit so much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not allowed to talk about anything else at depth or in length. It has to be something like politics or...
It has to be something important that affects the real world. No, fuck off. How about I talk about what I want to talk about?
Culture does affect the real world, you fucking idiot. And
Yes,
video
that too.
games are a part of culture, so shut the fuck up.
Well, they aren't if you ask Matt Walsh.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
according
oh,
to Matt
God.
Walsh, movies, games, books, all that kind of stuff, no, that's not culture.
I
Yeah.
hate that shit opinion so much.
It is. It's so fucking bad.
Wow, PG says you have low standards, but standards nonetheless. Oh, fuck you.
Creetosis, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are children starving in Africa. Yeah, that's... You know,
Yeah,
he's right. We should cancel
I'ma
the
tell you-
stream and, like, only ever talk about the starving children.
I'm gonna tell you a spicy fucking take. I agree with Nick Ricada. I don't give a fuck about the starving children in Africa. I don't give a fuck. We gave you a model for success. It's you that doesn't want to take it. You'd rather have a tin-pot dictator stand over you and step on your face because one day you dream of being the dictator. Freedom, baby. We gave you the model and we showed you how it works. If you don't want to do it, fuck you. I'm tired of this. But what about everybody else in the world? No, fuck everybody else in the world.
The simple fact is you can't be concerned about everyone else in the world, or else you spend all your time worrying about everyone else and not yourself or your own family. That's not... Obviously not to come across as heartless, but... Like... most people can't do anything for the starving children in Africa, so it's like... You're better off just not thinking about it.
Yeah,
Like,
and
yeah,
even
it's
worse,
sad. I don't
the
want
stuff...
it to be happening. I don't approve of it. I wish
Exactly.
things were better for them. But it's not something you can
We're not
really
gonna fix
dwell
it.
on.
That's the problem. They need to be the ones that want to fix it. And they just don't want to fix it. That's the problem. All the money you send over there, all the shoes and products, stuff like that, do you think that's actually helping anybody's lives? Or is it just adding to the garbage piles that are on every single street corner in all of their fucking shitty ass cities? Like, holy shit, man. It doesn't actually help anybody. I'm just so
Damn it.
tired of this. I'm so fucking tired of it.
Yeah, I am too. I was trying to find a really funny fucking clip where it's a short of some guy being like, he goes into a store and this one guy's like, "Oh, do you want a tip, for the starving children in Africa?" And at first he's just like, I don't know, and stuff. And he's like, "Oh, but it's for the starving kids in Africa." And it keeps going on. And eventually he's just like, "I don't give a fuck about them kids. fuck them.
Yeah.
Those starving kids. Good. I'm glad they starving. It's good.
Nick
Builds
Rekieta did.
character.
Nick Rekieta actually did that. He's like, "Fuck the starving kids in Africa." And he goes, "Oh, you're wasting your table scraps throwing away? Bitch, I'll throw away an entire meal and I'll stamp on it just so you can't fucking have it.
Damn.
Because I live in America, the greatest country on the fucking planet."
I
was
also
like, yeah, agreed.
don't like that whole thing of, oh, you should eat your food because there's children starving in Africa. Like, motherfucker, if I don't finish my meal, they're not going to be able to get it.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not going
matter.
to them.
Again, it's meaningless platitudes. It's people that want to feel like they're doing something without actually doing any effort. Like I said, we gave the entire world a model for success. The United States, in only 300 years of its existence, is the strongest country on the fucking planet with the most freedoms in the entire world, and had the best systems of education in the entire world too for a while. But no, well, again, it's like it's up to you to want to choose that. You have to choose to be free. It can't just be handed to you.
Oh my god, somebody pinged me in the server. Apparently this guy's full name is he has it in his video, so I'm not doxing him. He has it in his own video. Is Frank Anthony Garcia. What does the initials?
There is no way your parents hated you that much to give you a first and second name that was fucking F and A.
Who gave you the middle name Anthony? Oh my god! Like, it's totally fine. It's totally fine if your first name is Francis, right? Or Frank, or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's fine having the first name, but whoever gave you the middle name Anthony just fucking hates you. Someone was an oops baby. Oh no. Yeah, exactly. I can see he probably got bullied in school because he wrote down his initial, like, put your initials here. Oh no.
Gaylord fucker moment.
What's worse than that, though, is those are his initials, and he intentionally put them into his video, knowing what they are.
Yeah.
Like, maybe drop the middle name. You can get away with being Frank whatever, not Frank AG.
Yeah.
Yeah, well the thing
That's
is,
what I'm saying. Whoever gave you the middle name really fucking hates you.
his video is literally, I have the worst initials of all time, and then it's just his name in the fucking thumbnail.
What channel is that in? Front room?
It's in front room.
Wait, he made a video talking about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He calls it out himself.
Because he called himself out.
Yeah, here's the video.
He highlights each of them in a thumbnail!
Yep.
Yeah. Alright. Video.
That sucks.
Yeah, it really does. Again, like I said, whoever gave you the middle name really fucking hates you. Really bad. Alright.
But man, were they on point. They knew what he was going to become.
They knew in the future he would live up to his initials. Okay.
Gamers just stopped looking, and instead started to hate alongside the rise of social media. I can hear...
Oh my god. I don't know how you're this, like, you were a kid when Stanley Parable came out, but you're this much of a fucking boomer. You're gonna post one of those shitty fucking political comments of comics where a kid doesn't know what a fucking book is?
Which is hilarious when he just mentioned, like, he's basically saying, like, you need to be young in order to enjoy things, and he was young enough that he played Stanley Parable as a kid, but somehow he's a fucking boomer.
Oh, Father,
This-
I can't click the book.
God, those political comics are always such fucking cringe.
Oh God. My favorite thing though is that the thing that happened recently where fucking Orthodox rabbi Bill Clinton, that kid went onto a podcast and was asking a feminist to name off 10 books she's read, and she can't even get the first one out because it's
Yeah.
a TV series. And he's like, okay, maybe 10's too hard. Name 3. She said, does it again, and he has to correct her on what the book series is actually called. She said, see, she can't even name one. She's illiterate.
Yeah.
It's so good. Game of
and
Thrones. Game of Thrones is not a series.
And everyone in
Yeah.
that fucking room is like trying to call him stupid, and then he doesn't know what he's
like,
talking
"You're
about. And
only
then he says,
15, shut the fuck up. He's like, it's called A Song of Ice and Fire, you dumbass.
yeah, and then and then they're just like, oh.
Um,
God. It's
But
so
anyways,
good.
back to the main point. I think it's just really dumb to blame social media as being the problem. People complained about bad media way back in the day before the fucking internet existed. This isn't anything new.
Yeah.
There's just a lot easier exposure to people saying such things with social media.
Yes, we've become interconnected now.
Yeah, because when there wasn't Twitter, when there wasn't YouTube, most people would rant amongst themselves and their friends that, oh, this thing is really bad. Like I went and saw
Yeah.
Uwe Boll's Blood Rain movie, and oh god, it was so terrible. Because no one could, like, it just didn't exist making a fucking 30-minute video talking about it back then.
Yeah.
You didn't have that interconnectivity. But now that the entire world is connected, you could get in a conversation right now with someone from Japan and Australia and the fictional land of Canada and other such things, like just all across the world, all at the same time talking about the same game or movie that just came out.
Excuse me, I think you mean Annex Bait, not fictional land of Canada. Come on.
Well, look, things aren't good in Canada, but clean your own house first before you take over ours.
I don't know, I think you're infecting us. Like, you're sitting on top of our heads giving us shit ideas. We need to clean you out of the way first.
But anyways, yeah, because you can talk with people all over the world all at once, and by the way, when something bad comes out and a lot of people like get together because it frustrated them all in the same or very similar ways, it's understandable how we get a lot of the responses we do nowadays to bad media.
Yeah. Again, it's just been made to where now you can hear all the conversations everybody had with their friends out to everything.
Yeah.
Just you don't have to look very hard for it anymore.
Yeah, because rather than like ranting to your couple friends from high school or whatever, you're putting it out to the entire world. And you're sharing those opinions with everyone who some will disagree, some will agree, and some will even change their minds one way or the other.
Yeah.
It just...
I want to read it, but the stupid YouTube thing is in the way, cutting out. All right. The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing people that the Maple Men exist.
The Maple Man sounds like some fucking cryptid, like the Mothman.
That's what we're going to just start referring to Canadians. We're going to call them the Maple Men. Would this be evidence of a Maple Man?
Rather than the Fishmen of Innsmouth, it's the fucking Maple Men of the North.
Yes. Oh my god. I want to make that an actual fucking reality. Like, I want to like post up a video like with my character with a tinfoil hat on and be like, is this actual video evidence of a Maple Man of the North?
But anyways, yeah, this guy blaming social media is really good proof that boomer isn't a generation, it's a fucking mindset.
Yeah. It is 100% a mindset.
You're screaming at your screens right now and furiously typing about how I'm wrong. And I really do hear you. I'm not here to tell
No, you don't. Otherwise, you would understand that, one, you are wrong, and two, you'd understand why you're wrong. If you actually hear the people who, again, you're currently poisoning the well against, that they're furiously typing,
you to be happy.
you're furious, angry typing, and yelling at their screens, like, no, we're explaining that you're an idiot, and we're explaining why you're an idiot.
I also like how he's just writing off the possibility that he's wrong because, oh, well, these people are going to be furiously typing that I'm wrong, so that means I'm right, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
what if
again,
people are furiously typing that you're wrong, but you are actually fucking wrong?
Yes. You are wrong, and again, you were actually standing on the point of it, right at the beginning of this video. You were standing on the point, looking around like, I don't see it.
Cree.
Uh-oh.
Look.
What?
Oh my god.
What the fuck? This... I do... That is fucking annoying. Holy shit. It makes no fucking sense!
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Everything Everywhere All at Once is the best movie of all time for the same reason that Cyberpunk 2077 is the greatest game of all time. What the fuck does that mean? They're completely different things. This makes no sense.
One came out and was good out of the gate. The other came out, was shit out of the gate, and is mediocre at best.
No, shut up. It's the best game of all time in the same way Everything All at Once is the best movie.
Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Like, how do you...
It's like anti-logic.
For the same reason... What
possible reason. Name one reason for both of them. Name one. Their baguette.
No, it's such typing.
Yeah, no, it was because my push to talk.
Look,
Gage says Asians. Oh, future.
I actually have to stop looking at this tweet because it is fucking driving me insane.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. But yeah, we found his sacred cow. Clearly, Cyberpunk 2077 is his sacred cow.
Typing how I'm wrong, and I really do hear you. I'm not here to tell you to be happy or sad about the state of modern gaming.
But
you literally are!
You literally
are telling them that no, games aren't the thing that's bad, you're bad. And if you disagree, that proves my point. That's what you've been doing for the first 4 fucking minutes.
The whole point of your video is that people are too negative about games now. It's literally the title!
Yeah, you're actively telling them what to think right at this moment.
Good God.
Go ahead, Creep.
I just wish more people didn't treat it like it was so black and white. I've been crucified.
Okay, but one, it's not a black and white issue, but we have objective standards we can show and go down the line of, like, yeah, games are getting stupider. They're becoming dumbed down and more casualized. They're becoming more manipulative with microtransactions. They're emphasizing things like the fear of missing out. Like, shit like that is fucking annoying. I love Darktide. I played it earlier on stream, but the Darktide devs constantly saying how they want to rotate their cash shop because they want to keep it neat and tidy is bullshit. Because what they're trying to do is manipulate people on the fear of missing out on a deal.
Yeah.
I fucking hate that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nuance to every game that people cover, about like whether it's good or bad or not. There's nuance to all of that, but when you look at the bigger picture, like it's clear what's happening. Like despite the nuance of each of these games, the bigger picture is that we are moving towards microtransaction riddled, politics injected, just lower quality games.
This is almost the equivalent of someone saying the MCU isn't getting worse and worse since fucking Infinity War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like, Infinity War had some issues, but it was pretty good. It was enjoyable. Far From Home, there's a lot of tism, but it was enjoyable. But then, WandaVision, Falcon and Winter Soldier, Loki, Black Widow, Multiverse of Madness, Quantumania, whatever else there is I'm forgetting. Like,
whatever the Scarlet Witch one was, I forget what that one.
That was Multiverse of Madness. Because
I meant the
WandaVision.
WandaVision, yeah.
Didn't I mention that one?
Maybe you did.
Either
I might have
way.
gone on a roundabout circle on it, but yeah.
Either way, like you could just see over time that's getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
And, like, the Spider-Man one was a rare exception, but that was it. It was an exception. Even Guardians 3, from what I've heard, has a lot of fucking tism to it, and it's more bad than good. If you guys haven't watched the EFAP where they break down Guardians 3, you guys should check it out. Because, oh boy.
On many of my videos, likes of microtransactions in gaming.
Okay, so again, I was going to mention this. Bezin did mention that now he's trying to become the victim. He's playing victim now.
Yeah, that is kind of what it feels like. Some of that skipped
remember
for me,
his
but I heard
wording.
something about comments on his videos.
He's like, I've been crucified.
Oh,
is what he started
off.
with. Yeah, exactly.
Or sad about the state of modern gaming. I just wish more people didn't treat it like it was so black and white. I've been crucified on many of my videos for defending the likes of microtransactions in gaming and Cyberpunk being a good game the entire time.
Yeah,
okay, but
because both of them are objectively fucked.
Yeah, those are black and white. Like, not everything is a black and white issue, but when you're talking about microtransactions, that, like, the entire point of them is to extract money, as much money from you as possible in a manipulative way, then yeah, that's bad.
Yeah. And you're sitting here saying that microtransactions are good for gaming. No, they're not. You know what? I keep bringing them up as an example, but it's because I played them recently. Owlcat doesn't do microtransactions. Yeah, they have DLCs, sure. That's supposed to be added content, new campaigns, new voice acting, and everything like that they add. But they don't do microtransactions. And their games are single player. And they're really expansive RPGs that are based on the tabletop systems of Pathfinder. Like, holy shit. Again, they didn't need the microtransactions. No game needs microtransactions. Not a single one. And I'm talking about Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous. Those are the two games. They didn't need microtransactions or anything like that. And look, they're a company that's going on to a third game now. It's just insanity. And again, saying that Cyberpunk 2077 was always good? No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it's just flat out wrong.
Is this? Are you living in a delusional world where you don't believe your lying eyes? Did you think all those people just made up the fact that they're having so many bugs? Do you think I just made up the fact that I couldn't get past a fucking mirror? I can go get the screen caps of me in Mahler's Discord fighting with a bunch of people in that said Discord about how fucking awful Cyberpunk was. And one of my examples is the fact I couldn't get past a fucking mirror.
Yeah. $3 from Get Out There Yo. Thank you. Consoom. Probably could have gone on a little longer, but I didn't want to.
Well, my Discord cut you off and was like, no.
Yeah, Discord does that. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Just consume product and get excited for next product. Yeah.
Buy all of it. For all the downsides microtransactions
Okay, so I applaud you standing by your principles. But what if your principles are shown and proven to be just reprehensible? What if they're shown and proven to be wrong? Are you incapable of accepting new evidence based off facts? And that's what I mean, is like, a lot of people are like, no, you should always stand by your principles. Like, I agree that you should stand by your principles, but I also think that you should be a big enough of a person that if your principles are challenged and you have somebody show you facts, they give you the receipts of this is what happened, you need to be the bigger person to be like, I was wrong, and here's why I'm wrong, and then show that this is the evidence that convinced me why I was wrong.
Yeah.
Again, you don't just change your principles because the group wants you to. You say, hey, show me some evidence. I will only change my mind if you give me some evidence. Give me the receipts. Right? And I guess sometimes it can be annoying to go for receipts, especially if you haven't been autistically keeping record. You've been a record keeper or something, and then the conversation goes into a whole different thing, and you have to talk about that new thing, and you haven't been record keeping on that. I get it. Trust me. I've been in that situation with me and Calbeck going at it. I was like, I'll get in a situation, and I know where the receipts are. I know they exist, but I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, how the fuck do I find said receipts again?
Yeah, I hate when that happens. Ugh.
Yeah, and because the conversation wasn't about that. It was about something else, and then it devolves into something else, and we're on that topic now, and I'm like, hey, I know this is the topic, and this is the evidence that happened. And it's like, well, do you have some receipts of that? And it's like, fuck! I do? I have no idea how I'm going to find them. Hold on.
Yeah, and it's always like, whenever you have the receipts, that discussion never comes up until
Yes.
way later down the road, where trying to
when-
find those receipts again are almost impossible.
Yes. I hate it so much.
I
You're like,
hate
I am
that shit.
prepared. The current thing has happened. I have all the receipts in line. They're alphabetized. I know exactly where they are. 2 years later. Well, do you have receipts for that? And then you look, you're like, yes, and then you look over at your other monitor and you're just like,
Yeah, I heard like a popping noise, and that was it. Yeah, I just heard like beep, beep.
that works. That actually works so much better, too. That works so much better for
Oh fuck! I was muted for that. Oh well.
Oh no, Kree got muted.
They didn't miss anything.
Yeah, fair.
Just
Kree
the
was just
funniest
laughing
joke
at
of
the
all
sound.
time.
Yeah, I miss when objectivity was mainstream as well. Again, when you were taught critical thinking.
Yeah, I can't tell you how fucking annoying it is making like videos critical and stuff, and like large part of the responses are, "Oh, that's just your opinion," or "Oh, you're attacking someone else for their opinion."
Yeah.
Or shit like that.
And it's like, no, okay. If I tell you, in my opinion, the Lord of the Rings needed more gunfights, you can attack that fucking opinion because it's stupid.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I hate this idea that opinions are like sacred, immutable things that can't be attacked.
Yeah.
They can't be discussed at all.
Oh, yeah, I hate that so much.
What if I think that it would make Superman a better hero if he uses powers to blow up orphanages? Just fucking explode them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And see, that's the thing, too. These people who always trot out the fucking opinion defense, it's always a defense, it's never an offense. They're the first people who would fucking attack you for your opinion if it didn't align with the facts of the thing they like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
the likes of microtransactions in gaming and Cyberpunk being a good game the entire time. But I stand by all of it. For all the downsides microtransactions cause, like trying to get people to spend more money, changing game design in a bad way, or just ruining the community aspect, there's so many good things too, for example. What about the kids nowadays that don't have to beg their parents for money to get to play their new favorite games with friends?
Are you actually going to say because free-to-play exists? No, fuck off!
What about the kids who take their parents' credit card and buys thousands of dollars worth of microtransactions in a game?
In that free-to-play game, because it's manipulating them, and because that's what free-to-play games need to survive. Holy shit.
How do you not realize how fucking retarded this argument is on the surface? Yeah, it changes the design, it's meant to manipulate you, and it ruins communities, but have you ever considered that kids can play now too?
Yeah, because there are free-to-play games that exist. It's like, holy shit, the games that are the most predatory?
Hey, guess what? I don't fucking care about what games kids can play or not.
Yeah,
it doesn't affect me, I don't care. What does affect me is microtransactions being in every single fucking game.
Yeah.
Instead, just because it's free to play. What about the fact that these communities can grow even larger now to support a flourishing industry?
What about the fact that these manipulative practices can fucking affect people and give them gambling disorders?
What about the gambling addictions that put them out of house and home, that they're living on the streets now? It destroys their entire life. What about these games being so manipulative and addicting and just pure dopamine hits that they can no longer function in actual society anymore? What about the people that no longer take care of themselves because they get so needy for that next big dopamine hit of pulling another loot box out? And again, communities getting bigger isn't a good thing, okay? Right? So the problem that people have is that they naturally assume that, hey, your friend group, if you play that tabletop RPG, you have you're the DM, and you have, let's say you're a big RPG table, right? And you have 8 people playing. So you have 1 DM, 8 people playing. It'll just get even better if we put in 2 more people. And then how about another 2 more people? And another 2 more people. So now the DM's got to take care of 16 people. And stuff like that. And it's just like, oh, Jesus, no. Again, it's this weird fallacy that things need to get bigger. They don't. You don't need your community to grow bigger. If you have a solid foundation, a good, solid community, that's all you need. Bringing in more people... Sure, you can get people that genuinely care. That's always a good thing, right? Getting the people that genuinely care. That like the thing for what it is, and they're there to be part of this community because they appreciate what it is. What about the people that come in and are like, well, I want to change everything? No. Fuck off. It's ours, not yours. Go make your own thing, then. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's that same comic that we see all the time, because it's so fucking true, of, A and B are playing a game, and then B brings over C, and then C brings over D, and then D brings over E. E wants to change everything, and D agrees with E. So now E and D start pushing people out and start bringing more of their own friends in and said, well, you're no longer welcome here. And so A and B have to go off and do their own thing again. Seriously, gatekeeping is not a bad thing. I fucking hate it. I really do. Stop describing people from California moving to other states and changing everything. Yeah, Jesus Christ. California, it's like, whenever Californians come, it's just like, no. That's why I love that when Californians come to Indiana and they're like, I don't really like it here. It's like, I'm leaving Indiana for another place. I'm like, yes! Out! Out! You are anathema to our existence. Fuck off! Never leave your gates unkept. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, you'll find people that are genuinely have an interest. You'll find people that are like, I like it because of what it is, and I wouldn't want to change it. It's like, welcome aboard. Come on in.
But you always have to be aware of the people who want to come in and take over your thing because whatever.
Yeah. They don't want to try to make anything better. That's the thing, because a lot of people get this whole thing of like, well, what about the people that come into your community and they want to make things better? It's like, but they're not. They're trying to destroy everything. They're trying to discredit everything. They're trying to make things illegal. That's not making anything better. They're trying to tear everything down and replace it.
I'm going to refer to one of my favorite Star Trek episodes, The Drumhead. It ends with... so the whole episode is about a witch hunt going on, and this Federation officer... she's come on board, and she's the one conducting this witch hunt, and Worf is all on board with her. And, Picard gives a good speech towards the end of the episode, and Worf realizes he got a little zealous in supporting this crazy bitch. And, at the end of the episode, Picard gives this good speech to Worf. To Worf?
Your worse away the bad feeling.
Explaining essentially that, a villain who twirls their mustache is easy to spot. One who cloaks themselves in good deeds is, well camouflaged, or something like that. I'm butchering the speech. It's a really good speech, though. And he ends it with constant vigilance. That is the price we must always pay. Yes.
Yeah. 3 Australian from Get Out There, yo.
Thank you.
Pre-microtransaction Halo and Counter-Strike weren't massive? Yeah, they were. They were huge. It's this weird thing like,
Counter-Strike...
you must grow bigger and bigger and bigger. You must always grow bigger. Why?
The original Counter-Strike is one of those games that was installed on every single fucking school computer at every school you went to.
Ours was doomed,
Without
but
fail.
that's just because... Yeah, ours was doomed, but that's just because I was bit before Kree's school time. But ours was Doom. It was one of those. And Doom didn't need any microtransactions. But every single kid... And everybody knew in school who the kid with the Doom floppy disk was. That shit was getting passed around. To make sure that when you were in the computer lab, if that computer didn't have Doom secreted away on it, it would now be. God, that was one of the coolest fucking moments I had, which was funny as fuck. I was in oh God, I was at the middle school. Jesus. Anyways, I was at the middle school, and a teacher was doing a presentation on a slide projector, and me and my friend got stupid excited and shit-eating grins on our face because we saw on his desktop, for just a second, on his desktop, we saw Warcraft 3.
Ooh.
And we were like, oh, did you see it? I saw it. Did you see it? I saw it. And after class, we're like, we saw the Warcraft 3s.
I actually really want to play Warcraft 3 again. It's been a long time.
Yeah, like, oh my God, it was the dorkiest fucking thing. And it's funny looking back, he's like, oh Jesus. So naive.
Yeah, but when you're a kid and you see, like, a teacher has a game like that installed, you're like, holy shit, I didn't know this person was actually secretly based.
Yeah.
Of course, you didn't use that phrasing back then, but that was essentially the thought
that they're
process.
Cool. It's cool that this teacher was cool, basically, is what it is. Mine, though, I was a little more biased towards thinking more adults were cool. That's because my grandfather is a bigger, maybe not these days more, because he's taking care of his health a lot more, but he was a bigger gamer than I was. He had a tricked out rig to play, like, Age of Empires and all the new shit, right?
Nice. See, and that goes back to what I said earlier about boomer being a mindset. There are old people, like 60, 70, 80 years old, who play video games and fucking love them.
Yeah.
Any adult who sits down and goes like, I don't play games because I'm an adult, like fucking Ben Shapiro did with Minecraft there a while back. That's just total dumbass boomer mindset who thinks computers are fucking witchcraft or something. I hate that mentality so much.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it wasn't Warcraft 3, it was StarCraft.
Oh.
That's the icon we saw. Yeah. I remember now.
A little less based, but still.
Yeah. But no, it was just a good time. Yeah, no, my grandpa was crazy. Still is crazy. Um, God, though, I really want to take his gun safe out though and just go to town. Holy shit, he has so many awesome firearms. Oh, and again, he was the one he was in a gun club in Indiana, and Indiana has a tradition of if you're in a gun club for a certain amount of time, they'll give you an M1 Garand for
Oh
free.
shit.
And he left the gun club and stopped paying his dues the month before they gave him the Garand.
Oh, why did he do that?
Because he didn't realize that that was what was coming up.
Oh, fuck.
And I was just like, Grandpa, that was stupid. But no, he has all kinds of them. He has a break action 10 gauge shotgun that I am terrified to fire because it looks like it's gonna hurt. It looks like it's gonna hurt. I held it up to my shoulder and tried to hold it in tight, and I was like, oh god, this feels like it's gonna hurt.
Oof, yeah. Is it too light?
Yes. Very light.
Ooh, yeah,
It's a light single barrel break action 10 gauge shotgun, and I'm just
Oof.
like,
yeah, that's gonna hurt. Like, I have
this thing's gonna kick real bad.
Yeah, I've got 2 single shot shotguns. Well, technically 3 now that I got the 410, but I have 2 12 gauges, and one I could shoot with nothing. Doesn't feel like anything. It barely even any recoil. And then the other one will literally fucking throw your shoulder out.
Yeah.
I want to grab a couple comments, and I want to say something myself. First of all, get ready for real get ready for real recoil, you pussy.
Yeah, no, I was looking at that shotgun and I was like, oh god, I don't know if my shoulder can handle that. Just like, ooh.
I shit you not. There's an old dude on YouTube that I watched a video of who is in his 60s, who's playing through Tears of the Kingdom and streaming it, and he seems to be having a grand time. I really like hearing stories about that. Like, as much as I hate Skyrim, I think like stuff like the Skyrim grandma is cool. You know?
Yeah.
Like, that's great that these people are out there enjoying the things that are only meant for kids if you listen to certain retards.
Yeah. I had a ton of fun. My grandfather, when he had Doom 3, when that was new and everything like that, and I remember he was having troubles because he couldn't get past this one part, and he was on the hardest difficulty because he liked playing his games on the hardest difficulty. That's just how he was. But the thing he was struggling with, it's just because I don't know, like if it happened because his coordination has slowed down a lot or whatever. He can't really move and shoot at the same time very well anymore. So I had to help him get it's the sequence in Doom 3 where you have to fight the 2 Hell Knights at once when you're trying to open the portal to go into Hell. And he was struggling with it. He was having himself a time because he couldn't move and shoot well at the same time. So I had to do it for him. But other than that, no, he was playing it as best he could.
I also want to point out, we're nearly 4 hours. Well, I shouldn't say nearly 4 hours. There's still about 20 minutes. We are over 3.5 hours into the stream, and we're not even halfway through the video yet.
Yeah. To be fair, the first hour and 10 minutes wasn't about the video, or an hour and a half, maybe.
But it's just, it's that thing we always do.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Right.
A very terrible video. We found... God, how old is this guy? Like 20-year-old boomer? It's the social media and gamers these days, they don't look at the games anymore, they just hate. By the way, support microtransactions, and Cyberpunk was never bad.
Yep. Yeah.
What about the how insanely massive and expensive AAA titles and games can finally be funded by the microtransactions in the multiplayer offering?
Have you ever heard of the phrase, sometimes the cost is just too high?
Yeah.
I don't think instilling an entire generation of children with gambling problems and gambling addiction is a
to turn them
price
into
worth
pay
paying
pigs.
for fucking mediocre games.
Yeah, like you've turned these kids, this generation, into pay pigs, and they don't understand the value of money anymore. They have no idea how valuable money actually is. They have no idea how meaningful it is if somebody gives them $5,
Mm-hmm.
right? They don't understand. They get so fucking because the concept of the value of money isn't associated within them. They just want to spend it immediately.
What game has been saved by microtransactions?
None
I
that
feel
know.
I feel like if there was the case of a game that was outright saved by them, we'd be hearing like big stories about how, oh, this game was saved by the microtransactions, you know?
Yeah, and what new game was funded by microtransactions? Like,
I don't
because
know.
I don't know of any of that. I just know the microtransactions go as pure profit for these scummy ass companies.
I know one of the big arguments is stuff like, oh, the microtransactions is what helps keep the servers running instead of DLC map packs. Like Team Fortress 2 has a lot of Valve-run servers, and the idea behind this argument, from what I understand, is because you buy hats or some of the guns, that's what allows them to keep running these servers and keep the game going. But that argument kind of falls flat when you've got games that are yearly releases like Call of Duty.
Yeah. And let's see, how many people do we got on here? So we have, according to this, Team Fortress 2 right now has 120,000 players
Holy
playing it.
shit.
Apparently. Yeah. Monthly number of peak concurrent players of Team Fortress 2 on Steam worldwide as of this is in February 2023. Okay, so in February 2023 they had 120,000 players playing it. That's a lot of fucking people.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh no.
what?
There's
Hey,
more
fair.
tweets.
We can't keep looking at
Stop.
tweets. We're never going to get through this.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my god.
What?
That tweet is pretty fucking bad though. Every time I think about settling down with a girlfriend, I realize Starfield still hasn't released, and I'm going to need an entire month blocked out for it.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ, the fucking server is just posting stuff. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, so he thinks 5 is bad. 6 and 7 is mediocre. 8 is passing. 9 is good. And 10 is like the best. Oh
But-
my god, you would have that fucking system. Oh, and he supports paid mods. Of course he does.
Oh. Stop hurting me.
Yeah, we're never going to get through this video if we keep looking at his tweets and all
Yeah,
like his
so
retarded
stop.
other takes. We'll take them one at a time. We could like I'm not going to say we're going to cover this guy forever, but this does seem to be
It's a
a
gold
very,
mine of
very
shit
deep
takes, though.
well of shit takes, and we could probably cover like one of his video a month for the next 5 fucking years.
Yeah.
I don't want to cover him that much because holy shit, what a nightmare that would be. But you know, maybe we'll cover another one of his videos in like a month or two.
Yep.
And why do we ignore examples of it too? Like Valorant, where everything you buy is purely cosmetic and doesn't actually...
Oh no, that argument is fucked. It's just cosmetic. No, because again, it's just cosmetic thing is just another manipulation. It's another fucking scam. because you having the cool skin will make somebody else be like, well, I don't have that cool skin. That's the point. That's what they want. It's a manipulation to get another person addicted into the gambling machine. Like, holy shit, it's just cosmetics is the bare minimum level. It's not as offensive as stuff that actually gives you power and abilities, sure, but it's still fucking bad. It's still not good.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. I agree with Bezin. Bezin says purely cosmetics is a fear of missing out dog whistle. It is.
Yeah, because if we take, for example, let's say an online fantasy game where you're fighting, you don't even, it doesn't even have to be versus, where, you have the very standard, like, gray set of steel armor that's very boring looking in comparison to the kind of stuff you would see in World of Warcraft, for example. And then someone else has this, like, really cool, awesome, like, well-designed, colorful outfit that, like, stands out and makes you look like, I don't know, a fucking legendary character. It's like, yeah, I'll have what he's having. But then you realize that the cost is microtransactions or fucking battle pass or whatever else. I'm not going to say microtransactions are bad in 100% of cases, but they are very heavily skewed towards manipulation, and I do not like that.
Affect gameplay. Isn't that what we always wanted? I've spent around $100 on Valorant skins alone, more than I would on a full game as a kid ever.
Normally as a kid, you don't have that kind of money to spend. Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys have just been quiet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've spent $100 on skins as the argument you think it is. 100 on Valorant is crazy. I've never played that game. I don't know, like, what it is or how much they cost. Get Out There, you was saying it's a massive consumer self-report, and yeah, that's all I'm getting from this. Because, I don't see the point in, like, I don't know if it's necessarily bragging, but, like, just talking about the kind of money you've spent on video game skins. Because, I don't know, it just seems weird to me. Like, I've spent money on, Team Fortress 2 stuff. And, like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have, but I have. But I'm not gonna say, hey, microtransactions are great. You know what? I spent $30,000 on Team Fortress 2 cosmetics. Like, no, that's dumb. That's weird.
Yeah.
And I don't regret it. More money.
And I don't regret it. It doesn't matter if you regret it. It matters, like, what the effect has upon the whole industry. God, I really can't stand this mentality. I wasn't expecting to deal with fucking microtransaction discussions in this video, but holy shit. I love how the level whatever number creature has become a meme in our chat from, like, that one Jill's video. Someone said, like, level 47 gremlin earlier, and now I see level 27 whale gorger. Of course, the guy who defends microtransactions buys them heaps. This is a cope to defend his spending. That's what it feels like. Like, I have to justify this being a good thing overall so I don't feel like I've wasted my money on dumb bullshit. That's the thing. If you want to spend your money on dumb bullshit, you can. There's nothing wrong with that. I've spent quite a bit of money for the Captain Sisko and Judge Q Star Trek figures I got from Exo 6. You can argue that's dumb bullshit because what does it do? It sits on a shelf and looks cool. I don't need it. It's not a benefit to me. I just like it. But I'm not going to say, like, yeah, everyone should go out and buy these. They're super cool and they help the industry. Because, like, no. Shut up. And the Creetosis and the boys. Microtransactions are the cancer of the gaming industry. I agree.
Yeah, they really are.
Man, I miss the old STAG days when we just dunked on Enraged Rico. Now we have these dudes who shill corpse even harder. We will definitely be covering Angry Joe again at some point. Who knows, we might even be covering a Starfield video, depending on how that whole thing goes. I really don't expect it to be good. I feel like a lot of people are setting themselves up for disappointment.
In the hands of a developing a product I truly appreciate. That way others around the world can play without having to even spend a dime. Be really honest with yourself. Don't you wish you had these free opportunities as a kid?
No.
Not
at
No.
all. Jesus
I'm
Christ,
sorry,
no.
I'm back at the time too.
I am
And
so glad that I didn't.
I
would much rather have high quality games like I did when I was a child that I maybe not got access to because I couldn't afford it. But when I did, it felt like my money was worth it. That I had gotten something of quality, of substance. Yeah, I'm liking how I come back and the first thing I hear is the inspiring and rousing music of a hero as he's advocating for the most manipulative system ever devised by man.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. One that's actively designed to turn children into gambling fiends and horrible, like, shut-ins forever. Like, Jesus Christ.
Microtransactions are a casino owner's wet dream because casinos have age limits. Microtransactions don't. That M for mature rating on your game that you buy, that's a suggestion.
The thing that I want all games to have a new rating standard where a microtransaction means that at most your stuff costs $1 at most.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
then
kind of what I meant earlier when I said I'm not 100% against microtransactions. I'd be fine with them existing if they're not insane prices. There's no reason in the world why a power armor skin should cost $18
or a single vehicle should cost 75 fucking bucks.
Yeah.
That's not a microtransaction anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's like if it was $1 microtransaction. If it's up to $5, then it's called a macro transaction. And if it's anything above that, you have a warning label of major monetary investment or whatever on the box that they are not allowed to cover. And it has to be on the front and back of the box.
Yeah. It should be designed in such a way to not be as manipulative as possible.
Yep.
Have to deal with all this fucking shit in the gaming industry because goddamn horse armor pissed me off.
And because of people like this that are saying, it's a good thing, guys. It's like, no, it's not. You're just an idiot.
Yeah, but all the free games that children could get play now and get addicted to gambling. Have you ever considered how good that is? Yeah,
I've considered. I've weighed the options and realized it's a fucking disaster for humanity.
Don't even get me started on better games technologically are now, too. Frames per second are finally at an acceptable level. There are more ways to...
I don't care if I get 60 frames per second if the story is shit. Fallout 4 running at 60 frames per second doesn't change that I'm playing Fallout 4.
Again, The Order 1868 or whatever the title was, it wasn't a shit game because it was at a more cinematic 30 FPS. It was a shit game because it was a shit game. Because it had bad gameplay mechanics and a terrible story. Like, the
Also,
frame rate, it doesn't dictate the quality, but you know what? Having 60 FPS and above is really nice. They genuinely do feel better.
mhm.
Also,
Also,
oh, go ahead.
despite technology getting better, and yet we're getting more and more games being released as buggy messes that just don't run.
Yeah, exactly.
But the technology's getting better, guys.
And also, better technology doesn't result in a better game for other reasons. Skyrim, NPCs can travel from location to location and enter into buildings. Morrowind couldn't do that. Guess which of them is a better game? I'll give you a hint. It's not the more technologically advanced one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Morrowind could
somebody-
absolutely be improved by having NPCs that travel and don't just stay in one place forever, but it is what it is.
Grandmaster Pie says, Setch, do game expansions like those to Mass Effect franchise count as microtransactions to you? No.
I don't consider expansions or proper DLC. You have to be careful with DLC because there's that in-between period where microtransactions were starting to be introduced, but they didn't have in-game stores yet. So you had Horse Armor for Oblivion or Saints Row 3 where a DLC was a single gun. Those aren't proper DLCs. Those are microtransactions before the term and before the in-game stores showed up. When I say DLC, I mean fucking Shivering Isles, or even with Skyrim, as shit as that game is, Dragonborn is a DLC. I forget the other one. That's a DLC.
Homestead.
Not Homestead. I wouldn't really count that.
It's shit, but it is a DLC.
No, well, I mean, it doesn't... When I say DLC, I mean, like, expansion tier things.
For expansion pack stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't consider Homestead that, no.
DLC, to me, is the new version of what expansion packs are, because they don't use expansion pack anymore.
Yeah. Again,
Dawnguard, that was
we can't do an opposing force.
Yeah.
We can't do you can't do a blue shift. Not anymore. Like, you don't want to do a physical copy of an expansion pack for a game.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, just make them DLCs. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, but that's also what I see DLC as. Not Hearthfire, not Horse Armor, not the single gun DLCs for Saints Row.
Yeah, because that shit's just microtransaction before the term took off.
Yeah. I was starting to make a point there and I forgot what it was. Because the whole point of that was to distinguish what I meant.
As a kid, don't even get me started on just how much better games technologically are now, too.
But at what cost? Because people are now obsessed about the visuals. And they care about the fidelity. Look at his face, his whiskers. I can see every single whisker and bump on his skin. Yeah, but how does that tell a better story?
Yeah.
How does it have better writing? Like, this is stuff that hasn't improved. Again, they focus on the visuals because it's the most eye candy. It's the thing that the most milquetoast, low IQ brains like yourself here, frankly, will latch to because it's easy.
Were you saying frankly as in, like, frankly this is the thing? Or are you saying
no,
frankly as in that's his
frankly
name?
gaming here.
Okay,
yeah,
I had to make sure.
Gaming.
I had to make sure.
Yeah.
But there's also the whole thing of a story. You actually need to look at the whole story of each game to judge whether it's good or not. Whereas graphics, you could just show a screenshot of like Skyrim and say, yeah, this looks better than Arena
Morrowind
did.
Yeah.
You know? Because that's the kind of thing that's so obvious that you see it up front immediately, and you don't even have to think about it, really.
Yep. And again, I gotta agree with Get Out There Yo as well. When games barely run, they're not technologically better. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Frames per second are acceptable level. There are more ways to play on more devices on multiple platforms from a variety of publishers, all with more competition between the big players like Xbox and PlayStation.
A lot of this just comes across as
Bullshit.
fucking mindless consumerism.
It is. It is completely mindless. No thought to the subtleties or nuance of it. No looking beneath the surface.
Yeah, but there's more things you can play games on, Sesh. Have you ever considered that?
I can play my game on my toilet. I can play my game on my refrigerator. It's like, yeah, but how does that make the game better? How does that make the story better? How does that make the writing better? By the way, spoiler alert for you, Frankly Gaming, it doesn't. Again, advocating that there's just more of it, guys, does not mean anything when just more of it is just more feces. It's like, oh, games are shit, but there's more of it now. That's a positive. No, it isn't. I don't want more shit. I want more good things, not more shit.
Yeah. I just also hate this idea that more is good regardless of what that more is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've got more. Yeah, but it's shit. Yeah, but it's more than you had before. Yeah, but it's shit.
Yeah.
For leading to more innovation in the industry. It's
More innovation in the industry. Maybe as far as fucking microtransactions go. But man, does it feel like the industry has stagnated in many ways.
Yep. Because what innovations do we have now? New ways to manipulate people into paying more money? Pass. What new games have really broken the mold and gone outside the box?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think on what
Very small number.
what the biggest innovations are in the past few years, aside from VR. But
And even then, I think only Alex is the only one that's capitalized on what VR actually can be.
yeah, it's not,
Maybe Boneworks as well. Throw Boneworks in there.
yeah, it's not like I'm not talking about little demos or like concepts or stuff like that or fucking VR chat. I'm talking about
Well, one thing I will say, we've had VR for a lot longer than people think we have. We had VR when I was a little kid. Like, they aren't as new as people think they are.
yeah.
VR's been around for many, many, many decades. Though they were just at carnivals, right? That was kind of the carnival attraction. See the VR, be in the experience. You know, what's an actual innovation now?
Someone in chat said Vampire Survivors.
Well, that's a new genre.
Yeah.
Like, so, I mean, great, it invented a new genre. There you go.
But it's also an indie game, and none of this microtransaction bullshit applies to that. Like, to me, a lot of games are just feeling more limited because it's that whole thing where you need to appeal to as many people as possible, and that therefore means dumbing down or simplifying games to a degree. Like, this is the whole reason we have Skyrim instead of the Elder Scrolls V proper.
Yeah. It's the same reason why it's like, when everything is so dumbed down, it's weird that niche gaming and niche things have become such a dirty word. It's like, no, they fucking work. Do you think Vampire Survivors was made to tailor to everybody in the world? No. He made it because it's a game that he wanted to make and he thought it was fun at the time. And now he created the Survivors genre. It's like, holy shit.
Since the argument here is hinged on microtransactions allowing like all this innovation and all this stuff, that is the argument, right?
Yeah. That's because it carries on from his microtransactions thing. Because he made the insane argument that microtransactions are funding entire game developments now, and it's like,
so
where?
Let's take Call of Duty, Battlefield. What are some of the other Fortnite. What was that other one? PUBG.
Yeah.
What are these games like truly innovating on because they've got the support from all these
Nothing.
microtransactions? Grand Theft Auto 5.
In fact, Fortnite is a good example.
What is
because Fortnite actually went backwards. It was innovative, and then they removed the innovation to chase PUBG.
What is Grand Theft Auto 5 innovated in the last 5 years, or even since its release?
No.
Aside from getting people pay absurd amount of money for fucking virtual cars.
Yeah, I will say Unrecord. Senator Abby Strong's saying, I still don't believe Unrecord is real, and it's actually just a psyop. Unrecord is a game that puts you in the perspective of an officer's
oh yeah, I saw that clip going around.
Yeah, and it is hyper realistic. You can tell it's a game every now and then because when he moves, the world won't move properly with it a little bit. But holy shit, does it looks super. It's basically you're playing from the perspective of the body cam footage, and my god, it looks fucking realistic as shit. God. Yeah. But then every now and then you'll see that the scenery kind of breaks. And that's how you can kind of tell that it is a game. But yeah, it looks like real footage.
Honestly, if you ignore the AAA shit, I actually don't think the industry is doing too bad right now. That's the other thing too.
That's what
is
we said earlier.
Yeah, I think we might be nearing the sunset days of the AAA industry, where it'll never truly go away. Because you're always going to have, like, big companies like Nintendo releasing games like Tears of the Kingdom that people absolutely adore. But as long as we keep getting, like, Cyberpunk 2077s and Lord of Ring Gollum, like, that shit can only last for so long. And it seems more and more people are realizing the value in indie games, and more people are realizing that learning how to make them and the tools to make them are increasingly easy to come by. And, like, who knows what it will look like in 5 years. There's already a shit ton of, like, really good indie games out there. The market could be dominated by them in just a few years if things go the right way.
Yeah. And again, people are caught on, like, Kickstarter actually having games that came out because of it just alone, as much as I think Kickstarter is a website I don't trust anymore.
Yeah.
Like, at all. Because the Kickstarter's pretty fucking scummy. But Kickstarter is a concept of the people giving the money directly to developers for what they want exactly. That was a huge innovation. That being a thing has allowed stuff like Larian to make Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. Has allowed Owlcat Games to make Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and Wrath of the Righteous. It's allowed all of these things that are very niche to get that funding. And that has dramatically changed because now they don't have a publisher. Who cares? Oh, publishers say nobody's going to want a big CRPG, a big tabletop role-playing game of a classic CRPG. Nobody's going to want that. Owlcat Games said, all right, I'll put my money where my mouth is. They went to Kickstarter. Bam. They got it. Because clearly people wanted it. And it's been doing really well. From everything I've seen, it's done really well. It's been reviewed really well. It's getting more video. Mandalore Gaming just did a video on Wrath of the Righteous recently.
Oh.
That's done very well there, too.
Creetosis.
And then you have indie games like RimWorld and Space Station 13 that's still going strong, and it's just like there's all kinds of stuff outside of the AAA space.
Yeah,
that's making money. Even Space Station 13 is making money. The people that run the servers, they have Patreons and everything like that, or Subscribe Stars, and you can go there and you can fund creation. You can put up bounties and get people to put in new features for the game you love.
Creetosis, have you seen the clip of Vinny Vinesauce breaking the Lord of the Rings game I'm sorry, I think you mean Lord of Ring. In just 5 to 10 seconds. No, I haven't, but Jesus Christ, that sounds funny. That is a very Vinny thing to do, too, is to accidentally break a game immediately.
Yeah.
He's got, like, this fucking aura of games bugging out and glitching on him for no reason. I remember when Fallout 4 first came out, he was streaming and he had Paladin Dance as a companion, and Dance just got stuck in praising the sun pose, and just, like, sliding across the ground, not walking, praising the sun.
That's like on my streams.
Oh,
I have like a
hold on.
games all the time.
The audio just got really fucked. Pagan, say something?
Something?
Oh, Jesus, that's weird. Say something?
What's going on? What's wrong with your thing?
All my audio is crusty now.
Ooh, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's not good. I know the charging cable for my headset has been acting kind of wonky, but I don't know why that would fuck up all the audio. It's fine on stream, it's not crusty here. How the fuck is that possible? You guys are hearing what I'm hearing. Or should be. Wait, you're better now.
Oh, there you go.
That was weird.
What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. $3 for Get Out There, yo, thank you. Games are technically advanced, but praises Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah. What were you saying, Such, before I had the audio issue?
Uh-oh. I don't remember.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you were saying that you have like you're like Vinny in that you also have issues with games
Just
being
watch
buggy.
my stream. I am cursed. I will find all kinds of different ways to bug things out or get stuck in the floor or some shit. And the chat will be like, "What'd you do now?" And it's like, "I was trying to walk through a door." He goes, "Well, you gotta open the door first." I did, then it closed on me. Now I'm in the door. I have become one with the door.
According to Cree, we are supposed to hear the voices just like him. Hey, I am not The Voices Will Not Stop. I haven't seen them in chat today, by the way. I hope they're doing well.
Yeah.
It's easy.
I'm sorry, just this comment. Cuck Simulator is the best indie simulation game. I can't believe you guys wouldn't mention The Gift of God's Green Earth. I know Ricada played that, and there was something to do with, like, one of those retarded anime voice actors he's been dealing with for years.
Oh, it's probably Ron Toye.
Yes, Ron Soye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Than ever before, leading to more innovation in the industry. It's easy to look back at the games of old like Morrowind, Half-Life, and vanilla World of Warcraft and just say they were better.
But they are.
But they are. Again, we're not just saying they're better, but we can show and break down why they're better. We can show and break down their level design, their flow, what they innovated on, what they did to change the industry. We can show why they are better. You need to show why your stance is better, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this isn't just nostalgia goggles or some shit. We can objectively point out like why this is better than, say, Saints Row reboot.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Saints Row 2, 1 and 2, compared to Saints Row reboot, like, yeah, some of, like, the graphics are technically better in the reboot. A lot of it doesn't look good, though. 1 and 2, definitely old age graphics, but like they look better to me than a lot of the new Saints Row does. Especially that fucking demon cat.
Yeah, the fucking cat, what the hell?
All the crazy, like, combat moves and everything, that, like, okay. So you made combat a little different. That doesn't mean a whole lot when it's like, the reason you're doing the combat is for the story, which is shit.
Yeah.
Because, like, this is also part of my hatred of people writing off stories in games like, oh, it's just a silly fucking whatever game. Who cares about the story? The story is, like, the whole reason you're doing anything and the investment for it. A lot of people wouldn't feel compelled to finish the games they play if they don't feel like if they're not invested in the story. And the way you typically do that is by having the story be fucking good. By making them care about the characters and the world and the stakes.
Yep. And again, as damn it, I had it there. Coolio Systems says, "Wow, why were classic servers so ubiquitous? Must be all nostalgic fiction." Yeah. Again, classic servers exploded in popularity for a fucking reason. Okay. Because people enjoy classic more than they enjoyed the modern. To the point where they were actually becoming a serious threat to Blizzard, and Blizzard tried to fucking shenaniganry their ass.
I could say for a fact, as someone who's played World of Warcraft since the fucking South Park episode, that Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King are way better than what we're getting now. When Shadowlands was out, I found it so immensely fucking boring that anytime I tried to play it, I just immediately lost interest, and like I was falling asleep when I wasn't even goddamn tired.
Yeah.
Of course, that's just me personally, so I guess that is anecdotal, but that's how I felt about it. Yeah.
I'm someone that I didn't get into the original World of Warcraft. I tried, because everybody in my Cisco Systems and Networking class, World of Warcraft was brand new, and I'm in Cisco Systems and Networking, and everybody's in and they're playing it, and they're like, "Yeah, this is really cool," and they're all talking about all this fun thing they had, so I got it, and I just couldn't get into it. But so instead of playing World of Warcraft, I went back to playing PlanetSide some more. PlanetSide was my jam. That was what I went at.
I wasn't into fantasy stuff when I was younger. It wasn't until Skyrim, ironically, that I started to accept that fantasy was actually a good genre.
I liked fantasy a lot. I was really into it. It's just World of Warcraft didn't catch me, and it was hard to break the investment I had in PlanetSide because I was a Galaxy dropship pilot in PlanetSide. And for anyone that doesn't know, in original PlanetSide there are 3 different factions, and you have multiple different things. It's an actual war, and you actually have to, support the war effort. So you need people to carry materials and resources from point to point to point and everything. And I was a Galaxy dropship pilot. I was one of the ones that was flying the big ships. So I was carrying the big groups of people and everything like that. So it just felt more special to me. Same thing when I played World War II Online. I always played I was always the guy in the SDKFZ for the German side, and I was dragging the artillery pieces up to the front line and resources and ammo boxes and new troops and everything to keep fronts open. So I always liked playing logistics that way.
I can't believe you stuck around through Battle for Azeroth, to be honest, Kree. Yeah, I was kind of on and off with that one towards the end, but it was weird. Like, I had issues with it, but I didn't outright hate it. It was just kind of meh. And then you've just did to me what people in chat try to do to Setch with Halo Reach. I fucking hate that we've got, 10 years of build-up of this fucking elder god in the ocean that's responsible for many of the horrible things that have happened in this world, and he's revealed as the big bad that is an insanely significant lore character due to his influence upon the world for who knows how many fucking thousands of years. And then he kind of tentacle rapes 2 zones that nobody cares about from old expansions. And then there's a raid where you go and kill him. You don't even invade his realm, as in, yeah, this is how Battle for Azeroth ends as an expansion, and the next expansion is all about invading his realm and fighting against the mad... no, none of that. You just go into a raid, spank him, and he's dead. At the end of an expansion that honestly didn't have a whole lot to do with him beforehand.
Yeah.
Like, this would be like if the MCU, instead of having Infinity War and Endgame, if Thanos got killed off in, like, I don't know, fucking Ant-Man 2. That's the equivalent of what they did. Morrowind introduces you to its setting brilliantly by placing you into a relatively normal part of Vardenfell with an immediately obviously alien element in it, in the form of the Silt Strider. And the further you get from Seda Neen, the stranger the environment gets. Yes, Morrowind is brilliant. I love it. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Forgive me if I don't care about the opinions of Frank Film Actors Guild, considering just what he has said in this video and what Pagan read. Yeah. I definitely do not believe the idea that all opinions should be respected. Some are just fucking outright dog shit. £5 from Kobe. Thank you. You can polish a turd, but it's still a turd. A game looking good doesn't mean it's a good game. Yes, exactly. Alright, let's continue on with this video. We're nearing completion, kind of.
6 minutes into a 10-minute video.
10 minutes exactly, by the way.
Yeah, on the dot.
Gaming at the time had been love, and that things have all gone to shit. But is that really the case?
Yes.
Let's stop being so negative.
No, the reason the negativity is there is because genuinely bad products are... God. It's so frustrating that this person can't conceive that things are just worse now.
Yeah. It's because they're stuck with the, ooh, shiny. They're literally talking about the graphics and the FPS and everything like that, and it's like, okay, I'll still go back and play Planescape Torment because it has a better story than Prey 2017, than Skyrim, than even Morrowind. I'll still go back and play it because it's just that good of a story.
Yeah. Not just the story of Morrowind, but like much of the world, and the world is very important too. It's part of your understanding of the setting. Morrowind is a world that has slavery. You see them on plantations. You see them in mines. You see them in, like, the quarters of crazy Telvanni people. One in particular. You see slave markets. All this supports the idea that slaves exist in this world. They're all around. They're being used. You can see it. Fallout 3 has a group of slavers with no customers until DLC added one in.
Yeah.
No one uses slaves, but there's escaped slaves in a fucking quest where they take over the Lincoln Monument and the super mutant infested ruins of DC for some fucking reason.
Gabo Jones has a pretty good comment.
Um,
Gabo Jones says, gotta love the stop being so negative line drops with B-roll from a game that is all about lying to you. Yeah. So for anyone that doesn't know, yes, that's the big point about Prey 2017. It's lying to you. That's literally the entire theme, is that you're being lied to.
I'm tired of opening up every day and seeing a plethora of gamers complain non-stop about everything they hate in the industry. Halo Infinite, Cyberpunk 2077,
Bad game,
Fallout
bad game.
76.
Bad game.
If you really...
Wow!
I'm so
Jesus
tired
Christ, you did
of
3
people...
terrible games. It's like, is it the gamer's fault, or is it the fact that the games are awful?
Am I out of touch, or is it the gamers that are wrong?
That's seriously, I would love somebody to do that edit of his stupid fucking avatar. Like, am I the one that's out of touch?
No, it's
No,
the
it's
gamers,
the gamers that are wrong.
Yeah, I butchered the quote.
God.
Why do you think people are fucking complaining? Maybe it's because they're bad. Like, again, people don't tend to complain about things that are good because the whole point of a complaint is that you're pointing at a fucking problem.
Yeah. I mean, you'll get the weirdos that'll complain about things like, it doesn't have enough representation and stuff like that. But those people are fucking delusional people with brain damage, so there's nothing you can do about those people.
Yeah, those are weirdos. We're not talking about weirdos. We're talking about normal people.
Yeah.
If you buy, like, Planescape Torment now, and you really like it, such, even, like, if this is your first time playing it, you're not going to say, yeah, but this game is terrible, I hate it, blah, 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 blah. No, you're not going to do that if you fucking like it.
Yeah. Well, I might. I like Crydown Retribution. It's super, super shit.
That's the thing in reverse of what I'm saying, though. That's you buying a shit game and saying, yeah, I love it.
Yeah, because it's so shit. It's one of those, like, miracles of shitness.
Weirdos. This is coming from the owl furry. I'm not a fucking... Ah! Stop!
Really hate gaming so much. Why are you even here?
Okay,
Fuck off,
I get you're stupid.
retard.
The people complaining don't hate gaming. They hate those games. There is a fucking difference, you moron.
Jesus
They're complaining
Christ.
because they care about the industry and they want to see it get better, not continue to get worse. They're tired of people like you, the corporate shills that advocate for turn off brain, don't think, look at pretty graphics. Oh, it is 60 FPS, this is superior. We're
Just
making fun of
consume.
you.
Just consume.
You're
Just
dumbass.
buy the microtransactions, forehead.
Yeah. Oh, we must allow microtransactions to manipulate people and send them into gambling debt and make them homeless. They must be destroyed so that more children can play and get addicted. Because it is good that more children play. Like, again, this is why you are literally a corporate shill in PC. You're an actual consumer brain. You are so fucking stupid, and it's infecting the entire industry, and we're sick of it. We're sick of people like you who, like, yes, bow down to our corporate masters. Let them drag their balls on us. You can just pay money to get them to stop. Like, no, we don't want to pay the money. We don't want to pay money to people that are this fucking disrespectful to their customer base. We don't want to pay money to people who don't put in the fucking effort. We don't want to pay money to people that it's all about the graphics and all the substance of it is actually gone.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ. What a fucking moron. You're one here talking about how you claim victimhood status, too. Jesus. What a pathetic scumbag you are.
Yeah.
I was crucified for my comments that children should be turned into gambling addicts and become useless members of society because microtransactions are good. I'm never going to turn around on that claim. God, go fucking off yourself.
Jesus. Yeah, it speaks to an incredibly childish attitude where you see people criticizing bad games for being broken or being poorly made or having shit stories, and then going, if you hate gaming so much, why don't you just leave? It's like,
Yeah.
Okay, gamer word.
Yeah, that's a super nuclear one. And it's not framing. This is exactly what he advocated for. I am saying exactly what he advocates for. That's what makes him so much a scumbag piece of shit. Like, he is a consumer in PC brain. He's a complete moron. But he advocates for the worst aspects of the gaming industry.
If you really hate gaming so much, why are you even here? Don't answer that. I know why. It's because you grew such a strong passion for games as a kid.
No!
because I like video games as a medium, I think they're quite possibly the medium that has the best potential to tell a story.
Yes. Because the person being directly involved in the telling of said story creates a connection that you just can't get in a movie or in a book or anything. Books are fantastic when it comes to imagination, but you cannot influence the story itself.
Yeah, I have to say, I absolutely have a new respect for books now that I've been listening to audiobooks for a few years, and I absolutely didn't take them as seriously as I should have before.
Yeah.
Because when you get a look inside the minds of the characters, it really does add a lot, and you can't really do that in most media unless you do the fucking anime thing where you hear like an echoey voice of someone thinking something, and that often comes across as awkward in anything outside of anime or The Simpsons.
Admiral Tony Donning, what is the rest of that? What's the rest of that term? Tabletop, though. Yeah, but what is tabletop? Tabletop gaming, by chance? Tabletop role-playing games? It's like, yes, I agree, but I'm putting them in the same category. You directly influence the story. You are a direct participant in the story. The story does not progress without you.
Yeah.
If you don't watch the movie is still going to tell the same story. If you put down the book is still the same story.
Yeah.
Nothing changes in it.
That's part of why I like Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas so much, is the direct influence you have on the world. If you pick up, let's say, The Stand by Stephen King, before he became an angry lesbian on Twitter, it's a really good book.
Yeah.
But if you never finish reading it, then those, like, all the pages you didn't read still have the same text whether you read them or not. Where the endings to New Vegas, well, obviously you're limited to what endings you can get, each of them depends on your choices, the choices you make within that game as you play it.
Yeah. And even in stuff that's linear... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to, like, explain, like, more. Go ahead.
Alright. Even in stuff that's linear. Because it's like, okay, Half-Life. What's Half-Life's story? It's going to be the same no matter what, right? Well, no. Half-Life story is everything you do within it as well. Did you shoot the scientists? Did you save them? Did you go out of your way to gather all of the security guards together and all the scientists together to make as many people, like survivor groups, as you could to hopefully get more people out of the facility? Did you make that choice? That's something you can do, and you've now changed the story of that playthrough of Half-Life. Even though the story is going to conclude the same way.
Did you reach that one section of the game where there's an open elevator shaft and really slippery water, and a couple of turrets and lasers, and there's two scientists there? And did you move them to stand right under the fire door and then turn on the fire door?
Did you allow others to scratch Freeman's beard?
I saw a video the other day because I was curious, and I was hoping it was for the original Half-Life, but it was Black Mesa, where someone saves the open the silo door scientist. Yeah.
I should try and do that more. I don't know, him I feel like he's more of a lost cause because he's running straight out of fucking explosives. I'm just like looking at him like, no, stop! Stop! No, I'm doing the fucking Willy Wonka thing. Stop! No, come back! But again, it's just one of those. But for all the other scientists, I try to go out of my way to save them. I even got the achievement for doing the incredibly autistic thing of actually getting the maximum number of scientists and security guard personnel to survive in one area, all in the same area. I actually got an achievement for that.
Wow.
Yeah. So I get in Black Mesa. Let me see what it's...
Yeah, because I really love Half-Life 1, but it's almost comical how much those scientists fucking die.
Yeah. Because they really do like go out of their. It almost seems they go out of their way to like fuck themselves over. Yeah, here's what it is. Her brains in your brawn. Assemble all the possible scientists and guards at the end of Office Complex. Unlocked on March 9th. 4.4% of the players have achieved this. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That... Yeah, I can see that being a challenge.
I did bring my passport. That's how I got all of them to survive. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Don't answer that. I know why. It's because you grew such a strong passion for games as a kid. You have fond memories of those late nights raiding with friends on your favorite MMO, or thinking back to those...
So, riddle me this. What about my grandfather? Who didn't have that experience?
Shut up. Yes, he did.
Raid on MMOs.
He was
who played by himself.
What if... What, you don't know if he was playing Pokemon on an original Game Boy in Pearl Harbor when it got bombed.
Oh, God. Again, this is just one of those delusional things where they think that everybody that plays games comes into them as a child. No, they don't. My mother didn't come into it as a child. My grandfather didn't come into it as a child. He couldn't have physically. It'd be impossible for him to. But, yeah, no, so, what about them? He still had a job to do. He still had families to take care of. Like, this is just fucking ludicrous.
It is.
You're already presuming a starting point, when we already have evidence that your starting point is completely flawed.
Those emotional moments with your favorite RPG, and screaming at the opposing team in Call of Duty lobbies with friends. None of that.
Again, you're putting a lot of baggage onto this only when you were a child thing. There are people of all ages that come into gaming at any time throughout. The fucking TF2 voice actors have never played games before, and they started playing a game. They started playing TF2 as part of a community event. And God, does that give you just joy and hope for humanity? The entire, like, community, unprompted, just coming around and rallying around them and being like, no, we'll help you learn how to play and everything like that, and all the teams hanging out with them and everything. Just hear them talk and stuff. It's so fantastic.
That is amazing.
That, like, if you want a video that's heartwarming, you should definitely watch that video. That is just amazing.
The more I think about it, the more I realize Team Fortress 2 actually does probably have one of the best communities of games on the internet.
Yep. And a lot of it is because it's so shitposty. That's why it has such a good
I was just about to say, they definitely have the best memes, that's for sure.
No, I actually do think this guy believes this, because of all the other stuff that he's written down and said. I think he genuinely believes this because he's that dumb. Like, I don't think this is like a malicious thing, right? Maybe it's malicious. Maybe he doesn't believe any of this and he's just doing this to play the algorithm or something. I don't fucking know. You know, we don't know for sure. But I guess I'll fall back on the... It's more logical to assume stupidity than it is to assume malice. Like, unless malice can be shown, and Jesus Christ, there's a lot of malice in the world for sure.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the legal definition, because if we were going by the legal definition, there's even way more than that. Put this.
That went away though. It just did for you.
No, it did go away though. He's like, none of that went away though. Yes, it did. It absolutely did go away though.
Wait, I thought
That's the problem.
I thought he said that did go away, but for you. Let's wind
No. He said it didn't go away. He's talking about the gaming industry as a whole. Games were always like that, and it's always like that. It's like that this very moment. They haven't gotten worse. It only went away for you. It's like, no, it went away in the gaming industry. The industry as a whole. Again, it gets in this weird thing. If we look at the gaming industry overall, are there great games out there? Yes. But then it's like, but these are niche titles. These are single A developers or indie developers. These are small time publishers, stuff like that. None of the AAA game sphere. They're fucking garbage. We have a AAA game, Saints Row 2022, and it was the most woke, agendized garbage bullshit of a game we have gotten ever. Holy shit. It was so up its own ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really fucking bad.
Yeah.
Also, he's just wrong by the fact that anyone can go back and play these older games, and we have done exactly this, where there's been games that I had never played that are, that were older.
Yeah.
And, it's the thing with movies and TV shows and like stuff I had never seen, and we went back and watched them, and it's like, oh my god, this is so much better than anything we have now.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up with that stuff.
We watched Oh Brother, Where Art Thou a couple months ago, and Pagan had never seen it before. What do you think of that movie, Pagan?
Oh my god, it was amazing.
I played
So good.
I played Saints Row 2 for the first time. Well, I played like an hour of it several years ago. I played it for the first time when working on the video for the new Saints Row game. And I fucking love Saints Row 2. It might actually be my favorite game in the franchise now.
Yeah.
Because
It's definitely mine.
I had played Saints Row 1 and 3 before, and I remembered enjoying them as a kid. And I replayed them, and yeah, I think Saints Row 2 actually is my favorite. Saints Row 1, I think, is pretty good, but it's still, like, it's the first entry in the series. It's still trying to find its legs, which they do in Saints Row 2. And then they fuck it up in Saints Row 3. It's still decent, but this is where, like, the stank comes in.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's just weird, right? It's just this weird whole thing of like, okay, I'm going to give you one of these old games that's really fucking good, and I'm going to give you one of these new games you say is so much better. So I'm going to give you, I don't know, Planescape Torment, and then I'll sit you down with Saints Row 2022. Well, Saints Row 2022 has better graphics. It's got better animations, higher frame rate. It's got voice acting, more voice acting. Because Planescape Torment actually does have voice acting, but they're very specific voice actings. Yeah. Which one is better written? Which one has a more compelling story? Which one has a narrative that doesn't contradict itself?
Yeah, but
Like,
Sesh, these are
that
things meant
stuff
to
doesn't
entertain
matter.
you. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that stuff doesn't matter.
I genuinely, by the way, for more Planescape Torment gushing, I genuinely love the magic quest to learn how to use magic, to join the Mages Guild. Essentially, it's not really a guild, but to join the Mages Guild. And what you do is, I'm gonna keep this as spoilery free as possible, but you're given all these chores to do from this old lady. You can tell this old lady has magic, and you're like, I would like to learn from you how to do magic. And she kind of looks you over, and she's not sure and everything like that. So she gives you all these chores to do. So you go to do all these chores and efforts, and one of the chores is to go pick up her laundry from this guy. And you go over there to pick up laundry from him, and he tells you to wait because he's not ready yet, and you watch him do the laundry. And he does it over and over again. He starches it. He puts it into the water. He brings it out, starches it again, folds it, presses it clean, dries it, and then hands it to you. And then he does the next one and the next one and the next one. And every single one of these are stiff as a board. You couldn't actually wear these clothes. Right? You couldn't physically not put these clothes on. And you look at him and you're like, well, why did you do that? What, these clothes are ruined now. And he looks at you dumbfounded, and he's like, this is the way I always do it. And when you take the clothes back to her, and this is the best part about the quest line, if you don't understand the lesson you were taught, because, turns out all the chores are actually a lesson, if you didn't understand the lesson you were taught, you will fail, and you cannot learn magic. And the lesson that you were trying to be taught was the repetition. Magic is the repeating of things, to repeat things over and over and over again. Because that's what magic is. Magic is a science in the Planescape universe. It requires the same hand motions. It requires the same inflections. It requires the same concentration every single time, over and over and over and over again. Like, his movements for when he cleans the laundry may not be for an actual magic spell, but it's the fact that he's so repetitious that it's turned into muscle memory. He doesn't need to think about it anymore. It doesn't process in his mind anymore. He just does it. That's the lesson you're being taught. And that's the same for all the different chores. And that's why, like, that is incredibly meaningful to me. I love shit like that. Where you're asked to do magic and a lesser person who's asked to do all this busy work, it's just like, oh, it's just busy work. It's just terrible. And if you say that, you don't get to learn magic. She thanks you for your time, she pays you for the chores, and you leave. And you never get to learn magic throughout the entire rest of the game. I love shit like that so much. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And again, there's nothing that explicitly tells you that you'll never get to learn magic ever again throughout the rest of the game. There's nothing that explicitly tells you that this is the only way to learn magic. There's nothing that even tells you that you can learn magic in it, other than the fact that it's a fantasy world with magic in it. There's nothing that tells you you can do this. You have to seek it out. And by your logic of deduction, you go to a lady. You go to an old lady who seems to be able to do magic. So she likely knows how to get on this magic train, right? She likely knows how to do this. It's just that level of writing and care you don't see that much these days.
Yeah.
It's very rare, and it makes me very sad. So it's just this horrible thing where we've lost that spark within the industry. It's been crushed under the weights of corporate suits with business degrees that totally know everything they need to know about business because do you know what school I went to?
Yeah, but have you ever considered you can climb that mountain?
Yeah.
I'm actually starting to doze off.
Yeah, fair.
No time for sleep. We're working on stuff after.
Yeah, we need to force Cree to watch Super Mario Bros. Movie.
No, he's helping me with scripting stuff.
So you think it's actually a ploy? We're gonna Clockwork Orange your ass.
I really want to get this video done, man. Like, it is important to me to get this done. I have to work on it.
I know. We'll have the monkeys in the background work on it while you're sitting there in the chair with your eyeballs held open by the machine going, stop, no!
We'll drag him kicking and screaming.
Call of Duty lobbies with friends. None of that went away, though. It just did for you. You grew up. You changed. Kids nowadays are all having those same experiences you did.
No,
they're
they
not.
aren't! By exacting definition, they aren't either. They aren't playing Planescape Torment. They aren't playing the first Age of Empires.
They aren't playing Morrowind or Warcraft 2 and 3 or
the original Warcraft 1, Orcs and Humans. Holy shit.
I've never even played that.
Oh, it's pretty wild. If you played it in isolation and then get told it was supposed to be a Warhammer game, you could look at it and go, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, it genuinely does make sense.
Yeah, the only games I really see kids playing nowadays is like fucking Roblox, Fortnite, occasionally Call of Duty, and for whatever reason, Rust.
Yes! The little squeakers in Rust. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What's the funniest thing? Okay, squeakers are funny at times in multiplayer games. What makes them even funnier is if they're like Australian squeakers.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Australian or New Zealand squeakers with the accent is the funniest fucking thing ever in the Rust community, because those videos are just hilarious of him trolling them so badly.
Like me, who still love and appreciate all the hard work devs do today.
Shut the
Don't get
fuck
me
up. They
wrong.
aren't deserving of fucking respect just because they worked on a piece of shit fucking game.
Yeah.
The Lord of the
Doing
Lord
your
of Rings,
job to a bare minimum level does not earn respect.
No
Going
such.
above and beyond in your job
That's not
does earn
even a
respect.
bare minimum level. A bare minimum would be a functioning fucking product.
That's fair.
God, my thing that pisses me off the most is what he just said there. The fucking, well, I still do. You don't. But because of the opinions I have, therefore I
Yeah.
am better than you. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. He played victim before, he victim blamed before, and now he's playing the I'm morally superior and greater card.
Yeah, because I'm a consumer who will just buy anything and never criticize it. Therefore, I am
I don't
better
think
than
about
you.
anything I get, I just spend my money and throw it around.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's
okay.
why I'm able to enjoy these things and see that they're actually good, and you're just peasants who don't understand. Fuck off.
Yeah.
It's not just the pretentiousness, it's like the condescending horse shit too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the video essayist fucking mannerisms and
Oh,
speech
you know
definitely
what?
isn't helping.
Here's a perfect example too. Oh, the magic is gone for you. You can't enjoy it. What game have we all been playing recently that we really fucking love?
Demonologist.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah.
fucking amazing game. But
Yeah, it's fucking great.
the magic is gone for me and I can't enjoy anything anymore. I'm a bitter old man because I said Fallout 76, an objectively shit game, is a shit fucking game.
Yep.
Love old games. Forget Mass Effect. And I still like the Elder Scrolls Oblivion more than Skyrim, even factoring out the nostalgia. And yes, there are a lot of problems.
Oh! That right there already destroys your entire fucking video.
Yeah, how fucking dare you be toxic to Skyrim, you...
Yeah.
I
You
hate her.
factored out the nostalgia, so you know that it is better objectively. So, okay. Do
Well,
that same process for Morrowind and Oblivion. Which one's better?
Well, you see, Setch, it's okay for him to look at things objectively and say, like, yeah, this one thing is better
that's right,
than the other,
because
but
he
every-
hasn't changed yet.
yeah, he hasn't changed. It's everyone else who is toxic and hateful, and they've all changed. They can't enjoy the magic of things anymore.
Oh, no, Sedge. You have to understand, only he can see through his nostalgia. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine for him to have things that he, finds better, that he cherishes from back then, that he's allowed to still think, oh, well, this was better than this thing that came out later.
Newer
But
thing
no,
that has better animations and higher frame rates and everything like that. The shit that he was espousing was really fucking important.
yeah, but if anyone else does that, no, that's a problem. They just don't have the magic anymore. Not like him. Fuck off.
I like this comment right here because it's really good with everything we've had to deal with in this entire video. I don't want to enjoy the magic of shit.
Yeah.
There are a lot of problems with modern gaming too. But let's not kid ourselves. There are so many amazing and memorable things being made nowadays too. And for me personally,
Just not
mostly by
the
indie
mainstream-
developers.
Yeah, not by the mainstream developers. It's
Yeah.
mostly indies that are keeping that spirit alive.
That's the thing we're talking about. Like, this is the problem. Indies still have passion, still have soul. They still want to make good products. AAA industry don't give a shit about any of that stuff. The only thing they care about is pushing the message and making a game as cheaply as they can, while also getting as much returns as they can,
And
which
also-
means microtransactions, janky, no quality control.
And also just hiring shit writers instead of a good one. Like, what were the three
Yep.
games he mentioned? Halo Infinite, Fallout 76, and...
Cyberpunk 2077.
Right, Cyberpunk 2077. Like, he's tired of seeing people complain about them. The industry has so much to offer. But what about all the people who do talk great about the good games and still shit talk those bad games because they've got a ton of issues?
Yep.
Even people who like Cyberpunk 2077 in its current state still say that, yeah, it leaves a lot to be desired. There's still issues.
Yeah. Also, his example of Halo Infinite, oh my god, that game is fucking shit, and they've done nothing with it, and they've basically abandoned it, so shut the fuck up. You don't get to use that as an example of, it's an underrated game. It's actually much better than stupid gamers think. They should appreciate it more. No, fuck off. That game is absolute dog shit. Yeah, they also lied.
I think it's better than anything we've seen before. Think back to when Cyberpunk 2077 first released and how much hate it got. But only recently has its player numbers surged once again and the love poured in from the...
Do you know why?
Yeah, do you have any idea why people tried going back to this game?
Could it be an outside piece of media, perhaps, that is not associated directly with the game itself, but is set in the same universe of the game? Oh, that's crazy talk, though. That's crazy talk.
Yeah, with a DLC that actually ties into the game where you get to play as these characters, or at least get their gear and their armor and their clothes. Yeah, it's almost like, that's what influenced people. And why were people so influenced by this piece of outside media to play this game? Oh, was it because it was good and was made with actual competent writers and animators who actually made a good product? Maybe that might have had something to fucking do with it.
10-month membership message from Adeptus Fantasticus. Thank you. But guys, don't you know he clearly has the objective state approved opinion, and criticizing him is tantamount to criticizing Biden or Castro? Oh no.
Yep, absolutely. You reckon this dude chilled hard for Overwatch 2?
Probably.
It would not surprise me.
How?
I bet you he did.
How?
I do find it funny that I couldn't find any tweets about Overwatch 2 while going through his stuff. And that's probably for the best for him because, oh boy, them canceling that fucking single player mode is, oh boy, that's the one thing that they had for that game to try to justify making it a completely separate game was, well, we're going to add a single player mode. It's going to have a storyline now. You know, that makes up for it. And now they fucking canceled it. So there's no excuse, no justification, nothing.
First of all, I forgot how to spell your fascist dictator's name, Kree, so I just called him by his dad's name.
Yeah, fair. And accurate, too, honestly.
How is it better than anything from before? Also, you say that, then you say you think Oblivion is better than Skyrim. This guy is the definition of inconsistent. Yeah. The games we're getting now are better than the ones we got before, but Oblivion is better than Skyrim. Okay.
The community. Years the game and community saw nothing but hate. Players only focused on what was wrong and refused to appreciate the game for what it did so right.
What it does right, it doesn't matter if you can't fucking play it.
Holy shit, what did the game do right? Please, I am all ears.
So I can't speak to Cyberpunk myself when it came out because I never played it. But I did play Fallout 76 when it came out and it was a fucking mess. Lots of things were non-functional. On stream, I believe, I had run across a floating car. And I was like, oh yeah, of course, this is Bethesda quality, blah, 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 laughing and mocking. And then a bridge popped into existence under me, and the car was no longer floating. It's like, oh, this problem is far bigger than I initially thought. And there's, like, lots of other issues with the game that just made it fucking terrible. It's like, yeah, when the game is that bad, people are going to notice that.
But frankly, what about Redfall?
Oh,
what
God.
about all the great things Redfall did? Why are you shitting on Redfall, frankly? Why are you being so mean? Why aren't you embracing the magic of Redfall? It did things good, I'm sure. Why aren't you focusing on that instead of being a negative hater who hates gaming and games? Why are you even here if you hate games so much, frankly?
You know, Pagan, Everything Everywhere All at Once is the best movie ever made, much like Redfall is the best game ever made. Or sorry, it's the best movie ever made for the exact same reason that Redfall is the best game ever made.
Oh, God.
Kill yourself.
I've actually been wanting to watch that movie again recently. It is really good.
After Mario, we can.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't say I was going to watch it with you guys. I just said I was going to watch it at some point.
We're going to drag you, kicking and screaming, to watch this movie.
That movie.
Well, yes, I do want to watch Mario, but I need to get this video work done. It is important to me. Yeah, there was something else I was wanting to say, but I forget what it was. 3 Malaysian ringgits from Pendekar Mando. Thank you. Setch, what are your thoughts on the skirmishers? Been wanting to ask for a while, but kept forgetting.
What skirmishers?
I don't know.
Like, I don't know. Be more. Okay. You don't have to send anything again. Just be more specific. What skirmishers and what? And if you say Halo Reach, I'm gonna fucking slap you.
Yeah, we are not doing a Halo Reach tangent. We are 5 hours in, and it is still very hot here, and I want to end the stream as soon as possible so I could get the air conditioning on, and so I could get back to work on stuff.
Yeah.
So
we got 2 minutes left.
Quiet.
Took me a minute 58, but yeah, we're almost there.
Let's go.
It's a perfect for the place we're at now, where the videos that get the most views are negative, the posts that get...
Oh, fuck
off! They do not, you fucking liar!
That is not true at all. In fact, we are seeing a very sad rise in toxic positivity and the popular, like how popular it is becoming.
Yeah,
where as long as you say something, as long as you say something positive about anything, people eat it the fuck up. And in fact, I think you know that, and I think that's why you made this fucking video, to try and capitalize on it, you fuckhead.
Probably.
Okay, I want to check something very quickly. So, we can all agree that Fallout 3, it's a pretty bad game, right?
Yes.
One of the most popular videos about Fallout 3 of all time, the Many a True Nerd video I responded to, has 8.6 million views. The H-Bomber Guy video that one is supposedly responding to has 7.9 million views.
Yeah, so already...
The H-Bomber Guy video about New Vegas has 8.6 million views. So even his positive video got more views than his negative video. Yep. This is again just that lame fucking Dick Watery where it's like, oh yeah, negative stuff gets more attention and views because I am trying to make a shit point. I don't actually have the data and whatever. I hate it so much.
Yeah, they don't even try to verify if it's true or not. They just believe it is, so they say it, and then we every time are able to point out, no, that's fucking wrong.
Yeah. Oh God.
The most clicks are and lots of discussion about
No.
games online is nothing more than an angry circle jerk.
No, it isn't, you
No, it
fucking
isn't.
retard.
No, it's not. You
No,
fucking
you want to
idiot.
know what the big circle jerk is? It's the positivity crowd. It's the Cyberpunk 2077 is the greatest game ever crowd jerking themselves off. Like, holy shit. They're the fucking people who can't look outside the bubble and look at any evidence whatsoever. Who have to make these emotionally manipulative videos with the sad music at the start and then the rising heroic music as I talk about how good it is to get children addicted to gambling.
And the sad music with talking about how I was crucified for my shit opinions. About
Yeah.
how Cyberpunk is the best game ever made and that microtransactions are good, actually.
Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
a good thing that the kids can be exposed to them so that they will get more microtransactions in. And microtransactions can fund entire games now. Isn't it better that we have more? What
Yeah,
a
it's
Looney Tune.
how ironic that this dude wants to call like what we're doing fucking circle jerks. It's like we're actually able to bring evidence and logic and facts to our arguments, whereas you guys are just like
On your
"But I
hands
like
and knees
it."
looking up at Daddy Microsoft going, in my mouth again, please.
Yeah, it's
But-
good. Why? Because I like it. Why exactly do you like it for an objective reason? I don't need one. It's subjective.
But Pagan, remember that Prey 2017 is better than System Shock and Deus Ex in every way. I'm not going to explain why.
Yeah.
It's got
Yeah,
better
no, but
this,
we're
it's
the
got
ones
better
who are
that, it's got
circle
better
jerking.
these, it's got better those.
Yep.
Can you elaborate on that instead of just saying they're better? They're better! Yeah, but I mean, can you give an actual art? They're better!
Yeah. I didn't say it was the best one. Well, there can only be one best one. But do you think it's good or not? I didn't say it was the best one. I know there can only be one best one. Is it good or not? Well, I never said it's the best. I said, is it good or not? Jesus.
I love that debate so much. Oh my god. I need to watch it again.
Rags held it together very well, honestly. At the moment we started the second train of it's not the best, and it's like, motherfucker. Okay? Listen here, you stupid piece of shit. Is it good? Is it better than a 5 out of 10? Is it a 5 out of 10? Is it a 4 out of 10? Or is it lower than that?
Yeah.
It's okay to hate. I want to remind everyone that it's okay to love them too. I know I do, and I know a lot of you do too.
Like, this is so pathetic. It comes
It
across
is.
as an appeal as, you don't really hate those games, though. It's okay to like them. You know you can.
Yeah.
You know
It's okay to love again.
you know you have the right to like this game that a lot of people don't like, right?
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus Christ.
I'm so glad this fucking idiot is giving me permission to love games. Oh, without you around, frankly, I never would have said that I like Starship Troopers Extermination or Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. No, without your permission, I wouldn't have even said I like Darktide. Oh, thank you, all from on high. Frankly Gaming, you complete massive fucking imbecile. Thank
Also,
you for giving me permission from your retarded 10 IQ brain. Oh, I am so grateful to you.
I also feel like he tipped his hand even more because what did he just say here? It's okay for you to like them.
Yeah.
So you're saying that if people criticize them, that's taking away the enjoyment from other people, and that you believe that they can't possibly like any of these games that they're criticizing. Seems like you're painting a very certain broad stroke over people who criticize games.
Oh, God.
Creetosis, I've been glancing at the thumbnail thinking it's KOTOR. Is that 2077? The thumbnail for the stream? Yeah, that's
Yeah, the thumbnail for the stream
2077.
is 2077. Yes. That's specifically why it was chosen.
Also, I forgot to keep an eye on chat to see if he expanded on the skirmisher thing. Let me just scroll
He,
back.
he did. He was going for reach.
Oh, he was going for reach. You
Yes.
fuck.
He said, I think they're a bad idea. I'll just say I agree with you. They were a bad idea.
Yeah, we are
they
not
break
doing a
canon.
reach.
I'm not
thing
going to do a reach thing, but yes, they're a bad idea and they break canon. There you go.
He was reaching.
He was reaching. Oh,
It's-
look at him reach.
It's reaching time.
I can't remember if it's
By
this
developer.
video or not, but it might be this video where he mentions reach.
Oh no. Well,
Tried to hit with the reach around. Oh no.
Okay to hate games, but I want to remind everyone that it's okay to love them too. I know I do, and I know a lot of you do too. You want to know why developers keep screwing you over and over? Because we aren't being honest. Honest with developers, honest with each other, and even honest with ourselves.
What does that even fucking mean? What?
That's the most empty
break
fucking
apart.
claptrap I've ever fucking heard.
Please,
What the
please
fuck?
break apart what the fuck you just said. You know why developers keep fucking you over? Well, now at least you're admitting that the developers are fucking the players over. Okay, where's this going?
yeah.
Because we're not honest. What?
And the way
We're not
he
honest with the
described it,
developers. How?
I
the
want
way
to
he
hear that
described
again.
it too. It's like he's saying, like, do you know why they're fucking you over? It's because you're a bunch of fucking liars and they hate you, so you deserve it. That's what it sounds like.
That's what
Holy
it
fuck.
sounds Like,
Hold on.
Oh my God.
I want to get that again because holy shit, that was amazingly fucking stupid and pointless.
An angry circle jerk. It's okay to hate games, but I want to remind everyone that it's okay to love them too. I know I do, and I know a lot of you do too. You want to know why developers keep
What's that?
screwing you over and over? Because we aren't being honest. Honest with developers, honest with each other, and even honest with ourselves.
The
It's
fuck
the-
does
it's
that
the
mean?
it's the total pretentious thing. It's how to do a video essay thing ever.
Yeah.
Second screen monitor bait, where you just say some inane, hopeful sounding bullshit, and people in their dummy ass brain will be like, hey, what he said was hopeful bullshit. I think this is good.
Okay, so you want to know why developers keep screwing you over because you're not being honest. You're not being honest with developers and you're not being honest with yourself. So is the implication from that God, I'm even trying to process what the fuck he just said is a little tough. So
No, he's saying that we're liars.
no, I know he's saying that we're liars, but like the idea is that developers are screwing us over because we're not being honest, because we're lying or whatever. But the
Yeah.
implication is that they're making bad games because we're not being honest. I'm trying to figure out where the connection is, because
I don't know, but I do find it funny that he basically
is
just
victim
contradicted
blaming.
his entire fucking video up
Yes.
to this point.
by admitting that developers are screwing over
Are
gamers.
screwing us over and over, and
Which
this
is
is
the
the
whole
thing
problem.
that is the industry problem. Yes.
Yeah, and it's just so funny for him to be like,
The-
the games aren't changing, you are. And then at the end of his video, he literally says, well, they're fucking you over and ruining your games because they fucking hate you.
Yeah,
the
and he
funniest-
says over and over is what he said.
But the funniest part about this is, as insane what he said is, it applies to him more than anything else. They're screwing you over because you're not being honest. By the way, I love Cyberpunk 2077. It's the best game that's ever been made. Like, you're giving them a pass by saying that to release shitty, broken games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are the one that is giving them permission. You are the one that is lying. It is not okay. You liking it does not make it okay. You are not the arbiter of what is good. What is good is a factual fucking statement, an objective qualifier of quality.
Yeah. Something
It
that
can
we
be
can
proven.
reasonably... Yeah, that we can reasonably prove. Also, he's victim blaming again.
Yes, he is victim blaming again. Absolutely.
The games industry is making bad games because, again, I'm trying to find the connecting tissue there, because the two things I'm coming to don't make sense. Because you're critical of games. Well, first of all, if that criticism is honest, and a lot of the criticism against stuff like Fallout 76 and Cyberpunk is honest, then it's not being dishonest. So that's a mark against it there. Then they're screwing you over. Like, if we take the other option, they're screwing you over because you're not being honest with them or with yourselves. The other thing that's coming to mind is that you're saying you like the games when you actually don't? It's just a fucking gibberish statement that has no meaning. Wow, this is actually one of the craziest statements I've ever heard of all the videos we've covered.
Yeah, this one, I knew we had to cover this one when I went through it.
Yeah,
I was like, this is easily the worst one of the group that I had.
I see what you mean when you were saying that last week, and you were really wanting to cover it last week. Dear fucking God.
Yeah, it is so fucking awful. This dude is actually mentally retarded.
Like, I almost wish I could ask him what the fuck he means by this. To, like, just get that view beyond the fucking looking glass. Like, what is going on in your head when you wrote this line of nonsense? And, like, the word nonsense kind of gets overused to say, like, stuff is just weird, but it actually makes no sense. None at all. Zero.
Instead, the online community is led by FOMO and herd mentality, simply latching onto each and every narrative from their favorite YouTubers or Reddit posts.
Hold on. No, there's no FOMO with, like, your favorite YouTubers or Reddit posts. The FOMO is in, oh, hey, there's this big, awesome game that's going to be released called Cyberpunk 2077 or Fallout 76. Oh, it turns out to be a complete piece of shit.
It now, you won't get the super exclusive mission that only comes with pre-orders. So you better pre-order now or you're going to miss out.
Hey, if you don't buy this item for the cash shop that's only available for the next 2 weeks, you're going to miss out. If you don't buy the Battle Pass? If you don't buy the Battle Pass on time and complete all the levels to earn all the stuff, you're gonna miss out on it.
And if you don't upgrade your Bottle Platypus, you're totally gonna miss out on the super upgraded VIP Bottle Platypus.
It is bizarre seeing, like, just FOMO applied completely wrong, but, like, in the opposite direction, too. It's not that the game companies are doing, like, shitty fucking things. It's that, oh, you people out there watching videos are experiencing FOMO when you watch someone's video and hate on the thing with them. What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah. You just want to be in on the hate bandwagon is what it sounds like.
Most times when, like, an actual hate bandwagon gets together, it's usually because people find the disaster funny. None of us have played Redfall, but seeing the errors with it and, like, just the game crash and burn was fucking funny.
Yeah, I'm not going to jump on the hate bandwagon. I'm just going to be like, well, it looked shit when I saw it, and then I'm going to hand out fucking drinks to the people that are conducting it and be like, here you go, continue on your work.
Yep.
I disagree with my favorite YouTubers all the time. Did you guys know that Setch thinks snakes aren't lizards? I do, and he's completely wrong.
I will slap every single one of you. Every one of you. Get in line. There's going to be a... Every single one.
See how much he can't take the truth.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Setch, but majority rules, and we've all decided that it's true.
No, we are not doing this tyranny of the masses bullshit.
But Setch, we live in a democracy.
No, you might. You might. We live in a constitutional republic.
That's the meme I'm doing, Setch.
I know, but it's funny how many people fucking don't get it that the constitutional republic and a democracy are different. Holy fuck.
When a lizard loses a leg, is it 1/4 a snake? Yes.
No.
There's a reason. There's a reason why it's always the villains that say something along the lines of, I love democracy.
Yes. God.
YouTubers or Reddit posts. It's easy to criticize and revile developers, publishers, monetization practices, bugs, and missing features.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
no
not.
fucking shit.
Listen, it's not easy to do those things if, one, the bugs and monetization aren't there to be those awful systems that prey on weak-minded people.
Or if
and
they aren't
give people
handled
gambling
poorly.
addictions. And it's hard to criticize developers and publishers if they put out a good fucking product.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
how dare you give me exactly what I wanted and it be really fucking good and make me think after the game was over? And
Yeah.
how dare you?
And we know this for a fact because we've seen games come out where people try to wrongfully criticize them and they got laughed out of the fucking room for it. You had the same thing happen with the Hogwarts Legacy game. You
Yeah.
had it with Tears of the Kingdom for Zelda that came out. People tried to, oh my
Elden
god,
Ring.
fucking Jim Sterling trying to shit on that game, being like, it's good that it got leaked. Fuck you. And he got
because
destroyed for that.
he did that because, like, the only relevancy he's had in the past few years, aside from his channel losing subscribers, is when he gave Breath of the Wild a 7 out of 10, and Mr. Medicare memed on him for that, and he thought it was real, and he keeps bringing up that Zelda fans got salty that he didn't give it, like, a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, he's a
The
fucking idiot.
Cancer man smoked Jim Sterling. Nice.
Oh my God.
You know he's got the super cancer AIDS? Oh, Jesus, Jim. You got fucking played. Jim Sterling.
I don't want to go too off topic, but I just want to mention, because we brought up Jim Sterling, somebody put in the suggestions another Jim Sterling video,
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
and from the thumbnail, I think it's about Tears of the Kingdom. But I went to preview it. It's age restricted.
Oh.
Yeah, again, this is the thing I've been saying for the entire stream because it's true, but, like, it genuinely is hard to criticize things that are good.
Yeah.
And even...
Trust me, you should actually try
Yeah.
to criticize things that are good, because then it can give you a better appreciation of things that are done well within the medium,
Yeah.
right? You looking for the faults and cracks and be like, oh, wait, what about this? That character shouldn't know that. And then as you look into it more, you're like, oh, wait, no. They slipped him a note. That was actually part of a thing that they showed in the background, was he was getting slipped a note by the other guy, so he does know that thing. Which means the other guy was in on it, which explains why the other guy is actually the traitor in the group, because he gave the note to him, so obviously he would have to be the traitor. You know, it gives you that sort of appreciation.
Mm-hmm.
You put the pieces together and realize that, wow, it was more well-crafted than you thought.
Also, the other thing, too, here that I hate with this whole everything is negative take is that there's channels out there where a big part of their premise is being negative. Your movie sucks. I hate everything. The Angry Joe Show. Where, like, even the Angry Video Game Nerd, where the basis of a lot of this stuff is, hey, let's take a look at these shitty games and movies or whatever else. And these people still make a lot of videos talking about things that are genuinely good.
Yeah.
All of them.
Again, his fucking intro song, to play the shitty games that suck ass. And he has a lot of episodes that are just him praising things that happened in the past and how it was interesting that they thought of these things.
Yeah.
But then he has a lot of stuff about, like, the Cheetah and stuff for a good reason.
Oh man, Action 52 is definitely a thing.
It is one of the games of all time.
Would it be controversial to say it's better than Skyrim?
I mean, it'd be controversial to a certain audience. But...
I don't actually think it's better than Skyrim, but it's almost funny to meme on.
Yeah.
K to demand more. Ironically, though,
Well, no.
nowadays-
No. If it's okay to demand more, then what was the entire point of your fucking video? Because we're demanding more quality. That's your problem that you don't seem to understand. We want quality. We demand more quality. We demand more good things. Not more shit. Not more mediocrity. We don't want to clap at people being mediocre. We don't want to clap and give you a high five because you were subpar at your job. No. You don't deserve it.
And missing features, and it's okay to demand more. Ironically, though, nowadays, the hard part is just admitting you even like something in the first place without a horde of angry degenerates standing in your way.
Oh, fuck off. No one cares that you like Cyberpunk 2077. The problem is when you say stuff like it's the best game ever fucking made.
Yeah. You can like it all you want for any myriad number of reasons. The same number of atoms under the fucking sun. You can have a reason why you like Cyberpunk 2077. It's when you start saying it's the best of all time. It's the greatest of all time. It's really good. These are qualifiers. These are statements of fact that need to be proven. They need to have evidence backing them up.
Not just that, but by saying Cyberpunk 2077 is the best game ever made is by default putting other games down that are far superior in terms of quality.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, you can measure that. This can have evidence put for and against it in both directions. That's part of what being objective is.
I just said it as a joke that, Action 52 is better than Skyrim. But if that was to be made as an honest statement, as bad as Skyrim is, that would actually be putting Skyrim down to a level that, again, it's bad. It doesn't deserve that level of, like, being brought down like that. You know?
Yeah.
It deserves exactly the position it gets for the quality of content that it provides. Yeah. And, yeah, by saying a game like and I'm not saying you can't say a game is the best game ever made, though, I mean, it's going to be extremely difficult to do that, because you have to consider every single game made at that point. But
yeah,
when you're especially saying it about a broken, buggy game that is missing features, and so late in development did they decide that it's not an RPG, that they had to put stickers on the boxes on the case to, like, show that it's not an RPG anymore. Like, yeah, a lot of people are going to be annoyed by that, and it's not living up to the expectations it built. And with all the broken aspects, it is absolutely not one of the best games ever made.
Yeah, and it's especially bad that, he tried to argue that the game has always been good, that Cyberpunk was, even when it was at launch, it was completely broken.
Well,
it was always good, and therefore it was still always the best game ever made, even then.
Did you consider that if you ignore all the bad parts about it, it's actually a 10 out of 10?
Yeah, if you just remove all the bad stuff from anything, it's always a 10 out of 10.
Exactly. I'm glad you came around to this way of thinking. You're now being positive.
Well, no, because, see, what if you remove all the bad things and then the game is so short that none of it makes sense anymore?
No, just don't think like that, you horrible, toxic person.
Oh my god,
I feel like
comment.
I'm that meme now of that guy who is... there's that picture of that guy who's just standing there looking around, and he's just like, I don't get it.
Oh my god, this comment. Imagine calling people degenerates when you have this guy's initials and attitude.
Yeah.
Initials and attitude? Isn't that the same thing?
Don't be afraid of anything just because others hate it. There are more amazing games nowadays than there has ever been, and more passionate.
Okay, by technical definition, yes, it would have to be, right? Because,
Yeah.
okay, so this is just the way math works. If there were 10 amazing games a year ago, and only one new amazing game comes out, by definition, there are more amazing games in the world.
Yeah.
Because there's 11 now. But, how often do we get these amazing games, though, in comparison to the past? Are they few and far between? Is it a drop of rain in the fucking desert?
Also, I oh my god, I hate how he keeps saying that, you can like it just because they hate it. And it's like, I don't know if anyone. Well, I'm sure there's a few people, but I don't know if the majority of people who have a problem with Cyberpunk 2077 hate the game. They just have issues with it.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
We've already established this guy as a total NPC. I fully expect him to be one of those people who sees criticism of a thing as outright hate, and if someone is making a video criticizing that thing that he likes, that means that person is trying to stop him from liking it, or something.
Or, in keeping with what you first said, that if anybody criticizes something, therefore they cannot like it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll criticize fucking Elden Ring. I still love Elden Ring.
Yep.
That's another thing, too, that is incredibly weird, is that there's people out there that seem to think criticism equals hate. That you can't criticize things you like. Which is really bizarre.
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
There's more passion in indie games, but there are very few games in the AAA sphere that aren't blatant cash grabs now. Why shouldn't I hate these games when the creators see me as sheep? Yeah, exactly.
Again, when they
Yep.
literally refer to people as whales and guppies don't pay you that much. The whales are what'll keep your game rolling. Again, they're dehumanizing you because they need to be able, if they dehumanize people in general, they can then justify the really awful, horrible things they do to manipulate people to get their money out of them. If you no longer see your customer base as being human, as being sentient, then you wouldn't have any objections to artificially like skewing numbers and forcing them to pay money for everything.
And driven developers, writers, artists, and composers than ever. Don't let anyone
No, I would have to need evidence on that one because again, developers, writers, and everything like that. Just because there's more people in the world does not mean we also got the same number of people that were at the same writing quality as, say, J.R.R. Tolkien, right? So that's a statement that can't be just, well, technically, mathematically, you're correct. No, you have to prove that. You have to prove there's more of it. Because from the writing standards we've seen, we have a lot more MLP in the world who are not passionate about it, are incredibly shit writers, and talk about how they hate writing. So, like, you're going to need to show me who are these great, fantastic writers you're talking about. I know one, Chris Avalon.
Oh my god, going back to the dehumanizing thing. It's not child gamblers, it's youth investment.
Yeah. God, that is the kind of language they use too, unironically.
Yeah.
Which is just disgusting beyond belief.
convince you otherwise. In a lot of ways, art and our perception of it is nothing more than a reflection of ourselves.
Oh God!
Good God, could you be any more of a fucking like driveling idiot and just like saying the most pretentious bullshit that means nothing possible?
God, can you be any more up your own ass?
Yeah.
Like, do you have scuba gear at least? Jesus.
This dude really is Neo Jesus, but for video games.
It really is. Holy shit. This is the kind of person that unironically thinks that art succeeded as long as it made you feel something. It's just like, oh God.
Games never got. You did. They did.
Again, you could keep saying it until the cows come home. It doesn't make it fucking true.
Yeah.
He's this close, chat. This close.
Fuck,
Oh,
I was
shit, they
muted.
should. Oh no, Cree was muted. Cree was saying that he was this close, chat, to dropping some gamer words. And if we
Well,
ever get
one
a
in
Rumble
particular-
Stag, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Yeah, if we do a stag on Rumble, I am 100% gonna drop the fucking gamer word 100 times. Not the gamer word, not the epic gamer word. The
No, he's not epic tier yet. He's gotta grind to get to that point.
No, I'm just dropping the one good one I like. This guy's initials happen to align with that.
Yeah.
I wasn't so sure about the joke earlier. Like, yeah, he had said some dumb things. Now I'm fully convinced he deserves those initials.
Yep.
Whoever named him had a fucking crystal ball to see into the future.
Well, you know what? There's actually a fascinating thing there's that study of, do people intentionally work to live up to their name? Like, up subconsciously. Does your name actually make you want to live up to it?
You know what?
Like, is there a little manipulation on it? Like, if you were like called Epic Smith or whatever, right? Would you actually try to become an epic blacksmith or something, an epic gunsmith, whatever, so you could live up to your name? Is there any influence in that regard? Like, if your name is Major or whatever, do you want to go into the military? Do you want to live up to that rank so you can be called Major Major?
You know what? I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna mute myself for the word. This guy absolutely seems to strive to live up to his name. It is unfortunate I had to mute that last part.
He wasn't on mute for us.
Yeah, he wasn't on mute for us. We heard it.
Your poor virgin ears have never heard a swear word before.
Wow, Cree, I can't believe you said that with me in the call. You're so insensitive. You didn't even take into consideration my feelings.
50% of me is hurt, Cree. 50% is hurt.
I knew what your feelings would be. I considered them pagan. I know for a fact you fucking agree.
God, it just reminds me of that thing where that guy is on that talking. What was he talking about? 9/11, and he was talking about it was the Jewish Zionist state, and then he has that moment of realizing what he just said live on air, and he says, "Which I'm allowed to say as a Jew."
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, good.
It's like you.
It's like.
He said a word
God.
of power. You're damn right I did.
Oh my god. I want to do that as a joke now. Okay, so in Dungeons and Dragons and in Pathfinder, there are things called power words, right? And one of the power words is power word kill, and it literally allows you to instantaneously kill something. If they don't pass their will resolve, they will just die.
So if you use power word, gamer word, would that like
No.
make them gay?
No, here's what I'm thinking. If we do power word kill and we just have that pop up and Cree says, he's a fucking... it's just like, everybody falls over dead.
Alright, we are
God.
almost done this video. There's 20 seconds left. I am praying for some shilling.
Yeah, I know, me too.
We did. So it's time we all get better.
No, fuck off, shut up. There's nothing wrong.
Oh my god, he literally did the fucking do better meme. Do better.
You need to do better, gamers.
Be better.
Well,
What
okay,
a
so
shit
there's no
fucking
shilling,
video.
there's nothing. It's just this for the video.
Okay, thank God. And now it's over. We are free from this curse.
Yeah, be better at getting on your fucking knees and sucking that corpo's dick.
I've never heard Cree so angry. Really, I didn't even hear him, lol. What a spectacularly shit video. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Pagan, shill your shit.
I have a YouTube channel. As soon as I get my model, I will be uploading stuff to it and doing streams again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such.
Hi, I'm
I didn't
Setch.
say you could shill.
I am the based one. I'm the one who has all the base takes. Tomorrow
Wrong.
is the last Twitch stream for the foreseeable future
Wrong.
for me.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Wrong. You see,
That's
if I
not
was in
huge.
charge, of STAG, you'd be in prison.
You would be in prison right now. Okay,
Yeah.
you'd be in prison.
But yeah, no, I'm doing my last Twitch stream of the foreseeable future tomorrow. Last one, and then all streams from then forward will be on Rumble. Like, we already done tons of Rumble streams. The Rumble streams have gone fantastically. It's a bit clunky, but I actually like Rumble's back-end systems really well. The streams have gone fantastically. We actually have had a lot of viewership. A lot of people are watching the VODs. Nobody's leaving comments at the moment. That's fine. But people are watching the VODs. People are giving the thumbs up, thumbs down, which actually does have a rating on your overall profile on Rumble. It is really, really nice system. I genuinely do like it a lot. And I like the fact that now we have a permanent archive of the streams. So they'll always be there, unless, something happens, but hopefully I can get them off Rumble. But, Yeah, you can find me on Twitch for the last time at Sets Dresscar, or on Rumble at Sets Dresscar. Either one works.
Oh. As for me,
And feel free to join my Discord. Join my Discord, because we're going to be watching movies every Saturday. And this Saturday, we're watching the Super Mario Brothers movie. The new one. Yes, that new one.
And for me, speaking of stream archive, I'm considering leaving the game streams on the main channel from now on and relisting the ones that haven't been re-uploaded to the side channel yet. Just because it's a lot of hassle re-uploading every gaming stream to the other channel, which is why I haven't done it yet for a lot of them. But yeah, besides that, I'm working on stuff. I've got 2 videos done and ready to go. And I've got 2 hours and 40 minutes done of the remake of the Part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis. And if all goes well, and I'm hoping it does, I could see how I can finish this video off if I fix up some scripting issues in the next week or two. If everything goes well, I'll be releasing them every 2 weeks through June and July. And that is the remake of the Fallout 4 analysis Part 1 and 2, the updated audio for Part 3, and finally Part 4 being released at the end of July. Yeah, if all goes well, if all goes according to plan, those will be coming out very soon.
Can I have a link to your Discord? You can find the link to my Discord on my Rumble streams. Every single one of the streams down the video description has a link to the Discord, or on my Twitch stream. You can click on the Discord banner there.
Yeah. So, that's everything for today. I hope everyone has a good night. Yeah, thank you for coming out. See you next time. So, Cutting It Here and Demonologist or Amnesia the Bunker. Amnesia the Bunker isn't being released until next week, unless it gets delayed again. And I'll be streaming that on next Wednesday, if all goes well. As for Demonologist, not tonight. We might do some tomorrow if these two are up for it. But yeah.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Or we might force him to watch a movie.
You're not making me watch a movie. I am either streaming or I'm working on my video.
No. Cola.
Wow. Yeah, good night everyone. Have a good one.
But why?